Oh, hey. How's it going? It's good to see all of you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream, friends. Love having you here. What's up, Molly Mock? What's up, XD Man? What's up, Fract? What's up, Don'tcha? Ed Boy. Hello, Hollow Focus. Crafter Hero. Big Pimp. Desmond Dentresti. What's up? Oh, I do more than multiply, friend. You don't even know. You have no idea. You have no idea. Forehead cam. Forehead cam. You guys excited to do some homebrew? I hope so. I'm excited. Should we get started soon? Probably, right? Stranger Things? What do you mean Stranger Things? What are you talking about? I invented everything ever. Crazy Moose with the 50. Holy moly. Crazy Moose. He's out of control. Oh my God. Crazy Moose. That was so out of control. You ended the song. Hey guys. How's it going? Good to see all of you. Let's calm down a little bit. Woo-wee! That Crazy Moose is one crazy mofo. How's everybody doing? How's everybody's weekend? Good weekend? I'm trying to decide if we should just play music during stream. I kind of want to just play music during stream. Maybe. We'll see. I have a couple of playlists that I found on the website that I use for music. It might be good filler. We're gonna see. I found this one called Dark Academia. It might just be really sad music. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, it's all really sad music. So maybe we don't do that one. Let's do this though. Let's just start here. Let's just start somewhere kind of chill. You witnessed a TPK? What happened? How did you witness a TPK? Who TPK'd? You're out of control, Crazy Moose is what you are. Wendy, you're not late. We're just getting started. You haven't even looked at anything yet. You missed our little opening number. We usually start with a little dance number. You know, it's good to do. I'm gonna go to the. I'm gonna log in 1 second, just in case somebody wants to come in. Just in case anybody wants to come in and say hi. I'm gonna hang out on my Discord, not in the live channel, in the stream channel. We'll see if we get any visitors. Hey Vander, what's up? Gwendy, Brecken, Pokeniner, Centrifuge Destroyer, yo. Your party's doing a chase scene in a casino. I have only run a casino once, and I found that my players were, I didn't know enough about gambling to know how to run a casino well. Boom. Financially stable and likes to do nice things are wonderful things to be. You killed a player in combat? I hope you didn't kill the player. I hope you just killed their character. Sheesh. I saw the new Spider-Man movie. Did you guys see the new Spider-Man movie? Oh, we talked about that already. Season finale of Silo was pretty good. Did you guys watch Silo? I liked it quite a bit. Let's take a look at this wheel. What's going on with the wheel? Oh, the wheel's looking pretty good this week. I think we have, let me just count. 1 second. We have 63 submissions this week. If you want to submit a piece of homebrew to be reviewed in the future, in the description of the video, you will find the link to next week's submission form. And next week, we're not doing it on Sunday. Next week, we're doing it on Monday because I'm away for the weekend next weekend. But other than that change, it'll be basically the same. Other than that, if you want another chance to get your stuff reviewed or you want me to discuss it with you online, you can consider becoming a patron or a member, and you get access to the Thursday night review night where I bring people on if they want, and it's also just another night. It's a smaller pool, you know, and if you want to throw me some support, but no pressure. I don't want anybody to put themselves out on my behalf. I'm just a guy in a room. Also, check out the Discord. Discord is good. You guys ready to get started? Should we get started? I feel like we can get started, probably. Did I post everything? Let me just make sure everything's what it needs to be. Yeah, it is. Guy in a room, dude in a chair. Yeah, man, that's me. Let's blow this popsicle stand. All right. Let's get started, shall we? On a cold night. On a cold night. Tonight. On a cold night. On a cold night. Kapow! Intro. Look at that. Oh boy, pretty good little intro if you ask me. Just saying. Just saying. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. It's very similar to the intro to my opening in my new video because I basically just redid it for both. Anyway, let's give the wheel a spin. I don't know if I want to do music or not. All right, let's get Benji's piece. Benji! All right, we'll do music for a little bit. I might decide halfway through I don't want to do it anymore or change it dramatically. Forewarning, friends. Forewarning, this is the first homebrew I am submitting for review. I am running a game set in Middle-earth, but D&D elves don't live up to power of elves from Lord of the Rings. I made this homebrew race to better reflect the capability of Tolkien's elves. While the race is extremely strong, I tried to balance that by having them be a lower level than they would if they were to a standard elf. What does that mean? If you could let me know how I did on that front, that would be great. So, Benji, I will say that one of the unfortunate... We're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at it. But one of the unfortunate truths... There it is in chat if anyone wants to take a look. One of the unfortunate truths of D&D is that at the end of the day, it is a game. Now, that might not be a terribly unfortunate truth. That might be a truth that you find rather nice. But by that, I mean making it work as a game is more important than making it work as a story. So, for example, if you make a race intentionally more powerful but give players access to it, you can't balance that by making them be a lower level. The game isn't designed to work that way. I don't think that solution is going to work. partially because some of the things you get at levels are just better stats. So being lower level doesn't we're going to take a look. We're going to dive in. 3 levels below the standard. Okay, so 2 things. One, there's no standard. Races don't have levels. Levels have levels. So how would this work? Do you mean that they would be level 1 until everyone else was level 4? Well, we're going to take a look at it, but I'm going to tell you right now that that won't work. The only way to make something like that work in-game is to let everyone be things that are overpowered, or to not let someone be the overpowered thing. Let's take a look, though. 1 ability score of your choice increases by 6. 2 ability scores of your choice increase by 4. And 2 ability scores of your choice increase by 2. So, leveling in Dungeons and Dragons is not a numbers game most of the time. Most of the things you get when you level up are not numbers. And the reason for that is numbers are very, very strong in D&D. Very strong. So, these ability score increases are essentially stronger than being level 4 in a lot of situations, because your numbers represent a lot of what you get, which is why your stats don't increase every level. They increase every couple levels. That's with intention. The things that you get are your tools, but your numbers are how good you are with those tools. So having better numbers but less tools is not going to be a good balance, I think. These abilities are legitimately busted for any player character. This is unplayably strong. Dark vision out to 60 feet, walking speed 30 feet, change shape. Don't say may, say can. You can change shape as a standard action. Just say action. There's no such thing as a standard. One second. My headphones are... I put some tape in my headphones because they're starting to fall apart, and now it's like not doing anything and just making them worse. Give me 1 second. Alright, we're just gonna accept that that sucks and move on with our lives. But what if I do this? Put it back in, put it backwards. Okay, that might help. I need to get new headphones. They're falling apart. You can change shape as a standard action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. This functions as if you cast True Polymorph. Oh, man. No, that's a 9th level spell. So you can't... You're 3 levels behind everyone, but you get access to multiple 9th level spells and the stats of a level 20 plus character. Nah, man. That's not the move. This is just broken. This is just broken. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to stop here. This will work fine as a non-playable character. This will work fine as a non-playable character. But you cannot... This will not work as a playable character. Partially because D&D is designed in such a way that your stats are not really supposed to get over 20 until you are basically level 17 plus. There are some artifacts that can do that. There are some capstone features that can do that, but not many. And everything is based off your numbers. So this is just busted. The second thing is True Polymorph is a 9th level spell, meaning the only people that get access to it are level 17 spellcasters or higher. And separately from that, they can only ever, even at their very strongest, cast it once per day. And it still requires concentration. True Polymorph is one of the most powerful spells in the game because it allows you to become things other than animals. And monster stat blocks are much stronger than beast stat blocks. Which is why Polymorph is only a 3rd level spell or a 4th level spell. I think it's 4th level. 3rd level? It's 3rd level or 4th level. I forget. And True Polymorph is a 9th level spell. The difference there is Polymorph just lets you turn into beasts. And True Polymorph can be permanent. So if I cast True Polymorph on one of my... Okay, so let's say this character... Let's say you're going for it. Let's say you decide these stats are fine. Getting this is fine. But the problem is just the level. So you're going to be level 1. and everyone else is, let's say everyone else is going to be level 5. They're 4 levels higher than you. This will be in any other situation, this would be a bad game for you. But if you are this, and you're level 1, and everyone else is level 5, that means that you can use True Polymorph to turn one of your friends into a challenge rating 5 monster forever. And you can do that twice a day. You can make the whole party hill giants immediately and still have all of their other class features. You see the issue here? There's just too many ways that this is broken. We're not going to talk about it too much anymore. I think this would work very well as a player, as an NPC. The unfortunate truth of the matter is your racial features in D&D are not where your strength should come from. Your class is always where your strength comes from. Your racial features are what give you unique properties and might make some of your stuff a little stronger in unique ways. But generally speaking, if your race is doing things that are stronger than class features, it's probably not the move. You can only cast it on yourself. Oh, I see. You can only cast it on yourself. All right. Regardless, you can turn yourself into whatever you want. It's a challenge rating, whatever monster you are. The point stands, guys. Are you really arguing that this is okay? Who said that? This is utterly busted. Utterly busted. But a neat idea. I would just not make it a playable race. All right, thank you, Benj. I appreciate you sharing. Yeah, that was definitely like that was like an epic boon feature. Or that could work perfectly well if everyone in the group is playing that. If everyone in the group is playing it, it'd be fine. It would be hard for the dungeon master because the numbers would all be busted from the very beginning because everyone's attack rolls and spell save DC would be brokenly high, but it would still be fun for the players. Maybe dump the ability score stuff for these races, modify change shape to far weaker, and overview the balancing in a way that works in 5e rather than 3.5. Yeah, if this was based on 3.5, 3.5 is a completely different game than 5e. Anyway, next is Pop or Pop Rocks. Let's call you Pop Rocks. I love the sling from ancient history and wanted to make it useful. Okay. Did I click the right thing? Calling it... Oh, Titan Slayer. That makes sense. David and Goliath. Here it is, chat. Behold. The Titan Slayer. Even if it changed shape to polymorph, it would still be... Yeah, yeah. Getting a 4th level spell multiple times a day is too strong. Titan Slayer. Weapon, sling, ranged. Uncommon. Halflings have long been known for their skills with the sling and the ability of some to fell even the largest foes. Of all the slings made by halfling craftsmen, this is by far the strongest. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls against creatures of a larger size category than you. This bonus goes up by 1 for each category larger the target is. This weapon has advantage on attacks made against creatures with the Titan tag. So, in D&D 5e, no creature has the Titan tag. The largest creatures get is Gargantuan. This is a very, very fun scaling mechanic. I like it a lot. Having an item scale off of the size difference between you and the thing you're fighting is really clever. I think that I would probably not have the +1 bonus be for attack and damage rolls if you want to keep it an uncommon item. I probably would have the bonus be just to damage, not to attack and damage. By having the attack roll scale up also, I think it makes it bumps it up to a significantly more powerful weapon. But overall, I think it's really fun. I like the mechanic a lot. I would just make it so these bonuses just affected damage. The Tarrasque uses Titan Tag in multiple compendiums for 5e. It doesn't in any of the monster books, though. Unless Mordekainen's Tome of Foes added a new monster tag. It's not a size category of monster. If the Titan... Okay, wait a second. So then what is the Titan tag? Oh, it's given to godlike creatures. The problem... Here's the... Oh, it is. Oh, shit. Look at that. That's new. I didn't know that. Excuse me. I apologize. Look. Wait a second. You guys can't even see it. Titan. I did not know that. There you go. Pretty cool. All right. Good to know. Excuse me. Can I sign into my D&D Beyond here? So I can just go to the website? Like, no, I can't. I have to fucking... All right, we'll do that later. All right. Cool. All right, man. That's fun. Thank you, Pop Rocks. That's a cool item. It's about 3 years old at least, and it was around when you started playing. It's not new in the books. It might be new in the new online stuff, but sometimes it ain't in the books. I can't promise to know everything, guys. Calm down. Everybody cool your jets. Next, we have Tex Gum. I think Tex Gum said he had a barbarian. Path of the Warden is inspired by the Minecraft Warden monster. I have no idea what that is. I know how much you love barbarian, so I think you'll love this too. Cool. Now, the question is, does the flavor work if you don't know what the Warden is? That's always the key to really good design. The best design that's based off of something that exists is if it is really cool if you have no idea what the thing is that it's based off of. And considering I have no idea what the thing is that it's based off of, this is a perfect test. It's a big creepy thing with no eyes that can hear and smell you. Well, still don't really know what it is, but let's take a look.
Like the Warden itself, we're going in blind.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Patrick, 1 second. I gotta fix volumes.
Yeah, no worries.
How are you doing?
Good. I'm on my good mic today, so the volume preset might be real off.
It is. I'm adjusting it now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no
I gotta
worries.
change music and stuff. I put music on. But maybe we'll pause.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll pause it while you're here. No, I like it. We're gonna put it back.
Yeah.
I just gotta
music's
make
great.
it. I just gotta make
We
it
love background
quieter than you.
Yeah, that's fair. How you doing, chat?
Talk for a second.
Hello, chat.
There you go.
It's
There you
good
go.
to see you all.
Can you guys all hear Patrick? Okay. All right. Hopefully they can.
I'm sure it's fine.
How's it going, man?
Good.
Did you get a chance to finish listening to the episode yet, or nah?
No, not yet. I'm about an hour in, so I got a little ways to go.
Okay,
But it's like, listen, it's good. It's good.
I know that it's a fever dream one. I was a little nervous. I was like, this is confusing, but it's also it was intentionally confusing. So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it, but I like it, and I'm curious to hear what you think when you get to the end, because it does sort of start to move once they understand.
Good. I'm excited about that. And chat, if you don't know what Cinder's talking about, Cinder is currently editing the second episode of a little short arc that he GM'd for Unbalanced Encounters called Blight at the Museum. It is an eldritch horror museum heist that is only available on our Patreon. So if you want to get at that juicy goodness, it is at patreon.com/unbalancedencounters.
Here, wait. Let me put the website on the thing. Check it out, hooligans, if you haven't yet. Okay. Boop. But yeah, it's Eldritch Horror, so it's sort of like an 80s horror movie. And episode 2 is basically the fever dream. Okay.
Yeah, it's where things go off the rails.
There was almost a minecart moment in it, but there wasn't. They did a very different thing that made that minecart moment not happen, but it almost also had rails.
That would have been real fun.
That's okay. We'll save it for next time. Okay, let's take a look. So this is based on the Warden. Barbarians who walk the path of the Warden are those who use their rage to sense the world around them without the need of sight. Okay, so we have two features at third level. At third level, beginning at third, we have blind rage. Beginning at third level, when you enter your rage, you gain blind sight out to a range of 30 feet. You become blind beyond this radius. While you are raging, you also gain heightened hearing and smell. You have advantage on perception checks made to hear or smell. Additionally, when you start your rage, you can walk up to half your movement speed to get closer to a hostile creature. You must end up closer to the creature than you were before you started raging. While raging, your melee attacks that use strength deal an additional 2 damage. This stacks with your rage bonus. Okay, so I have a couple thoughts here. I really like the first part of this, where you basically gain gain blind sight when you rage. If you want to do a movement thing, like this, I would phrase it the same way that if you look at I forget if it's the orc or the half orc. I think it's the orc. The orc has a feature where they can dash as a bonus action, but only if they're moving towards a hostile creature. I would copy that language if you want to use that here. It's going to be a lot cleaner. But the other thing that I'm going to say is when we are looking for what we give a creature, what we give a barbarian while it rages, giving it extra damage like once a turn or a couple times is fine, but I would not just do it like this. This is very non-evocative.
Yeah, there's not really anything here. It's just a straight up strength bump. I would say you could probably just get rid of that. I feel like that may be cramming, and the rest of it feels pretty good. Like blindside out to 30 feet when you're a barbarian is pretty strong.
What I was going to suggest, something kind of different. I was going to suggest, I agree with drop this part, but what if they completely changed this feature so that you are blind?
What if you did it entirely differently?
No, not entirely, just a little differently. You are all the time blind. Okay?
Okay.
You have blind sight out to 10 feet, maybe.
Okay.
Or 15 feet. A short blind sight. But you do have it. Or you have tremor sense out that range. One of the two.
Yeah.
But when you rage, the blind sight extends to 30 feet. So you are always blind, but you can still do stuff. And it's situationally quite useful. But also when you rage is when it expands. And then what you could do, and then I feel like that ties in really nicely with the advantage on perception checks made to hear or see, that could just be all the time on.
Yeah, I agree. I think you could move that out for sure.
Now let's take a look at the second third level feature. While raging, you can make an attack as a bonus action that knocks creatures back. Make an attack roll against a creature. Excuse me, I'm gonna burp in a second. Oh, Indian food. This attack deals 1d6 plus your barbarian level bludgeoning damage, and the creature hit with this attack must make a strength saving throw or be knocked back 10 feet. There needs to be a DC. What are they making the strength save against? So you have to give it like it should probably be like your strength plus 8 plus your proficiency bonus, or your constitution plus 8 plus proficiency, but strength I think makes more sense here. I think that if you I would drop all of this stuff, keep the blind sight stuff, and then keep this, because this is about the same amount of damage as a Zealot Barbarian's third level feature. It actually is the exact same amount of damage as the Zealot Barbarian's third level feature, but it requires a bonus action and a second hit, so it's a little bit harder to pull off. But you can also still attempt. Actually, it kind of balances out because you can still attempt it if you miss with both of your attacks, and it does the little knockback. So I think it's pretty cool. I would just drop this whole part, keep the blind thing, and keep that like that. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Let's look at 2 at 6. Beginning at 6th level, you gain tremor sense to the range of your blind sight while raging. That's tremor sense isn't as good as blind sight.
Yeah, that's super redundant.
And you also wrote it twice.
It would have to be tremor sense 2 or 3 times the distance of your blind sight to be particularly useful.
Yeah.
And that doesn't feel great to me.
No. It's 6th level, especially for barbarians, is an important one to help fill out the flavor of them. It's usually
the non-combat one, right?
Or it's defensive or non-combat, but it's like that's when the beast gets their weird movement. That's when the zealot gets basically a legendary, gets a legendary resistance type move. That's
actually if you are going to get rid of whenever you use your rage, you can move up to half your movement speed. If you're going to get rid of that whole chunk, as per Cinder's suggestion, a cool 6th level feature could be whenever a creature enters your blind sight, you can use your reaction to move up to your move speed to them.
That's cool.
And that also then stacks with, if you want to do the blind, 10 feet normally, 30 feet when you're raging, that doubles the range that you can move.
Patrick,
So
I like that.
close them.
That's a really good idea. That's so evocative. Oh my god, they make you so fucking scary.
Right?
Yeah. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Let's look at 10th level. Sonic Boom! Beginning at 10th level, you can unleash a powerful blast of thunderous energy in a 30-foot line. 30-foot line's a weird... I would probably make it a cone.
Into it, though. I don't know. Let's hear.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. You can replace one attack per turn. Now this is so nitpicky, but just write once per round. That's how you would say that. Or once. Yeah, I would say once per round. You can replace one attack with a thunderous roar. Each creature in a 30-foot line must make a dex saving throw. This roar deals 5d8 thunder damage on a failed save and half as much on a success. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your bonus into your proficiency bonus, and you regain all uses on a long rest.
This is a DC with your con mod, interestingly enough.
Yeah. I would probably... Honestly, if I were you, I would lower the damage and I would make it do something other than just do damage.
Maybe knock prone.
Knocked prone, deafen...
deafen could be good.
Some sort of disorientation.
Could cause fear, interestingly enough.
Fear's not a bad idea.
Yeah. In general, though, I to circle back on your assertion of line being weird, I then, now that I know what the whole feature does, I agree. Line is weird and limiting here. I think if you were to do a 30-foot cone or even a 30-foot radius, a 30-foot radius might be a little big. But,
I think that would be too big, but a cone would make sense.
Yeah, a 30-foot cone makes a lot of sense. Usually these sort of like blast breathy kind of weapons are cones rather than lines. Lines are just, it's very rare that you get more than one target in a line.
Yeah, and lines are like intended, like everything that is a line, you can imagine it as a line. Like it's like a lightning bolt or a laser or like a flame jet or something like that, or a gust of, like a wind tunnel.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said, I changed the damage to radiant and make it blind them because, quote, I don't need my eyes, do you? I don't necessarily know that I agree with that implementation, but I like that line of thinking, right? Like that's super evocative. I don't know that the radiant makes a ton of sense, but again, it like you're selling a character at that point. So I just wanted to highlight it.
Yeah, apparently line apparently is closer to the character in game. So I think that then it really just comes down to how much do you want this to be based on in game versus how much do you want this to be based on not worrying about that too much, because either one technically could work. That's more of it's like a flavor question. If you do make a cone, it should be less than 30 feet. It shouldn't be 30 feet. It should be a similar radius or similar area. I mean, similar
area. So it would probably end up being, so if that's 30 by 5,
like 15 probably.
15 by, it ends up being about 15. I would say this is one of those instances where like this is a monster in Minecraft, not a player character in Minecraft, and so this is definitely one of those instances where you want to evoke, not copy, because in Minecraft, the only thing that matters from the player's perspective is whether or not they're in the line. In D&D, the only thing that's going to matter from the player's perspective is how many monsters or mobs or enemies can they line up to make this get maximum usage, and the line is just real limiting. So
that's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about it from that perspective, but that's an interesting thing because it is based on something that is designed from the monster perspective as well. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I just saw your note. Sorry.
I
joined the chat specifically because I was like, Pat might want to come on. And I'm probably not going to see his message.
Fair enough.
All right, let's see improved blind rage. Beginning at 14th level, you can choose a creature within 10 feet of you when you rage. That creature must make a con saving throw.
Oh, that's fun. There we go. We got to this. Cool.
Or be blinded for 1 minute.
Yeah.
At the end of each of its turns, the target can make another con saving throw. On a successful save, the effect ends on the target. your forceful blow attack, which is what?
Probably Sonic Boom. Oh no, Warden's Forceful Blow. It's the bonus action.
It's a bonus
with
action punch.
Yeah.
Your forceful blow attack now pushes people back 20 feet instead of 10. Additionally, while raging, you are immune to fire and bludgeoning. So all of these features should have their own indents so that we can clear that they're different. I'm gonna say that these, I get the forceful blowback getting stronger. but this part I feel like must just be from a Minecraft lore thing, because I don't see how that connects.
It doesn't connect even a little bit from what's on the page, but it's such a small thing in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it's not huge. It's not a huge deal.
That like I'm kind of okay with it. I might say non-magical bludgeoning damage, just to be very clear here, but in general, I think like that's one of those instances where you're being faithful to the monster, and it's fine because like it's a little head nod to the people who know the source material.
So do you feel like? Okay? So the other thing is at the beginning. So this first part needs action economy. It doesn't really have any.
Well, it's whenever you rage.
Oh, when you rage. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So every single time you rage, it happens. Okay, I got you. My
question is that enough?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Because basically, you get 3 powers. You get this. Yeah. Your blowback goes back 20 feet, and you get additional damage resistance, and one of your damage resistances pops up. I don't know if that's enough.
Could you make it enough by changing the action economy of the con save thing here to be attached to forceful blow instead of your rage? Whenever you use your forceful blow attack, you can
make a creature go blind. Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, that might be enough. Basically, it just buffs forceful blow. Then you get an extra 10 feet of knockback. You blind them for a minute on a failed con save. Because again, the other thing here is that this is kind of save or suck, right? Like you.
Yeah, if you could do it every turn, I wouldn't make it last a minute. I would just make it last a round.
That's true. Or you could make it last a minute with a save on every round.
Yeah,
but I'd still be limited in some way.
Yeah. There's the stack. I'm scared of the stacking.
Yeah, no, that's true. You don't want to. Yeah, that is a complex thing. But in general, I think it could be. I like everything that's happening in this feature. It just doesn't quite hit the power mark, I think, for 14th level.
Do you know what's interesting though about this subclass in general? And I do think it speaks to some nice, some solid, thoughtful work being done here. I know nothing about what this creature does.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't feel like I know more about that creature now either.
Not really.
But I do feel like this feels like This feels like it has most of the pieces of a subclass that it needs, just based on a thing that I have no idea what it is.
Legit, I mean,
you know what I mean? I totally don't understand why Forceful Blow fits in. I totally don't understand why Sonic Boom fits in. But in terms of does this work, if I cut out all the flavor, like just mechanically, is this idea an idea? I'm like, yeah, this idea is an idea.
Legitimately, like that's where I'm at. Is just. Do I understand anything about wardens? Absolutely not. Would I have called this Path of the Warden? Absolutely not. Does this do the thing that I look for when I'm looking at subclasses, which is make me think of characters I could play in this subclass? Yes, 100%, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally thinking, like, what a cool cinematic moment would it be for Guard to just, like punch someone blind, right? Like that would be such a fun, evocative moment, and I feel like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of those moments playing around in here that are very easy to grasp, and they all come together in a way that feels cohesive.
Yeah. Cool. I don't have more thoughts. Texcom, it's a neat idea.
Texcom, well done. This is a solid example.
Balance Encounters. Don't forget, go check it out if you haven't.
100%.
I'm leaving that open, so I keep showing it again. I'm gonna do that. That's the plan.
This is a solid example of how to do something that evokes from fiction without overreaching into the mechanics of fiction. There are a couple of places where my opinion is you could tune it up a little, but
yeah,
it's a good start.
But it also speaks to, like, oftentimes when I look at something, like whenever y'all send me like fucking One Piece stuff which
God, it's always
which I
it's the
will
One
make
Piece
fun
I
of,
have
which
time.
because I don't care. Listen, I guys, I'm so kind and gentle, and I also yell, so I'm allowed to yell. But like whenever you guys send me One Piece stuff, I'm just like, this is jank. Always,
it's always
jank.
fucking jank. Always jank.
But so I don't even care. Like I can't even look to think about the lore. But like if you sent me some One Piece stuff that worked without me knowing what One Piece stuff was, I'd be like, oh, cool, that works. And like I have no fucking idea. Like there's things that don't make sense, but it doesn't matter because it's like it still works.
Yeah. And I think this is basically what it boils down to: is are you using external media to inspire your game design? Because that's what you're doing when you're homebrewing, is you're game designing. Or are you trying to shoehorn in external media into a game that you're playing? And there's nothing wrong with that latter bit. It's just a different approach that makes it hard to balance, hard to really get out of your head and your context. You got to really know what you're shooting for in the fiction. This is a good example of doing some solid game design that is inspired by something in fiction.
Yeah. Pat, so we talked about how Emily and I both like the John Dies at the End book series.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, 100%.
And so the author of that book series he's a TikToker. He's not really on TikTok in the traditional. It's just he just says interesting anecdotes and he does very dry humor. And one of the videos that he made recently, which I thought was hysterical, was he made a video about the new One Piece show on Netflix. And his whole video was like, Netflix is doing this new One Piece show, and I don't know much about it. I don't know anything about it. I've never seen the anime, but it seems like it's going to be like a 6-part series. And from what I understand about the plot of the show, that seems like a great way to do it. It seems like this whole idea has about 6 episodes worth of content in it, and then the story will probably dry up and they won't have much else to say. So I'm glad they're keeping it as a short miniseries. I feel like that'll probably be the best way to make it like a good story with a true narrative. And the reason why he said that was because One Piece has like thousands of issues.
Yeah. Oh God, it's one. I think it is. Is it the biggest, the longest running manga of all time?
And the amount of people in the comments who were just like pissed off and like didn't understand that he was joking was so good. Anyway,
to be fair, I didn't understand he was joking because that seems like the only way I would ever engage with One Piece is if somebody boiled it down to like 6 parts.
There was a while ago I made a TikTok where I was like, I don't want to watch One Piece. I just want to watch short One Piece. And there's a couple animes that I feel this way about, where it's like I have no interest in watching the whole thing, but if there was like a speed run version, I'd watch it. And apparently there's an edit of, it's either One Piece or another show that has a similar notoriety, that is like a well-known edit that is basically every single episode edited down to like 10 minutes as opposed to a half hour, but still like having all the important parts, because they have a lot of scenes that are just like people looking at each other really quickly back and forth.
I love this. This is One Piece speed run any %, and I'm a very big fan of that. I want to watch 1/16 piece.
Yeah. Give me a piece of a piece. Hey, Cinder in chat. I created this magic item to bolster the monk's natural abilities and cover an area that I think the monk could get more love in. Defense. That's true. They could get more love there. I also wanted to try and consider the growth of the monk and have the item grow with them. Okay. Growing items can be a lot of fun. That said, it is my first published work on D&D Beyond, and I double checked it, noticing the image didn't come through some other reason, so I'm posting the additional link to reflect that. Okay, let's see. Is this just the image? Okay, so here's the image of the item.
Cool. Straightforward. It looks like a wristband, maybe, of some kind.
It's called the Ring of the Weave, so I think it's a ring.
So it's a ring. Cool.
And let's take a look.
Very intricate ring.
Here you go, chat. Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, I don't need to watch Yu-Gi-Oh.
Nobody does.
I watched Yu-Gi-Oh when I was little. When I was little, you know what the show I liked when I was little? I feel like I always liked the janky versions of shows. My favorite of the kids show things, like when Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh were the big shows, I liked Digimon. That was the show I liked. Digimon.
Yeah,
Digimon. Digital monsters. Digimon are the champions. I know the whole theme song. That's just the beginning.
That's very impressive. And you know what? In retrospect, I will give credit. Digimon was a jank intellectual property, and all of the games were pretty goddamn bad when they did get made. The anime was not worse than any of the other ones.
What I liked the most about Digimon is it did the thing that I liked the most about the other shows, when you watch a little monster become a bigger monster, and the way their monsters changed and grew were so cool. And yeah, that was every episode.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't remember the lore at all. I just remember the monster changings being cool. Okay. Ring of the Weave molding. It's a rare ring. It requires attunement by a monk. This ring, woven in nacre silk. I don't know what that word means.
Nacre. It means it's a I think a type of material, kind of a mother of pearl, shimmery.
We'll
type
look
thing.
it up. I like learning new words. Nacre. It's mother of pearl.
Oh well, there you go.
Okay.
Got it in one.
Allows your mastery of ki to focus on the weave that surrounds you. After spending some time learning the flow of magic, you can attune to the ring and mold the weave in a defensive manner. While wearing this ring, you gain +1 to your armor class. Oh, you're from another country. And your English isn't your first language, and you've learned English in Europe or South America, or not South America, in Europe or South Africa. Probably not Australia. Do Australia do the U also?
Yeah, it was a very American.
Canadian. There we go.
Yeah.
You gain a +1 to your armor class and can apply deflect missiles to any damage dealing spells that target only you. That's cool. All right. This feature is really nice. I like that a lot. Let's keep going. This is like a perfect example of like a nice simple feature. This is a good example of a class specific item. An item that improves a specific class feature. It's like a little bit obvious when I say it like that, but you'd be surprised how rarely people make that connection.
I mean, to be fair, it's a hard thing to do, and also requires you to have a good working knowledge. Like, this person has clearly played monks before and had the thought, how cool would it be if I could catch magic missile and throw it back if I could catch magic missile and throw it back at the caster, right? Like, that would be sick. Yeah. And it's just born of experience. It's very elegant.
The ring also has 5 charges. As a reaction, you can expend one of those charges to cast Shield, requiring no verbal component. The ring gains 1d4 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the ring's last charge, roll a d20. When attuned to the bracers, you gain the following benefits. You can combine the attunement cost when combined with the bracers of defense. Oh, interesting. You can combine the attunement cost of both items. The number of charges the ring holds doubles, and it regains an additional 1d4 each plus 1 each day at dawn. You gain advantage on saving throws against spells. So this is a interesting way of expanding an item. I've never seen this before. Someone making an item that is intended to combine with another item. I think that's a really neat idea. I do think that this should be very rare, not rare, probably, just in general, even without this part. Maybe that's not true, but I feel like casting shield 3 to 5 times a day plus his other stuff is pretty strong. Or anything with armor class is usually a higher CR of stuff than you think it is. Okay, here's my thought process. I think that this is a total... You mentioned you weren't sure how to make items expand. I think that this is a really cool way to do it. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is that you are basically creating a situation where you as the dungeon master have 100% control over the item's expansion, and the player has very little agency there. Now, that's going to be the case a lot of the time anyway, especially if you're doing with like milestone growing, but this means that this item can only do these things if they also find bracers of defense. So if that matters to you, then if you don't care about that, then it's fine. It's just a cool thing. It also is this thing where if a player gets this item, you are going to become annoyed by them because they are going to ask you if they can go buy bracers of defense every session. Forever. Yeah. So the other way that you could make it grow over time is I would say there's really two good ways to make items grow, and Wizards of the Coast kind of does both. So you could do the classic expanding item where it is pure narrative, like your character hits a milestone moment, something big happens in the campaign, something big happens in relationship to the item, and it grows into a new level. And the Vestiges of Divergence kind of work this way, which is like they start at base level and they get new stuff and new stuff. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is how the magic items in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons works, or I think a couple items in the Mists of Theros or whatever that place is called. But they're items that basically they collect stuff, and like once you do enough of a thing, then they grow. So it's like you have to accomplish a couple great deeds, or you have to, slay 6 dragons or whatever, and they accomplish more based on like specific actions being taken. And I think both of those are also totally valid ways to make an item grow. But this one could work too. This is I thought I'll tell you what, I don't know if I can judge this well, if I'm being honest, because I have never seen it before. So I mostly am just excited because I'm seeing a mechanic that I've never seen before.
And one that seems like it could be really interesting, right? Like it might be a little fraught from a player expectation perspective, but from a mechanics perspective, it seems great.
Like I want to say keep it, if only so that it stays existing,
Well, and also so that you can test it and figure out whether or not you've just nailed something, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a cool way to do that. Cinder, I have a question because
sure.
Bildo in the chat is saying that Magic Missile wouldn't apply here. My reading of this is any damage dealing spell that targets only you, as in not an area of effect. You can maybe rules lawyer your way out of multi-target Magic Missile.
No. There's no spell attack mentioned here. You're right. 100%. Yeah. This would definitely work with Magic Missiles.
Yeah.
What I think Bildo is thinking that this would be spell attacks. Maybe they're getting that confused, but spell attack is not meant. It is just any damage dealing spell that targets only you. So here's the weird thing about Magic Missile. You could, if all the missiles went at you. If one missile goes to another person, then you couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, again,
which is weird.
Rules,
technically,
that's rules is written, not necessarily rules is intended.
I know. But I'm just saying that might be what they mean.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. But I would say that there's no reason why it wouldn't be able to work because deflect missile is just damage reduction, so you don't need the attack roll in that math.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's a solid item.
Cool.
I don't have a lot. Honestly, I don't have that much critical feedback. I think it just was worth the analysis because it's a unique mechanic.
Victor
Thank you,
said
Victor.
he based the scaling mechanic off the Thunder Hammer.
The Thunder Hammer. Oh, is that? Oh, you know what? I know what you're talking about. There is a set of there's a legendary item it's like in the Dungeon Master's Guide. It's an artifact, and it's basically you can combine it with like the Dwarven Belt, and then some boots or something, and you basically become Thor.
That's funny. Fair enough.
Well, I forgot about it. The thing is, I don't care about super powerful items that much because I feel like I'm much more interested in items that I feel like I'm going to use in my day-to-day games. So I don't actually have not like if we're using crazy powerful items in my home games, I kind of want to make them myself. So I just don't remember the really powerful ones as much as I remember the more common ones. Anyway, Victor, this is really solid. Cool idea. Click.
On we go.
Clapping sounds.
Yeah.
Beelzebub. I feel like Beelzebub said something in the comments in the Discord. I forget what it was.
Beelzebub.
I feel like I saw them asking a question. I don't remember what it was.
Cinder, I got a question on this one. Should we? I mean, this seems like this person seems like pretty bad news, right? Like,
why?
Pretty high up in the chain of devils, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think they're that Beelzebub. Let me check.
Yeah, I mean, we should at least Google, look them up.
There's a bug guy. Prince of Devils.
There you go.
I think he's probably chill.
All right, fine.
Listen, if I've learned anything about royalty, it's that they're always chill.
They're always the most laid back people.
Yeah. This monk subclass is based around sound and rhythm, like combat.
Fun.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't normally like playing monks, but I thought this was a cool idea for a homebrew. Isn't that an interesting thing to do? I've done this before, where I do not like playing bards, but I love making bard subclasses. I don't know if that means my bard subclasses have bad design, though. That's what I always worry about.
You got to share them with the class. We'll let you know. Way of Sound Mind is so clever. It's so clever. Beelzebub, you have set my expectations high already. You better not dash them upon the rocks of disappointment.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see if we get a dash. You can be the one. Peer-reviewed by God. That's not my name. You spelled it wrong.
True.
You didn't include nearly enough ozone layer or like... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Monks of the Way of Sound Mind are monks who have attuned their ears to understand the sound around them.
Don't say monks and sound twice in the same sentence.
Yeah, you could say you could say monks of the sound mind have tuned their ears to understand the world around them. This innate understanding allows sound. This innate understanding of sound.
Too many sounds, buddy.
Allows the Way of Sound Mind monks to concuss their enemies with sound and fight with thunderous rhythm. You're gonna go to thesaurus.com.
Yep.
You're gonna type in the word sound. You're gonna get all sorts of words like rumble and things like that, and then you're gonna figure out where those words can fit in, and it's gonna make this flow better.
Yeah. Don't just find replace. Think about those new words and how they might make better sentences.
Yeah. I also I like the type. I like the typewriter font. Here's what I'm going to say about here's what I'll say about the formatting. All of these are short. This is short. This is short. This is short. If any of these features were long, I would hate this formatting. This formatting works because these are short features. So for folks at home, little lesson: if you figure out how to write your feature in 4 or 5 sentences or 2 sentences as opposed to 10. You could get away with a lot simpler formatting.
Yep.
Precision hearing. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, your ears become your eyes. When not under the deafened condition, you gain 10 feet of blind sight. Unless you already have blind sight, in this instance, you gain an additional 5 feet. Okay.
I would change in this instance to in which case.
Mm-hmm.
Just slightly tighter language. But
Makes
otherwise...
sense.
What a good little third level. It's a little more than a ribbon feature, but not a ton more.
Is it enough? Is 10 feet enough?
Well, there's another 3rd level feature.
No, I know, but I mean, just because assuming that your eyesight is going to stay at roughly that range, is that enough?
I think so, just because it basically prevents you from ever having disadvantage on attacks from blindness.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. You're not blind. You just have this feature in addition.
You just have blind sight.
Oh, okay. I was mixing it up. I was thinking the barbarian who was blind for a second. Okay, yeah, no, I agree. That's fine. That's fine. That's good.
Yeah. I would also say that I just ran a game where there was a blind creature that had blind sight based on not being deafened, and he ended up walking into a silence spell, and that made the whole combat very confusing very quickly. So just be aware that that's a thing that can happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of the point, you know, like you give a 100%. Vulnerability so you can poke it.
100%.
Concussive strike. At 3rd level, when making an unarmed strike, you can expend a key point to add an additional 1d6 thunder damage to the damage to the roll. Just say to the roll, to the attack roll. Additionally, the target must succeed on a con saving throw equal to your key save DC or become deafened for 1 minute. The saving throw can be remade at the end of each of the target's turns. Okay, here's what I'm going to say here. I don't think this is strong enough. Mm-hmm. What I would do is I would tie this to Flurry of Blows.
I was just going to say the same thing. Maybe make it a D4 and it's just on every punch.
Yeah, both of your Flurry of Blows deal an extra D4 damage. And I would make the deafen last a round, not a minute.
Yeah, right, because you don't want to have to deal with stack and overlap and saves and stuff.
But can we pull back for a second here?
Sure.
Solid 3rd level features.
Crazy good.
Really
good.
Solid.
Super thematic.
I don't know what's
really
happening.
tight.
I feel like at this point the bar is getting set higher here.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the first person whose piece is going to be horrifying.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
maybe we're just doing this long enough that people are starting to try to push themselves to be better writers. I'm not sure. These are really like, very flavorful, very solid. This is a fun. It's simple, but it would be fun to play. If anything, it's still even a little underpowered, but like not shockingly so. Anyway,
I think it's gonna need to swing a little above that bar by 6th, but like it's honestly, it's so flavorful, and that blind sight has such good utility that like I genuinely.
It's also simple.
It's so simple. It's so elegant. Like I genuinely want to play this subclass.
Yeah, I would.
Like,
I would definitely be. So far, if somebody was like, "We're doing a level 3 campaign, or level 3 one shot, be a monk. You can be this one." I would definitely be down to try this one. Sounds fun.
Yeah, this is high on my list for sure. And I've played every single monk because I've constantly been trying to find a good one.
I think. Do you have any that you've actually enjoyed?
Goodness, Way of Mercy is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It is not anywhere near as good or as fun as playing a real healer class, but I think it's cool for what it is. And the Shadow Monk is fun, but it takes a little while to get up there. I feel like it really gets fun around 6th.
I was gonna say I have played very few monks.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a couple in my campaigns. The one player who really liked the monk that he played was the Drunken Master, but I will also say that we did a good chunk of homebrewing around him brewing stuff. But the mechanic of the Drunken Master I really liked. The one I've never played a Mercy Monk, but I would guess that if I was going to play one, that would be the one I would enjoy the most, just because they seem more interesting in terms of like what they can do. Yeah,
they've definitely got the most going on.
Astral Self is kind of interesting looking too, but I've never played it. It's
not super fun. It gets samey so quick because you're just punch. Oh, cool. Punch. Oh, cool. Punch. They all just kind of devolve into this very simple fighting sim in a way that I don't love. The way the Cobalt Soul that we're running, one of our players in Unbalanced Encounters, is definitely one of the more interesting subclasses I've ever seen.
A minute. In Rally Unbalanced Encounters, one of the characters is a monk.
Unbalanced Encounters. Yes, she is. She's Way of the Cobalt Soul monk. And I legitimately, like, the part of the reason why it is going well is because it prompted me to create a whole magic system that we just get to explore independently of the subclass.
Yes.
Right?
And I also think that it is also partially the player. Sam, who plays Juniper, she's not really anymore, but this was like the second D&D game she was ever a part of.
And it's far and away the longest
she really leans into the character element of it, more so I think than the class element of it. And I think that more recently, basically since you started making it harder, which I appreciate, I think she started leaning into the mechanics more, because it was out of, it's like I'm not going to learn how to make a fire if I have a lighter. You know?
Right.
You took away the lighter. She got to learn how to make a fire.
To actually make a fire. But it is also, it's fun to see that moment sort of pop out where it's like, oh, we can get all the way to Stunning Strike now. And the character was fun up to this point, not because the mechanics were firing on all cylinders, but because the character was really fun to play. And that's where a lot of monks live in my mind. It's just like, you've got to really fall in love with them as people for the first 5 levels of the game. Yeah. And then they get Stunning Strike, and then they get their legs.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, so far so good on Way of Sound Mind, so let's keep going.
Yeah, sorry. Listen, if folks don't know we're going to tangent, what are they doing with their lives?
Right.
At level 6, you get Rhythmic Combat. Beginning at 6th level, every turn every turn you consecutively attack in combat. Put a comma after the word combat. Your ability to hit your targets becomes easier. Your ability shouldn't become easier. Your ability should get stronger. Hitting your targets should become easier. Your ability, yeah. So that's a little grammar thing. For every turn that your action is to attack, you add +1 per turn to the attack roll. For example, if you take the attack action for 3 turns in a row, on the 4th turn, if you attack again, you can add +3 to the attack roll.
I want to figure out whether or not we care about this mechanic from a balance perspective, because I feel like it's a pretty straightforward one. You've got to find a better way to write this.
It's very chunkily worded. Very chunkily worded.
We'll throw some stuff out before this is over. But Cinder, what do you think about this? Basically, fucking.
I don't like that it's
Guitar
just
Hero.
more attack stuff. I wish it was something a little like a different sort of tool in the toolbox. I want it to be. I get the vibe. I feel like if anything, this would make sense as like an 11th level feature. But I feel like the point of 6th level is to, like, I feel like the point of your first 2 subclass tier features are to make you feel well-roundedly like that subclass from all angles. And then the other ones are to empower you. So, like, by 6th level, which is we're getting 2 features, we should have some solid combat features and either some alternative combat features that are not so directly attack-based or some non-combat features. So, like, for example, the Shadow Monk's a good example of that. The Shadow Monk is not well designed because key is not good. It's not the Shadow Monk's fault. But at the first level, Shadow Monk gets some spells that allow it to do, shadowy stuff. And then at the 6th level, it gets a teleport feature, which is just a brand new thing. It doesn't get more spells. The Way of Mercy Monk is everything gets. So I would encourage. I feel like I would encourage away from just you hit better. I'm wondering if
I'm glancing down at 11th level just to see if there's something we could pull from, and it does seem like we are, now that we're kind of past 3rd level, we're getting a little bit samey between 6th and 11th, where it's like attack, deafen, attack, deafen, attack, deafen, and I think 6th level is really where you need to introduce that 3rd pillar, where it's like, what is it? What does it mean? And I feel like they're trying to do this with the combo. Right, with the again, it's that streak bonus from Guitar Hero that if you don't miss an attack, now it doesn't say that you need to hit. So as long as you take the attack, you effectively chain into a higher bonus multiplier. And I think that's interesting and it's clever, but it is still just kind of hack. So I'm wondering what that 3rd pillar could possibly be.
Well, I think 2 things. One, I think it's either something that involves using deafenness to your advantage, because you are deafening creatures, or something else that expresses your understanding of rhythm in a different way. So you could also do something like, you could kind of go off this same thing where it's like you're flowing through combat. So you could I mean, I don't think it should be this, but you could do something like if you take the same action 2 turns in a row, that second action gets some bonus, something like that. Or if you for every time you use this feature, if you use a feature into another feature, like you could sort of string combos. Like if you use Second Wind on one turn and then you use, not Second Wind, if you use Step of the Wind on one turn and then Patient Defense on another, like it does something. But that might get in the weeds.
Could I pitch you on something? And I'm genuinely curious. I don't know if this satisfies their design constraint, but I'm curious as to whether or not you think it's workable even mechanically. If you move immediately before an attack, you get advantage on that attack.
I think that would be a little strong.
Well, so the idea is that you would, if you move at least 5 feet, right? So the idea is that you're breaking up your movement so that it's like step, punch, step, punch, step, punch.
Yeah. I get the idea. You would have to make it in such a way that you could, there would have to be some limit to it or some counter to it, because you could essentially just go back and forth between the same 2 squares and like never trigger opportunity attacks and just keep doing that, and it would have no downside.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, maybe you could say you have to move at least 5 feet to a space that you haven't been in this turn. There's some stuff there, but is that idea of like moving to get a bonus on attacks, is that still too attacky?
It is, I think. Well, I think, yeah. I mean, kind of. I think it's a different road to the same gas station. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would say
There's
maybe
something here.
play around with the ability like with deafening and things you can do within that deafness. I don't know exactly what that means, but maybe even like the ability to produce really loud sounds or areas of silence or something like that.
Yeah. You could also theoretically give yourself some kind of bonus to saves against sound-based spells or things of that nature.
You know,
There's
yeah.
something
You know
in
what you?
there.
I mean, you know what you could do. It was. I mean, everybody's been doing. Everybody's. There have been some similarities we've seen between some of these things, but like
Mhm.
there was already some sound-based stuff we looked at tonight. But you could do something like you gain resistance to thunder damage. You have advantage on saving throws from spells or effects that like do thunder damage or are related to sound. I don't know exactly what that means, but you could play around with that. And then you could also add on an element of tremor sense, because I think that tremor sense is a good idea of representing rhythm.
Yeah, maybe.
Or an awareness of rhythm.
Maybe.
Thunderclap. Yeah, I mean that's a neat idea. You could, yeah. You could add, you could do a thunderclap instead of your flurry of blows or something like that. Let's look at 11th level.
Yeah, legitimately, I think that the takeaway message here is just 6th level is where you got to introduce something a little different that represents the same idea, and this probably isn't quite it.
Yeah. At 11th level, you can use an action to send outward. You can just send out a large burst of sound waves. Within a 15-foot cone, you can send out. Change your wording around there. You can send out a 15-foot cone of sound waves. Period. Targets within the area must make a Constitution saving throw against your key save. On a success, the targets are deafened. Interesting. Otherwise, the targets are stunned. So you switch that around. Say, on a failure, the targets are stunned and deafened for 1 minute. These creatures can remake the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. On a success, the targets are deafened for 1 minute. I think a 15-foot cone stun as an action is...
That's pretty big.
It's pretty big. I
probably
would...
a minute-long stun.
Yeah, this would need to be I would say the only way to make this work would be make it really key hungry. Like
there's no resource constraint.
No, you can just do this forever.
Yeah, for free.
So I would make this is probably like a 4 key point power.
I like it. It's a 4 key point power if you were to tweak it around a little bit.
Yeah, maybe in a 5. I don't know. It's pretty strong.
It's a spell basically.
Yeah. Yeah, because the other thing is the stun only ends if they make the save. So like doing damage to them, everything, like you just destroy them.
Could also do stun for a round, and then deafen with the save every turn.
Stun for a round would make it much more reasonable, also.
And if you stun for a round on a failed save, that means that the deafened, which is the whole point of the thing, is kind of to deafen them. They just can't save against that. That's just a free group deafen, right?
Yeah,
which I think is kind of cool.
I also want to point out something that I think I'm unsure of, but I do think it's worth thinking about. I don't know if it matters. If you deafen somebody with concussive strike, are they affected by sound wave?
I would imagine, because you don't necessarily need to hear it for it to like rattle your chest.
I guess I know, but just but there's something there. It feels like a little bit like it's stepping on its own toes a little bit.
And you know what it is because you now have 2 ways to make characters to make enemies deafened for a minute, which is more than you need.
Yeah, especially if we don't have anything else we can do with deafening by this point.
Yeah, 100%. So
because deafening is like not that big a deal. Like deafening comes up so little.
Yeah, you need to be able to use it. So I think 6th level, introduce how to leverage deafened in some way, and then consider how to maybe rework 11th level a little bit to step on that a little less.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't want 2 ways to give deafened and no ways to capitalize on it.
Let's look at 17. Noise and silence. At 17th level, you can capture or avoid the attention of others. As a bonus action, you can choose to vanish or uproar. If you vanish, you have advantage on stealth checks, and you cannot be perceived by targets relying only on hearing. How long does this last? Until the end of until the beginning of your next turn? How long does this last?
Yeah, there needs to be some duration there.
Uproar. Similarly, how long does this last? Enemies within 30 feet radius of you must succeed on a charisma saving throw equal to your key saving throw, or feel compelled to attack you over their previous target. Enemies have advantage on perceiving you if they are not suffering the deafened condition. Additionally, when attacking a creature that is deafened, the damage of your concussive strike becomes 2d8. Okay, so I disagree with Uproar almost entirely. It feels too different. Like, this feels like a passive feature. Like, this lasts a round. This feels like an active feature. Like, you do it like an action. Or like, yeah, I don't know. They don't feel like they sit in the opposites. Like, they're not similar enough mechanically to feel like they sit together.
You're thinking about Vanish and Uproar as a pair.
Yeah.
I think Vanish just doesn't make any sense. I think Vanish needs to probably just go. I'm curious as to whether or not you think that Uproar alone would be an okay 17th level feature.
It feels boring, if I'm being honest. It's so obvious. And it's like, it doesn't really do anything that exciting. It just, what does it do? It like just makes people notice you and feel compelled to attack you. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's a good, I feel like it's too different from what the real capstone here is the concussive strike feature becomes 2d8, and that shouldn't be the capstone. I mean, that's fine to give that, but like, I feel like we need something cooler.
Yeah, I think past third level, this needs pushed in a couple different directions. I think there are pieces that are worth keeping, especially potentially the stun cone in Soundwave is certainly interesting. But it needs limited, and your 6th and your 17th level features are not quite serving you as strongly as they should.
Yeah, what if at 11th level, you don't need to do this, obviously, but what if at 11th level, this wasn't at 11th level, or something else was here, or this was way more limited in use. But 11th level, when you hit deafened creature with concussive strikes, you did like an extra d6 damage on every hit. And then it could grow to like 2d6 or a d8 and 2d8 at level 17. And then you could get other stuff too. But that could be a way that you could tie in deafening as a feature you're using early, because it's at least by 11th level, it's a tool in your toolbox. But I don't know. Yeah. I think it's all worth thinking about. Anyway, thank you for sharing.
Somebody said for 6th level, and I wanted to throw this out. I really like this. Not provoking opportunity attacks from deafened creatures is potentially something that's fun. I don't know that that's where you want to land exactly, but I think it's a good start.
It's a good headspace, though. It's a good. Who said that? Pauline!
Pauline! Thank you very much, Pauline. That's a good idea.
All right. And thank you. Hey, Unbalancing Colors. Thank you, Beelzebub. Who would have guessed?
Turned out to be real chill.
Most of them are, man.
Yeah, fair enough. You never know, though. You know?
A good way to think about it is, like, how crazy... You know how crazy people are about, like, normal things that aren't that crazy?
Sure.
So, just how crazy are those people about things that are a little crazy, actually? Like, there's a lot of perspectives, you know?
Yeah.
This is Batcore Craft and Yonzos. What a great name. This is the first ever serious homebrew we made, and English is not our first language. Well, you have a leg up on me, because English might not be your first language, but it's my only language, which means you already probably have more going on in your brain than I do.
There you go.
Pat, do you speak any other languages? I bet, let me think for a second.
Okay.
I bet you got something weird. I bet if you do, this is my guess. My gut is you don't speak any other languages, like, fluently, but you might have, like a parsing ability, and my guess would be Italian or something like French or Dutch, but my guess is Italian.
Italian, French, Spanish, and Latin.
Okay, but how good are you at those?
I can read simple books.
Okay.
And if given enough time, I can read very complex Latin books.
And which one are you the best at?
Latin.
Latin.
I took 5 years of Latin.
Dude, you and my sister, she was also a Latin kid. She's also a polyglot, though. So
yeah,
I think that helped her with Latin.
I feel like most people who take Latin speak a lot of languages, and I didn't do that part. I just
or they quit. They quit Latin.
Right, 100%. I didn't. Weirdly, I didn't do either. I learned everything about English I learned all of the etymologies of English.
Also, this is also a differently formatted piece, but this is really sharp formatting. Let's just.
It's cool.
We need to start pointing out when formatting is good because I get so annoyed when formatting is bad. So let's just point this out for a second. Different fonts for the titles, big, bold. I see something, but there's some bold names in the middle here. Like, if I'm okay, I'm not. We're gonna look at this, but if I'm like, okay, I need to find slashing Sonic Strike. I can do this. And I found it. How nice is that?
It's
anyway,
good stuff.
Let's look at it. Way of Velocity Monk. In the world of monks, agility and swiftness reign supreme, but there exists a rare path known as the Way of Velocity. I'm going to say something that you're not going to love, but this sentence you don't need. It's a redundant sentence. It doesn't actually say anything.
It does say something, kind of. It's one of those sentences that even when you do get down to what it means, it's one of those sentences that you notably don't like, which is, other monks do this. That means these monks are different.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
The reason why I make such a big deal out of it is it's such a common habit. Like, I do that if I'm not thinking about it. So you got to point it out. Because it's like if you don't point it out, people are going to forget.
It's also, it is genuinely not a bad way to start thinking about what you're going to write, right? Like, it's the first thought that everybody has is like, it's easy for me to say, this is how this is different from the rest. You then have to think about how to reorient that thought to be, this is what this is. Not,
I feel like it's also like maybe how a lot of people learn to write like college essays.
I never wrote essays in college, so
no, you're a computer boy. But like it's like a lot of or high school or whatever. But I feel like a lot of writing is you're like putting forth your argument, and you have to like establish the norm and defend it.
You're defending it as opposed to just saying what it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially yeah. All right. These exceptional monks surpass all others in their mastery of ki, enabling them to tap into the transcendent state of rapid reflexes and unmatched speed, a phenomenon known as the speed burst. Legends.
That got anime real quick.
Oh yeah, Legends. Somebody hit me up about maybe doing a sponsored thing. That is super fucking anime, and I gotta decide if I want to do that. I think I'm probably going to. It's not a big group, but
curious.
Basically, it's a small company. They're putting a Kickstarter together.
Sure.
Legend speaks of their adversaries. Jesus, thank you. I have to mess up sometimes or people forget. Legend speaks of their adversaries falling swiftly behind them, for the battles with these monks are swift and decisive.
Don't use swift twice in the same sentence.
I would just cut this whole middle part out. Their adversaries falling swiftly behind them, leaving little chance for them to fight, for them to react. There you go.
Yeah.
Let's take a look
also,
at
for English not being your first language,
it's solid.
This was solid. This is about on par with most of these that we read.
I will give you. I'll say, first of all, it's the mistakes that you made are the mistakes that people make that are writing mistakes. They weren't language mistakes. And I would even go as far as to say that your grammar is better than most people's.
It turns out. As it turns out, when you learn English by speaking it, you don't actually learn grammar. You learn convention. Similar, little different.
Level 3, we get Speed Burst. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can manipulate the ki in your body to harness agility and let it all out in a big speed burst, improving your reflexes. I would just say I would say you can manipulate ki in your body to harness agility and improve your reflexes. I would cut out the middle part. On your turn, you can spend 2 ki points. Oh, that's very expensive at 2nd level.
Yeah, that's
3rd
basically
level.
Your whole ki.
You can spend 2 ki points to enter a speed burst at no action cost. Just say no action required in parentheses.
Yeah.
Speed bursts last 3 rounds. There is nothing mechanically wrong with making a thing last 3 rounds, but it will make people do what Patrick just did, where they go, oh, weird. So if you like that, great. If you don't like that, don't do that. Speed burst lasts for 3 rounds. While in your speed mode, you get the following things. You get 3 things. 1, you have +4 to your dexterity. So you'd say your dexterity score increases by 4.
And you would theoretically need to increase this. You would need to specify the maximum. So if you want the maximum to stay 20, there's a hard maximum of 20 for most characters in D&D. And even at 3rd level, a monk probably has an 18 dex score. So this may only end up being a +2 unless you explicitly say to a new maximum of 22. Or
yeah, I mean, you could have a 20 at dex at level 3, easy. You're rolling for stats,
and this could do nothing.
Yeah, the other thing that I'm gonna say is I disagree with. Okay, so
yeah.
You don't need to add all of this stuff about the things that it affects. They should be able to put those pieces together. When the speed burst ends, your dexterity score. Okay, so I don't like features like this. I don't like features.
It's hard to do at the table, frankly.
It's hard to do with the table. It's not interesting. Like, it's another example of numbers go up. And numbers go up, to me, is not what we need in our subclass. We need to feel like the thing. And sometimes the numbers going up are a part of feeling like the thing, but they are, honestly, that's like a formality. Like, the only time you should make the numbers go up in your subclass, in terms of stats, I mean, or attack roll, I mean, that sort of stuff, is if it is so thematically important that it really sells the thing. And I disagree with that being the case here.
I would say that, reading ahead just a little bit, this is basically all this feature does is give you a +4 dex and a new kind of reaction, which is, the reaction is interesting but not really part of a speed burst, or at least it's not really reading that way to me. And in general, I would say look at the haste spell as like a good example of how Wizards of the Coast thinks about doing bursts of speed, right? Because they definitely don't just give you a big plus to your dexterity. They itemize all of the things that they feel mean something to moving very, very quickly. And it's a pretty well-trodden path at this point.
Yeah. Let's see what rapid counter does.
Yeah.
So you want to write in full sentences. So you don't want to say can use rapid counter. This might be an ESL thing. You want to say you can use rapid counter, but you could actually just write rapid counter. You don't need to keep the can use. But whenever you're writing in English, you need like you need to make clear who the actor is in the sentence.
It is made clear. This is actually a formatting issue, I think, because it says while in speed mode, you have a +4 to your dexterity score, can use rapid counter, can use your bonus action.
I see.
It was just up in the.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
It's a formatting issue.
I got you. So then so just say while in speed mode, you gain the following features, and then write them in full sentences down here. You can use rapid counter when a creature within 5 feet of you misses you with a melee attack. You can use your reaction to make an immediate unarmed strike against that creature. And you can use your bonus action to turn off speed burst before the 3 rounds are over. This is both too expensive of a feature, and I don't think does enough for what you want it to be.
You think it doesn't do enough?
No, I mean it does.
Mechanically?
No. Thematically.
Yeah, that's what
mechanically, I think it's doing too much.
Yeah. Somebody just said speed burst doesn't make your speed faster. I think that's a salient point.
Here's what I would do. If you want to do something like this where you have a brief moment of speed, I probably would do something like this. I probably would make your movement speed increase by 5 times your proficiency bonus.
That's cool.
Because that would go up over time. Yeah. I probably would, especially if it's going to be really limited like this, I probably would let you flurry of blows without spending key points during that time. That could represent super fast punching. Yeah. And then I probably would give it one more thing.
Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, the reaction when a target misses is not awful if it's the third of 3 things.
No, I think it fits well in that, actually.
Yeah, if you get and so basically you're burning all or almost all of your key points. I like that math actually, because if you burn 2 key points to get 3 rounds of free flurry of blows, which would normally cost you 3 key points, and you get a speed boost and you get this special reaction, I think that's solid.
Yeah, cool. Let's take a look at level 6. Starting at 6th level, you can use your speed burst to amplify your attacking speed, allowing you to make more attacks than usual. When you use your flurry of blows in speed burst, you can choose to activate Cyclone Strike. For each unarmed strike you make as part of Flurry of Blows, you can make one additional unarmed strike. These additional strikes can target the same or different creatures. So this double, so you're making 4 Flurry of Blows attacks instead of 2 is what's happening here. Yeah. I feel like this is a spot. I feel like this is a spot where you can give us something that doesn't need key points, so we can just do it. Like not to yell about the Shadow Monk forever, because it does have a lot of issues, but that is why the Shadow Monk's level 6 feature is free.
Yeah.
Because its level 3 feature, all of those things cost 2 key points each. So this if this is tied to, I would encourage you to think of what's either a passive all the time on feature that you could have here, or like a limited once a day type thing that isn't key point related. But honestly, I feel like passive all the time would be good.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
It could be a bonus to your initiative. It could be.
That's always fun.
It could be. I mean, there's a lot of ways to represent speed. It could be a bonus to. Maybe you could spend a key point to get. Oh, that's a key point. Maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe when you make opportunity attacks, you can make 2 unarmed strikes instead of 1. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do, but I would think about it from that perspective and try to make it like an active all the time passive thing.
There's a feature that I like from SW5E, which is the Star Wars hack on top of 5E. Lord Almighty, I can't remember which playbook gets this, but one of the classes gets a feature that allows you to effectively move your movement speed whenever you roll initiative. No action required.
That's a good one. That's a good idea. That makes a lot of sense. That would fit this well.
So something in that universe, or
it's like you're so quick, you get to move before combat starts.
Yeah, there's something there. Just giving us more attacks, not really making me feel like you're moving faster.
Mm-hmm.
I like how there's a full like roundtable discussion of all of the issues with monks going on in the chat, and to that I would just say, we see you. Monks are flawed. They are.
We live in a world of chaos.
Have you seen the 1D&D? I know you don't care about 1D&D, but have you seen the 1D&D monk?
I have. I care about 1D&D. I'm just not good at. I don't read it all super far in advance. Parts of it are good. Parts of it, I feel like they didn't fix a lot. I feel like they didn't fix most of the things I feel like they needed fixing, and they made Stunning Strike way worse.
That is how I have felt about almost everything in 1D&D.
The one thing that I really like, there are 2 things that I really like in 1D&D, and they're actually things that I think a lot of people would not like. They're basically the same thing. I really like that all sorcerers get a unique chromatic burst spell.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Because I feel like sorcerers need something to differentiate themselves from wizards, and I feel like that's a good way to show them being tied to it. And I feel like by doing that, you create a lot of room for subclasses to really lean into that ability, which is cool.
Yeah.
And I also really like that they basically are doing that with the warlock as well, where all warlocks get Eldritch Blast, and it's just a warlock feature.
They also did that with Ranger and Hunter's Mark. They're kind of using those cantrips as a way to sort of be a core class feature, which I'm okay with. I don't have a problem with that approach.
I like the space that it gives you to be really weird with how you change and write things, because you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about, like, if I want to make a feature for a warlock, or if I want to make a feature or a thing that messes with Eldritch Blast, I don't need to think about it outside of the context of warlocks anymore, which I like.
Yeah, that's fair. How do you feel about them getting rid of key?
They didn't. They're just called discipline. It's exactly the same.
How do you feel about them getting rid of the word key?
I understand the logic, but I also feel like it doesn't. I don't know.
Change anything.
It doesn't really change anything.
They didn't change anything. They just renamed it like they always do. Yeah,
but
it's like species. Changing races to species didn't actually fix any of the bioessentialism. It just changed the word from race.
Yeah, like I don't know. I wish, like, I almost want to, like, the problem is like, it's like if you build a car and you put one of the wheels in the middle and make it sideways, and it just yells racist things every couple seconds. You can only repaint that car in so many different ways.
Yeah.
you still got to deal with the sideways tire that's yelling racist stuff. And I feel like at the end of the day, the monks built upon kung fu warriors. Like that is the
Yeah.
I know they're trying to move away from it, but literally the core mechanics of it are Drunken Master Jackie Chan, they're Ip Man, and like that. I very much agree with. It's like that. There's a lot of racism in that, but it's like you have to really rebuild it to make it not that.
From the ground up, it would have to be a separate, non-backwards.
Like calling them discipline points is it makes it so it's not like, you know, whimsical oriental magic, but it doesn't really change it from being that much, you know?
Yeah, right. 100%.
Like it's still
100%.
pretty much just that. It's just less mystical.
Yeah. Also, Cinder, we got somebody in the chat asking what's wrong with races in D&D. Do we have time for me to give like a short answer on that question?
Yeah. I'm going to say I would love for you to give a short answer on it because I don't know how to do that in a short answer.
The problem with races in D&D in an overly brief way are that they conflate physical ability with culture in a way that I throw out as bioessentialism pretty often, in a way that says this is what creatures of this type must act like. And that is a deeply, deeply coded racist approach to design. It comes from orcs are racist and orcs are black people. And that there's a lot of history that I'm glossing over here. It takes some digging to figure out kind of where the original design philosophies came from. But when you say that all members of a race have to behave in a certain way, you are leaning on extant real world racist stereotypes to understand how your races should work. And so Wizards of the Coast has kind of tried to sidestep around this by renaming them species so that it's less of a these are different types of humans that must behave in a certain way and more, yes, the tiger will always behave in this way and it's meaningfully different. It's a head nod that doesn't really solve the problem.
Yeah. You have better words than me with things sometimes. Thank you.
Well, I read a lot about this kind of stuff.
All right. All right, let's keep going. We're going to move on.
11th level.
11th level, Sonic Strike. Starting at 11th level, you gain more control over your speed bursts, allowing you to make your punches so fast that they create large shock waves that attack anything in their path. Dude, the fucking serendipity of this stream is insane. Do you not feel like every class of your subclass we looked at so far,
subclass has had a shockwave.
Are kind of they're not the same.
Week,
they're on the same superhero team though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
They have the same. They have the same color scheme.
100%. 100%.
It's so weird.
They're on the group chat together.
Yeah. When you make an unarmed strike during speed burst, you can choose to turn that attack into a sonic strike. Slashing sonic strike. You make a ranged attack with a range of 60 feet. On that hit, it deals 2d6 force damage. You can increase the attack's damage by spending key points, adding 2d6 per key point. Quaking strike. Name suggestions open.
Another 50 to 20 foot cone.
Another 20 cone dex save key. Creature takes 2d6 force damage on a failed save. You increase the attack's damage by spending key points. I think that this can work if you figure out something that isn't related to your speed burst feature. But I don't love that everything is just tied to your speed burst feature.
Is it related to your speed burst? Oh yeah, during your speed burst. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess one of the things that I'll say that I'm noticing, which is a little odd here, but I do think it's worth pointing out, is speed burst is really too expensive at level 3, but by the time you're at level 11, I think it's too cheap.
Yeah.
So I feel like speed burst, maybe the solution is speed burst doesn't cost key. Speed burst is like is limited to like once per short rest, or is limited like in the same way that blade singing. I don't remember how blade song works, but I would do it like that. Like there's just a number of them you can do a day.
I mean, this is truly with two thoughts here. This is truly why monks are so hard to balance, because you can't give them anything at third level that just isn't too cheap later.
Unless you make it not based on key.
Unless you make it not based on key. And then this really shows itself when you're trying to build in this sort of like rage-like state, right? This almost like, there's a reason why rages and wild shapes are a completely separate pool that are measured differently from other things, because they just need to scale differently.
Yeah.
And so I would consider that. I would consider thinking about that change. But also I would consider Sonic Strike not having anything to do with your speed bursts.
It also feels like a lot of things that already exist. Like it feels like the ranged punching, that's the Sun Soul monks, you know?
Yeah.
And like quaking Sonic Strike, I don't get what's happening here. It's like you're shaking your arms really fast and it's making a quake.
I think you're punching the ground maybe.
Yeah, but have you ever seen a really, really fast person punch the ground? You know what happens? They hurt their hand.
They hurt their hand, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a speed thing kind of at all.
One of my favorite comic books is called Invincible, and it was made into a TV show, which is fantastic. It was one of the best comic book to TV show adaptations ever. But way later on, it's about a guy who essentially, it's sort of like a satire of superhero comic books. The opening is when it starts, it's about essentially the son of Superman is sort of the premise.
Okay.
And he's like getting his powers and whatever, but it becomes its own thing very quickly. But it's a satire of superheroes. Everything is very satirical. There's like a Batman analog. It's very very clever.
Sure.
But way later on in the series, but one of the things that's great about it is it's very realistic about its superhero powers. So it's like if you are super fast and super strong, if you are Superman powers minus eye rays, what are the limits of what you can do? And it really pushes that and like takes it to that extreme. It's like how it shows, what it does is it shows how dangerous it would actually be for someone that strong to have a fight in a city. And like how, like, you know how in the Avengers they're knocking over buildings and it's like cool. In Invincible, when they're knocking over buildings, it's like you're watching like you're watching like citizens get. It's like you're watching bad stuff happen. It doesn't feel cool. It feels like, oh god, this is terrible. No. But one of the things that happens later on in the series is he loses a lot of his he like loses powers and they start coming back slowly, but he doesn't have them all at once. And there's a while where he's essentially very strong and very fast, but not invincible. And he basically has to walk really slowly everywhere because if he accidentally like moves too quickly, he'll like sprint into a wall and break his ribs because he's really fragile, but he like can't stop moving so quickly. Yeah, it's good. Anyway, let's look at level 17. 17th level, Hyper Velocity Assault. At 17th level, you have attained mastery over your speed bursts, allowing you to use ki to move faster than anything for a short period of time. You don't need to... This doesn't feel like you're adding anything new. Speed bursts already do that. That's not new information you're adding. While in speed burst, you can, as an action, spend 3 ki points to use Hyper Velocity Assault. You make an attack roll with advantage against all creatures of your choice within a 20-foot radius, dealing 10d10 bludgeoning damage. What? No, dude. You deal 10d10 bludgeoning damage to all creatures within 20 feet of you?
Well, you have to hit.
Nah. I'm just gonna say nah. I feel like that's not the move.
If this was based on a save with half damage on a success, how would you feel about it? Still too much?
Yeah, 3 ki points for 10d10.
Oh yeah, 3 ki points.
It's 10d10 damage to every creature within 20 feet of you. That's a fireball. Yeah. That's basically like if fireball at 3rd level does 8d6. To get that to similar damage types at this, you'd probably need to cast it at what, like 6th or 7th level, like to get it up to high enough numbers.
So this is probably what, like a 5 or 6 ki point, a third of what you could do, give or take.
Yeah, maybe more depending on how you handle how the attacks are done, because you're making attacks with advantage. This isn't a saving throw, so it's entirely.
I blocked that out of my mind because I would make that a saving throw because this could be a fair number of creatures, and you do not want to have to roll.
I feel like the move
2 times that many d20s.
Yeah, somebody in chat, Hollow Focus, just said make it like 4 or 5 ki points for Steel Wind Strike, and I feel like that actually is a much simpler solution here.
Which, to be fair, this is not the first time that we've had someone put in front of us a speed-oriented monk, and we always come back to something like Steel Wind Strike. I think a broader thought that I would have about speed-oriented monks is like, do it, right? Like, have fun with it, enjoy it. But if you're interested in publishing this, if you're interested in other people using this, try to push past the first thoughts about what makes them unique, because everybody wants monks to be crazy fast, and everybody wants monks to do this kind of stuff, and everybody lands on Steelwind Strike and haste, and like, how many Sonic Booms have we seen, right? So I think
we've seen 3 today so far.
There's an element of try to think about a novel game design way that could be represented, or try to think about a different monk subclass that you could potentially do, because it's very well it's a very well trodden path.
Do you know what you could do? Do you know what you could do? This is what I would do. If you want to keep tying stuff to speed burst, this is what I would do, which I don't know if it's the right move. What about this? What about when you use your speed burst feature, you have a movement speed of 600? What about this? What about this? What about this?
Really good.
Once per day, you can use your action to move to any place you can see.
Yeah,
like something
really
like that,
good.
like something to
That's
just
really
represent,
good.
like you like rock. I don't know. That's where my head goes to. Like, if you're gonna be super speed, let's just fucking go. You know what I mean? Like, let's make it proper super speed.
Yeah, and then you can.
And because somebody said, wizards get 9th level spells at this level, which I think is a good point. But I still don't think that makes this work. But I do think that means you can think crazy in ways that could work, so long as they're at least somewhat limited.
Yeah, and I think wizards getting 9th level spells at this level is D&D is not balanced in a way for a monk to get a 9th level spell at 17th level under almost any circumstances. You could maybe show me a monk that gets 1 daily use of a 9th level spell, and then it depends a lot on that spell. But also, if you're playing D&D 5e, you have to accept that you're gonna suck as a high-level martial character compared to a wizard.
Unless you get cool items.
Unless you get cool items. And that's
Your
just
dungeon
the way
master
the game
can
is
help
built.
you with that.
That's just the way the game is built. Like, when we're critiquing these things, we're trying to think about what's normal for monks, because that is the game design loop that has been created by wizards that DMs are going to be expecting, that players are going to be expecting. You want to slot into that as close as you can, because you don't want to screw up their table. Does that mean that the core game is balanced in a way that every class feels very good against one another at 17th level? Absolutely the fuck not. If you want every class to feel good against one another, play 4th Ed. That was the whole point of 4th Ed.
It's impossible. You just look at the druid. You can't beat the druid. A 20th level druid is so, or better, a 20th level cleric. A 20th level druid has infinite wild shape, and if you're a moon druid, that means you can just turn into an earth elemental every turn and cast spells while you're an earth elemental. And a 20th level cleric always succeeds on divine intervention.
Yeah.
So you can just, I'm a fighter. I have 4 attacks. I am a cleric. I will get a god to help. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
and
playing in different pools. It wasn't designed for that in that way. Yeah.
Somebody, Crafter here just said the way of the open hand at 17th level gets a delayed power word kill that they can do basically single target at a time.
Yeah,
and,
I think it's once per day, right? It's not infinite.
No, it's once per day. It's once per day, and I think it may also be once per target. I think if you are holding it on a single target, I don't think you can do it.
It's key.
To a second one.
It costs key. Yeah, the cool thing about that one is it either kills them or deals 10d10 damage, which is fun.
It's a cool feature, but like
it's
that
just
is
3
not,
key, really?
That is not the druid. That is not the druid.
Is it really just 3 key?
Double check that, because we might need to rethink the 10d10 blood.
It is only 3 key, but you can only have 1 creature at the effect under the effect at the time.
It's single target. Yeah. And single target means until you trigger it one way or the other. So if you wait several days, you can't use this again.
Well, it also takes 2 turns to activate, is what that means. You got to hit it, and then you got to use your action to activate it.
Yeah, right.
So infinite use, but also key point related, target related, and 3 turns to do anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that you can delay it a couple of weeks. That's very fun flavor. Okay.
The way the open hand is a cool concept. It plays a little middling in practice.
Overall, though, I think it's pretty solid from where you're at for a first serious homebrew. I think you should feel pretty good. You know, allow yourself to think a little bit more outside of the box. And I saw in your notes that you told me to correct any grammar mistakes you make that were non-English mistakes. But I think you're honestly, dude, I feel like you guys handled this writing pretty solidly. There wasn't anything egregious enough that I felt like I needed to yell about it or point it out even.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's little things, but everybody's got little things. That's just the nature of writing stuff.
Dude, I keep them in a bag under my bed, and they scream, "Let me out!" And I say, "No!" You know?
I'm just gonna let chat sit with that one, I think.
They better. Drago.
Drago.
Oh, no comment.
No comment. Bold.
I like going in blind.
Yeah.
It's a fighter subclass.
While you're pulling that up, Valentine said, "I just don't agree that with most people that say that marshals are so much weaker at high levels. I think that it's not that they are weak. It is that the options box is extremely limited when compared to the breadth of wizard spells that wizards have access to.
They're also much more situationally reliant than spellcasters."
Yes, 100%. Where they are supposed to outshine, by and large, is they are supposed to outshine resource management in the like standard 3 hard encounters per day, or whatever it is, like expected playthrough.
Yeah.
And I've done exactly one game like that, and by the end of it, every single person who's playing a full spellcaster has nothing left that they can do. They are completely miserable, and then the marshals get to be about the same level of power.
Valentine,
it's not a fun way to play.
Valentine says just try and stunning strike your enemies and you're golden. I think that's the point that Patrick was making, is that they're not weak. They just don't have a lot of stuff they can. That's true. You're good at stunning strike. That's what you have, though.
Yeah, that's like, the options box.
Like that, which is, but I do think that situationally is very good. And also, if you're dungeon master and you as a player are good at figuring out what magic items you should be using and what items you get access to, I do think that basically balances itself out. Also, it's super dependent on the game you're playing in. Like, if you're a dungeon master that runs basically dungeon style combat and you're like in rooms and you're very by the book and there's, you know, things in the room, then interacting with those things and how much space you have, like, you know, it's like suddenly being a wizard is not that great if every room that you're in is like, you know, the biggest space is like 30 by 30 because you're just going to be in the thick of stuff. But you know, like being able to spell snipe means nothing if you aren't playing on big maps. So it's just dependent on things. This is Drago. Let's take a look. I need to pee so much. I'm actually going to do that first.
Yeah, man.
But I will be right back. Will you?
Cool.
Are you going to disappear?
I'll entertain chat.
All right, cool. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah. I actually had somebody ping me in the chat. Baggy is asking, new to D&D, is asking if changing the Eldritch Knight, I believe this is the question, changing the Eldritch Knight spellcasting table or spellcasting list from the wizard spell list to the bard spell list would be would be broken. And that's an interesting question. I think that there are lots of swaps there that the answer would just be yes, right? I think that changing it to the druid spellcasting list would probably be pretty busted. The warlock spell list would probably also be just hard for me to figure out whether or not it's good. The paladin spell list would be probably pretty broken. Bard? Unclear. I would, instead of just doing that whole swap, I would instead figure out what spells specifically you want and bring those to your GM and just say, hey, could I take these spells instead of the wizard spells that the Eldritch Knight normally gets? I think that could potentially be fine, especially because bard spells are not the most powerful in terms of, like, the average one is not a lot of attack damage. So I don't know that it would synergize super well with the Eldritch Knight, but that may be okay. It certainly would be interesting. You could also multi-class with bard if that was something that you were thinking about doing. You could get there pretty quickly as well.
What you talking about?
Somebody in the chat asked about swapping the spell list for Eldritch Knight from wizard to bard, and asked if that would be broken. I don't know that it would. I don't know that I would necessarily do it in that way, because I don't know that it's going to be fun in the end, because it might be a little underpowered, but I definitely don't think it would be broken.
The thing that I would suggest keeping in mind is that Eldritch Knight is limited in more ways than that. It is not just the wizard spell list, it is only abjuration and evocation spells from the wizard spell list. And there's a lot of both. So I would say that if you were going to do a bard spell list, you should probably pick which spell schools it would be limited to, and then make sure they were spell schools that were, had a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this fighter. It is La Espada Danzenta. This is languages I don't understand, but it may be something dancer. I don't know. I have no idea. Let's type it into Google and let's see if Google tells me what this means.
Yeah.
Google, what does this mean? Google.
Hey Google. Hey G.
I'm just going to tell it to translate
Hey
this.
Google, oh, is it anime?
Translate this. The dancing sword.
It's anime.
Oh man, y'all love your anime, huh? Ha! This is anime. Look,
Nice.
I'm anime.
Yeah, right. 100%.
This class, it's a subclass, surely. Okay. This class is designed to emulate to emulate a dancing and swift moving fighting style, traversing the battlefield and dancing past your enemy's defenses. At later levels, I intend to incorporate flips and jumps in a Princess Bride-like method for extra damage. You have trained for years within the harsh schools that teach the famed La Espada Danzenta. The dancing masters have honed your technique to a finely honed, don't use honed twice in the same sentence, edge that can dance from one end of the room to the other. The way that this is worded, it sounds like your technique can dance from one end of the room to the other, and I don't think that is what you mean.
And also, you're really mixing your metaphors here, where the dancing masters have honed your technique to a sword that can dance from one end of the room to the other. That's like 4 metaphors stacked on top of each other there.
Yeah, I would simplify that.
But I do like the concept. I like the idea of Princess Bride flips, sick flips. We love a flip fighter.
I love a Princess Bride.
Likewise. And so this could be fun. I like that it's not just trying to put something in from anime.
Mm-hmm. They have taught you to dash from wall to wall, flying past and around your opponent's defenses, battling their blades from air and dodging with ease. All right. Darting movements. Beginning when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain a momentum pool. Momentum pool does not naturally have any points. It can only be increased by you gaining momentum and attacking. I would say it can only be increased when you gain momentum and attack. Whenever you successfully hit a living creature, why does it have to be living? Whenever you successfully hit a living creature with an attack using a melee weapon, you can roll your momentum die, which is a d4. The result of the d4 is added to your momentum pool. If you critically fail an attack roll or do not deal any damage on your turn, your momentum pool is empty. Your momentum pool is emptied on a long rest. You can use momentum points listed below. I'm going to say one thing. That's going to end up being a lot of points, and I'm curious to see how much they do.
I would also move all of the ways that your momentum pool is emptied to below the options that you can use the momentum pool on. The person wants to get to how they use it, and then you can tell them about how they lose it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And the other way, we'll see how powerful these things are. But the other thing that you could do is if the D4 per attack feels too strong, you can just make it 1 point per attack. Also, why is it living creatures? The way that it's wording, it wouldn't work on undead or constructs, which I feel like is not your intention here. Maybe you mean you just don't want them punching a dead animal to get these, but you can't actually punch a dead animal. I mean, you can, but it counts as an object.
I would also say whenever you successfully damage a living or damage a creature, because then you can't really damage a corpse in a meaningful way, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't do damage.
The other thing that you can think about here is that it doesn't solve the bigger problem, which is the bag of rats problem. if you have a bag of rats, you could just open the bag and just punch into it
considering
and get points.
Considering that if you don't deal damage within a 6-second break,
you're dealing damage every punch.
Yeah, but that's using an attack in combat. Momentum is only useful in combat.
I'm gonna say something that you're gonna get annoyed with because it's because you're not used to players trying this shit, or you're just better at shutting it down more quickly. Well, picture this.
Yeah.
You're this type of fighter. You got a big old backpack. It's full of birds and rats and critters that you've collected.
Sure.
Literally all day, you just walk around punching into it. So you always have a lot of points as long as you're awake and walking.
I mean, I think that is probably maybe fine. Unconvinced.
All right. Let's see what we do with these then. Okay, lunge. Yeah. You can draw as many points as you wish from the momentum pool with your bonus action. You can then move an amount of feet equal to double the amount of points from your pool. I think that so far I feel like this would work better if you got 1 point per hit, and each point that you expended let you move 5 feet. Because
so far that's right.
Because if you're rolling dice, you're gonna movement is in 5 feet in 5 feet increments in D&D.
Yeah. I
almost said 5 feet integers, and I knew that wasn't the word, so I had to stumble for a second.
You got it.
Also, that sounds like speed. That doesn't sound like lunge. Let's see what speed is. As long as you have at least 1 point in your momentum pool, you can take the dodge or you can take the dash or dodge action for free. I think you mean. Here's what I would say. You can use this proficiency bonus times per short rest. What does that mean?
Don't do this. Don't do. It's saying if you have any points in your momentum pool at all, you could take the dash or dodge action. No action required. So theoretically, you just always take both.
Yeah.
And you can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per short rest. Don't do this. If you're introducing a resource, just spend the resource. Right? Like.
I see. Yeah, don't put a limiter inside. Like, the whole point of the resource is it's the limiter.
I don't disagree with the idea that actually the way that you should probably do this is flip these. You should probably do speed. As long as you have at least 1 point in your momentum pool, you gain a bonus to your move speed equal to 10 feet. Lunge, you can take the dash or dodge action as a bonus action by expending one of your momentum pool points.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But it should be that. It should not be for free. It should be a bonus action.
And also, like, again, there's nothing wrong with having that, like, oh, if you've got a little bit of momentum going, you've got a passive always on feature kind of going. But speed is not a passive always-on feature. It's a very active feature that you then had to limit by putting a different resource.
I would also make it dosh. I would make it dosh.
The dosh
action. I would make it dash and disengage, not dash and dodge. Dodge just gives creatures disadvantage on attacks against you. Disengage, I think, fills the vibe better of, like, you can flow effortlessly through combat, because with dodge, they're still making attacks against opportunity attacks. With disengage, they can't make opportunity attacks. I feel like that does a better job of representing it. It's also a little bit less powerful, which I think is better in this circumstance.
Yeah, but definitely tighten these up, and I think there's no reason to have the momentum die on the momentum pool on a D4. You may increase that later, which might, at that point, I would say just go from adding 1 point to adding 2 points, right? Like,
Gray Shard said, Dosh is the advanced version of the dab action. Oh, I like when you guys are funny. You guys, listen, chat. I'm not. First of all, I love you. Second of all, I'm very rare. I don't think about this that much because I don't watch that many other streamers. But there are definitely streaming communities and streamers where I'm like, I am not jealous of their chat. Like, I got a good chat. Their chat is fucking garbage. But there's other ones where I'm like, there are definitely some people's chats where I'm like, they're so funny. They say such funny things. And you guys are pretty funny, but just you listen. We're all growing, okay? I'm not as funny as those streamers, so you don't have to be as funny as those streamers' chats. But if I ever get as funny as those streamers, I expect you to get as funny as those chats. Don't be offended. Listen. I'm saying that we're all low tier right now. I'm not saying you're low tier. I'm saying we are low tier. Okay? Don't be. I'm not calling you a scum. I'm saying, listen. I'm saying we are in the mud together. Yeah, we're all mid. Exactly. Thank you. Okay, let's keep reading. Acrobatic Grace. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the acrobatics skill. If you already have it, you gain proficiency in another one. Every time you pass an acrobatics check, you gain a momentum. You can roll a momentum die.
Ooh, that's a bag of rats. That's because GMs call for acrobatics checks without action required all the time. So I would say whenever you pass a DC, I don't know, make it 15 or higher acrobatics check, you get 1 momentum point. Whatever it is, you've got to balance this out, because somebody somewhere is going to say, can I roll an acrobatics check to see if I get up on the curve?
It's like, I just cartwheel everywhere. My character is a cartwheel.
Right. I'm a professional circus performer, and I cartwheel everywhere I go. Can I constantly be doing acrobatics checks?
Yeah. Okay. I like the idea that you're going for here, but yeah, that should be probably limited. The only other thing that I want to point out that feels like it's missing from here is that most fighters, actually, let me rephrase that, all fighters, other than Eldritch Knights too, get some way that they are on the offense better. A way that they can deal more damage, a way that their attacks are stronger, a special feature that makes them get some other thing for a little bit, but like all of them get this. So the fact that this one doesn't get anything that is really like I hit harder, I hit faster, I do more damage, it's making parts of it a little weaker. That's not to say that it's weaker in a way that I feel like you should be able to use the resource infinitely, because that doesn't fix it. That's just like another thing, but something to think about.
Cinder, would you say that there might be like a number of momentum pool points that you could use to just give yourself advantage on an attack? Would something like that help?
Something like that could work, sure. I think something like that could work. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to end up depending on what they finalize the momentum system as, obviously, in terms of like how many that would cost. Yeah. But I think that would actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah, because at this point you are getting maneuverability options, but you're never really pressing that into your advantage. And I think that is a thing that they do in The Princess Bride, if that's one of your big kind of inspirations.
Yeah, you got to stab the guy, the 6-fingered man. Otherwise, what are you doing with your life?
Well, yeah, not that, which, you know.
And he almost doesn't, and it's sad, but then he does, and it's not sad. It's a little sad. I love The Princess Bride. Have you seen it recently?
God, maybe like 2 years ago.
That's more recently than I've seen it. Is it good? Is it as good as I remember it, or does it live?
Yeah,
it's
fucking great.
Better in my heart.
No, it's fucking great. It's fucking excellent. It's a really, really, really well done film.
All right, I need to watch it again.
Legitimately, they threatened to remake it, and both the original cast and also basically the whole internet were like, "You touch this film, and we burn down Warner Brothers."
I remember. I remember when I watched it as a kid, feeling like the dialogue was way more naturalistic. Like I didn't have language for it at the time, but like I felt like it looked kind of like the other sort of adventure movies that had a similar look of like Robin Hood type stuff, like the sort of like the 60s like color animate, like the when color was new in movie kind of look. And or like 70s 80s looks in general, I guess, because I was a little kid, I didn't understand time. But it was one of the only ones of those movies where like the dialogue felt like good. Like I remember thinking I liked the way people talked, and I was like really interested in what they were saying, and I could very easily follow everything. And I think it's because it was just the writing is just so freaking good.
The writing is insanely solid. Honestly, it's one of the best written films probably of all time. It's a good movie. It holds up.
Did Emily finally watch it?
Oh God, I don't know if she has. Maybe
she hasn't seen it yet. You should tell her to. Okay, let's keep going. Blurred Speed. At 7th level, your momentum pool grows to add these extra benefits and actions. Constant dodging. Your AC is passively increased by half the amount contained within your momentum pool, up to a maximum of 5 higher than your normal AC. Yeah, I don't love features that just do passive. I don't love features that just do big AC boosts in general.
I think it's the big AC boost more than the passive that bothers me. But I think, again, this is another place where it's like you could do, if you have at least 1 point of momentum in your momentum pool, your AC goes up by 1, or your AC goes up by maybe 2. And that's really good, right? Like, that alone is this is, I wouldn't say it's busted because it is up to a maximum of 5 higher than your normal AC. But again, your momentum pools are currently based around a D4, right? Like, that's going to be, you're going to
very regularly have that 5.
And that's too much.
Yeah.
That's too much. Like, you want a +1, maybe a +2 here, tops.
If you're wanting to build this thing in such a way that it pretty consistently gets its points, because the thing is, this is actually going to end up with having its points more often than a lot of things like the Battle Master or the Psy Warrior, because it's an unlimited pool. So you should look at, like, I would actually not look at the Battle Master. I would look at the Psy Knight, because the Psy Knight essentially is similar in vibe to this, and they get a number of they get a number of points equal to like double their intelligence modifier or double their proficiency bonus, something like that. It's like a lot of points. And their features are like noticeably weaker than this.
Yeah.
Let's look at dizzying movement.
I would also say this AC, this whole subclass probably needs to put some thought into heavy armor and how that interacts with the whole flip fighter thing.
That's a good point.
You might need to work in honestly, you might want to figure out a way to work in an AC buff earlier and say that when you're not wearing heavy armor.
Yeah, limit their armor types
that
they
get
the features
out a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Michael asked, "Do I realize why, not counting his rage, Inigo suddenly got up and defeated Count Rugen? Is there a joke? No, I don't. Why? I'll bite. I've took your hook.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, and I don't know what they're driving at, because I'm pretty sure it was just because he was pissed.
Because he was Inigo Montoya. Okay.
Yeah. Dizzying movements.
Dizzying movements. Once per short rest, you can use your action to empty your momentum pool to permanently decrease the AC of an enemy of your choice by the amount of the pool contained. This is all of the same issues we just said for the other one is for this one. Things that mess with AC
actually, this is so much worse. This is so much worse. This is so much worse than the last one, because you did not put a minimum, and D&D 5e is a bounded accuracy game, which means that I can bag of chickens my way to a momentum pool of 80, and then on my first turn in combat, immediately and without a save, permanently reduce the AC of my target to a negative 70.
Which means that all creatures that have the ability to attack it within 100 feet are rocketed to it and magnetized with their weapons to stab into it.
Just absolute nonsense.
If you try to make an attack within a mile of this thing, your blade leaves your hand, shoots across the sky, and stabs it in the head.
I think both of these specific features, a little bit of an AC buff and a little bit of a doing better at attacking, which I think should be either a +1 or a +2 or maybe advantage to an attack. Both of these should be your 3rd level feature, and then your speed and lunge, you could figure out how to maybe buff slightly, rework, and put into 7th. But as it stands, like, you've got to limit these, right? Neither of these is written or even close to being okay from a balance perspective.
Michael answered. He said that Inigo kissed the resurrection pill.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that.
I did too. I didn't think about that detail. I wonder if that was something that is like, I wonder if that's a detail that was like very intentional, or if it's one of those things that was like people ascribed it to it, you know?
I have no idea.
Let's look at level 10. At 10th level, your momentum pool gains greater variety and strength. You can now gain the flip, spin, leap, and deflect abilities.
Oh boy.
Your movement again, we're just gonna ignore the die thing because we're just gonna drop that. When an enemy attacks you, you can use your reaction to lower your momentum pool by an amount equal to half the damage dealt by that attack to do a flip. when you do okay.
Whenever an enemy attacks you, you can take half the damage dealt from. Just make it 1, right? Like.
I feel like this class is. I think I see what's happening here.
Yeah.
They are trying to build a class that is not about using resources. It's about this flow of resource going up and down constantly. So they have a lot of features that are pulling big chunks of the resource because you're like building up and releasing them. I think that's a game. I think that's I was gonna say I think that's a noble cause, but I just don't know if that works in 5e.
Well, mostly it just doesn't work with us because we're all fucking stupid and can't add quickly, right? Like, have you ever tried to? I can't. No, I'm not gonna look at damage that's coming in, half it, reduce that from my momentum pool, use that to reduce the damage by half, and then go and roll the acrobatics check for a flip, right? Like, we haven't finished this feature, so maybe that's not exactly what's happening, but that's way too much.
I'm gonna actually say that I don't think we need to read that much more of this feature. I just read ahead, and every single one of these is a unique way of affecting how many momentum points you have. So the next one reduces your momentum pool by up to 10. The one after that reduces your momentum pool by 3 plus the amount of your choice. The one after that reduces the amount of, the next one reduces the momentum pool by 3 plus any enemies over 2 that are affected by this ability. That is too confusing for what these things are going to end up doing, because what a lot of these things end up doing are like, you don't take fall damage. We shouldn't have to work this hard to get these features in terms of like keeping track of stuff. It's just, you've built a very complicated machine, but you don't need a complicated machine. You need a simple machine. So simplify your machine. The product might end up being very similar, like what comes 100%. Out of the machine, but the simplicity of the machine is important.
Somebody just said in chat that this feels like an alternate combat system, and I feel like by 10th level, it really does feel like an alternate combat system where it's like you are now tracking a whole separate hit point pool that is where you get or like action point pool, basically. Where you
that is what's happening. Actually, I'm reading ahead right now, and it's just because it is a mini game. It's a mini game. Like at level 18, every turn, so long as there are more than 10 points in your momentum pool, any attacks rolls made against you miss, or that allow you to that miss you allow you to roll on your momentum dice. So it's like the problem is you don't having a lot of systems that interact with each other and build up on each other can work really well in a video game. But every layer of the system that you add is another layer the player has to keep track of. And you are going to forget about dizzying movements if you're also keeping track of leap and spin and deflect and pierce. You know what I mean? Like all of these different things that like are requiring different, like you're going to forget what things are active and what things aren't active depending on how many points you have in your pool. It's going to be a little too complicated for your average dingle dongle Joe.
And it, as Dragonus just said in chat, it's going to slow down combat in general for the DM.
Yeah, it's going to slow. That's a big part of it. It's going to slow things down a lot.
Because you're going to be doing math at every minute of play. And
to speak to Jay, who said, I like complicated stuff, optimizing is fun. I think there is a big difference between features that allow you to use complicated abilities and optimize in a way that is very fun at the table in game, as opposed to slow things down and are hard to keep track of. Picking feats and multi-classing and the right Battlemaster maneuvers and Warlock invocations that mix together to do these really intricate things. That is a lot of work that you as the player are going to have fun doing, not at the game table. And then you're going to bring it to the game table and be like, look at this fucking badass shit. And everyone's going to be like, oh, that shit's so fucking badass. If you do this, if you do it at the table, if you're like sitting there being like, okay, I need to figure out what invocations I'm going to mix with what Battlemaster maneuvers, and you're sitting at the table, everyone's just going to be like, bro, just take your fucking turn.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
You want the complicated work to happen where it's not eating other people's time.
Yeah, And that requires thinking through your rotations early, right? Like a fun thing that newish players, especially new monk players, since we're on a monk thing tonight, always figure out around 5th level is like, oh, if I stunning strike up top, I have potentially 2 attacks and 2 flurry of blows, all made an advantage for 2 key points if I get it right? And that is an insanely optimal turn when you can pull it off. Those 2 features, flurry of blows, which is spend a key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action, and stunning strikes, spend a key point on a melee attack to cause a save against being stunned, I just described in 10 seconds, both of them in their entirety. You want to, in your design systems, when you want emergent complexity, you want the complexity to be emergent. You want people to put your puzzle pieces together in really cool ways that lead to cool things at the table. You do not want to have them have to hold extraordinarily complex state machines in their brain in order to play the class at battle.
Yeah. I was just thinking about it as I was getting some water. Like, I don't know which players I would even be able to give this class to.
Yeah, 100%. I think I mean, I couldn't play it, right? Like, it's too much for me.
If Jay said it would work well if you had a video game to keep track of the numbers, and I agree with that.
Yeah. And again, maybe this person is really intending this to be something that's played with a very, very, very robust, sort of Forge VTT or Roll20 situation. I have no idea. But I will tell you that designing for someone with a piece of paper and a single pencil and a separate shitty eraser that they found on the floor and make it fun for them.
And they're hard on their sleeve.
is gonna make it fun for the people who are at Roll22.
Yeah.
So that's my thought there.
It is an interesting idea. I do like the idea of a dancing fighter, but I think so cool. I think that the core mechanic being this sort of mini game is gonna bite you in the tuchus.
I don't disagree with there being a resource, and I like the idea of a resource that's gained by that's 0 until you take some action, and then it ebbs and flows a little bit.
Yeah, it's just got to be a little simpler.
Magnitude down.
And I would treat it like a proper. Honestly, I would treat it like a resource where you expend the resource to do things. I wouldn't have it be like a gauge meter that goes up and down.
Yeah, 100%.
But thank you very much for sharing. Big appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drago.
J. Rago.
Quasar. Quasar.
It's a space thing.
I smart. I know. I English. I wanted to make a magic item that inflicted mild inconveniences upon an enemy. I don't think it's quite done yet, and some effects don't quite fit, but it's a fun idea. Mild effects upon the enemy is a really fun idea.
I love that. Oh, man. Just like their shirts are kind of itchy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into that.
It's an uncommon staff.
Yeah. I mean, it would be.
The Staff of Minor Harm. It's called Staff of Misfortune, and it's called Staff of Minor Harm, so just, make it say one thing.
Yeah.
Has 10 charges. As an action, you can expend a charge to cause a creature to be struck by malfortune.
I don't think malfortune's a word.
I feel like you're using a different word every time you describe it.
Yeah.
We have misfortune, malfortune, and minor harm.
Yeah.
You target a creature within 60 feet who must make a DC 14 Dex saving throw. On a failed save, one of the following effects happens. I would say on the failed save, roll a D6. One of the following occurs. Also, it's an uncommon item. I feel like the DC should be lower than 14.
Yeah, I think 12 is usually pretty common for uncommon.
Okay, so one of these things happen. The target falls over, falling prone. You can just say the target falls prone and takes 1d4 bludgeoning damage.
I've glanced at the rest of these, and I think they come in line a little bit. That's a lot. Prone and 1d4 bludgeoning damage is like a whole monk turn at early levels.
But it's how often can you use this? Oh, it only has 10 charges ever. It doesn't recharge them.
Okay, well, if that's true...
It doesn't.
Maybe
it has 10 charges. There's no recharge feature.
Okay, if that's intentional, then it might be fine.
It doesn't matter if it's intentional or not. It's there. We read it as it is. If it's unintentional, that means, oh, I should make it have a recharge feature. I feel like knocking prone and 1d4 bludgeoning damage isn't crazy, but I hear you. I think you got monks. I think the monks are infecting you. The target stubs their toe, taking 1 bludgeoning damage and becomes stunned until the start of their next turn.
Wow.
The target accidentally pokes itself in the eye and gets disadvantage on perception checks for the next minute. The target becomes lost in thought. They have disadvantage on intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throws that they make in the next minute.
All
of these are strong.
Yeah, these are all pretty strong.
The creature sneezes uncontrollably and drops any item they're holding. An object falls from above the target, from a ceiling, sky, or whatever. They take 2d6 damage of a damage type based on the fallen object. Okay, these are all pretty good. This is probably... I would honestly, the way that I would make this balanced is I would not give it a recharge feature.
Yeah, honestly, if it's just 10 charges ever, this is pretty good. This is pretty funny.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what this is missing for me though. More than anything. Why is it a staff? What's the vibe here? Am I pointing this thing at these people like a cartoon magic wand and bad shit's happening, or like, I don't know, like
Quispy had a good idea.
Give me something thematic.
Quispy said if it's 10 charges and no recharge, it should have 13 charges.
That's very good. That's very good. I agree. Also, you might want to make the DC 13 for the dex save, because that's also not bad. You can
it's a fun goofy item though. Little
yeah.
Little interesting.
I think just think about the flavor of it a little
strong.
bit, right? Like, it's the effects are probably fine. They're fun. They're funny. But definitely, if it's just like a fucking wizard stick, like feels like it's missing something there. You're missing a trick, but the rest of it's real good.
Could be an old boot. It could be an old. You know what it could be? It could be a boot on a fishing rod, because I feel like that's a sign of misfortune. You know, you're trying to fish and you get a boot.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that.
Wendy.
Finally.
Somebody,
Wendy.
Philip said we need more orbs in D&D.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody go make me an orb of pondering.
This is a background I made that was meant to be either played with a Boran character, I don't know what that word means, or somebody raised in the Boric culture. Still don't know what that means. I made a few edits before submitting because I noticed a few issues myself, but can't wait to see what you think. Now, I will say something right now. Backgrounds are the easiest homebrew if you have never done homebrew before, because they are very straightforward. You don't have to worry a crazy amount about balance. It is very much like it is flavor homebrew at its core, and there's a lot of space for you to be very creative, and I encourage pushing that space. And we're going to talk about that a little bit, because people don't send backgrounds that much. But for anybody that is new to homebrewing, backgrounds are a really good place to start if you're not sure where to start. Boran was the race I reviewed the other week. Oh, okay, I don't think people know what that is. Was it? I don't remember what it was. I apologize. Yeah, but you should only assume I remember things never, or you're gonna get disappointed. I remember things occasionally, but I often forget.
Cinder is a state.
Hairy ice. They were the hairy icy Vikings. Okay, so this is intended for a hairy icy Viking, not icing Viking. Icy Viking. Boric culture. Growing up immersed in the rich culture of Boran, of the Boran people, has shaped you in profound ways. That is kind of a nothing sentence. It's not really saying anything. This heritage gives you a unique advantage when interacting with warriors and individuals from northern cultures. You understand their customs, values, and traditions, and allows you to navigate social dynamics with ease, making a positive and lasting impression. I think you could probably split this into 2 sentences. You understand their custom, values, and traditions, period. You are able to navigate social dynamics with ease and make a positive, lasting impression with people. So we get intimidation and survival. It's curious. I would say that this would make me think we would get persuasion, not intimidation. I feel like intimidation is not you are like good at navigating social situations, and it's like you are good at dominating them, you know?
Yeah.
We get a tool, item proficiency. We get 1 melee weapon of your choice. I would. This is okay. So this is an example of where I think you should be specific. So when you're making a background, it's almost like it's like the flavor text of your writing. If you say there is a forest and there are trees and flowers, then people can imagine whatever they want. But if you say there is a forest of blue spruce and lilacs, it's a much clearer image, even if you have no idea what a blue spruce or lilacs look like. So with that logic of like detail is better, backgrounds are basically detail. So I would pick a weapon because it's going to give us some insight into Boric culture also.
And also you can mirror it in the equipment. You can be more specific.
Yeah, you could give that item. Okay, so let's see. Equipment, one non-magical melee weapon. Yeah, so like you could just start with whatever the weapon is you're proficient in.
We do get a specific thing for the item, or rather for the vehicle proficiency. We do get proficiency in boats, which I think is interesting.
The way that I would word that is also you should say use the water vehicles.
Yeah, it's not boats, it's water vehicles, because vehicles are just land, water, and air?
Yeah. And heart.
That'd be cool. I'd play that game.
Heart vehicles. You can you can travel between emotions.
Yeah, weird. I'm into that.
Equipment. You get we get a weapon, an item inscribed with your clan's symbols. I like that. Heavy winter clothes, 5 gold. Okay, so here is I think where you should spend the most of your thought. Is 2 places. 1, I think you should get more specific with your flavor text in general. 2, I think you should get a couple more pieces of equipment, and they can be very flavorful pieces of equipment. For example, if you look at like the hermit, they get like a pet mouse. You know, like weird random little stuff that you think would make sense. But I would
like a fur-lined cloak, right?
Yeah,
like
I mean, heavy winter clothes is a little bit that vibe, but being more specific is good. But I just meant more stuff that isn't necessarily like useful all the time, but like is just a part of who you are. Like, you know, sages get like a writing set. You know, they never use that writing set, but they have it, and sometimes they think of a cool way to use it.
Pauline has asked, don't all backgrounds get a background feature? And I think the answer should be yes.
Yes, most of them do. They all do. And it's sort of like a roleplay adjacent feature where it's like some dungeon masters use them, some don't. I feel like I always forget them. But a background feature is like a mechanic that is more flavory. A good example would be the folk hero. Basically, gets rustic hospitality, where it's like farmers like think you're really cool, or like the criminal gets like the I don't remember, like criminal gets like you're familiar with like the underground of cities, or like the urchin gets the ability to never get lost in the city and like move quickly through the city.
Yeah. Gwendy, I think Gwendy said that was sort of what the flavor text was supposed to be. I think you could distill it down into something that is a little bit more mechanical, right?
You also need to put it in its own section at the bottom if that's the case.
Yeah. Background features are not really usually very tightly tied into the core hit point damage loop of D&D, but they are written in the same kind of language that ribbon features are basically written in, where it's like you get a thing.
Yeah, they're written like features. They're not written like flavor text. Yeah.
Like every farmer will help you, right? Like you can access a criminal contact, right? Like they give you like a very specific thing that you can do that is not super vague, and it's not super kind of wishy-washy, because it is a thing that you're supposed to be able to go to the GM and say, I am able to do this.
Yeah. I always see them above the main feature in the compendium I look in. I'm not sure what compendium you're looking in, but if you look at any of the officially published things or any of the well-formatted things on like Unearthed Arcana, I would follow those structures. If you're basing your design structure off of a third-party company, you're going to get a little bit lost in the weeds, because the thing is, a third-party company can use different language than official D&D, because they have a consistent catalog and they have consistency across that catalog, so it becomes sort of their voice. But until you do that and you're like a brand, it's better to write it in a way that is written in the established norm, which is based on the Wizards of the Coast published stuff, for better or worse.
Yep.
Thank you very much, though. It's a fun little piece. I wish we got more backgrounds. I like talking about backgrounds. We don't do that often. Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah.
More vehicles. I would love to see some vehicles. Dante, a.k.a. Mr. Boltstrike.
Mr. Boltstrike.
You got to work on Patrick, you need to work on your like it's not dumb, it's like your like monster truck announcer voice. You're pretty good at like regular announcer voice, but like monster truck rally announcer voice, I think you need to work on a little bit. You don't smoke enough cigarettes is the problem.
I think that's probably right. Yeah, I think that's probably
you got to start vaping.
Oh God.
Hey Sally, this doc is a homebrew revision of the Warlock that borrows heavily from the PHB Xanathar's Guide N1 D&D playtests. The playtest inspired nerd rage in me and made me want to rewrite stuff. I use a fair bit of plagiarism. Hey, we're being honest. For descriptions, as it's meant to be seamless replacement. So this is just a Warlock alternative. All right, we're gonna not look at the whole thing because whenever we look at a class, we don't look at the whole thing.
I really
Did you link
appreciate
the edited document? I hope you didn't.
I really do appreciate being pissed at the one D&D playlist.
Why can't I see it?
Yourself, though.
Can you guys see
What's going on?
I can't see it.
Hold on. Stream is lagged for me.
I can't see it.
Oh no.
I'm not sure. You did not send the correct version, friendo. I apologize, but I cannot look at it.
Oh, no.
When you are making something in GM Binder, you need to make sure that you are sharing the PDF copy, not the edit copy, because now we are not logged in, so we cannot check it. Yep. You didn't send the view version. Next time, send the view version, friendo. F's in the chat for Mr. Boltstrike. May he rest in peace and send things with the view version in the future. Let us all say a prayer. Psycho Jenny. Qu'est-ce que c'est? This is a subclass that is blind and uses sound. No, I'm just kidding. But wouldn't that be so funny?
I was gonna throw my microphone. Are you kidding me?
This is a subclass that has evolved a lot from what it originally was. It's a melee-based artificer based around time manipulation. Okay.
Oh, fuck. Okay. All right.
The question I always ask with artificers is the gimmicky third level bit, is it too complicated? Because every one of you, a lot of you, actually I'm going to say 99% of the artificers I've looked at, if you've sent me an artificer, this is probably true, the core loop mechanic was either too complicated or didn't feel like it was focused enough. It was just like, here's a different way to do magic, or here's a 30 chapter system of different integrations. Y'all like making complicated stuff, but that's because it's easier to make complicated stuff. It's not. They don't think it's true, but it is. Simpler stuff's harder to make. Okay, let's see. Temporal Fencer. That's a fun name. The Temporal Fencer is a master of blade and time, wielding their exquisite chrono blade. Okay, I like that. With unparalleled precision, through their intricate understanding of temporal mechanics, they manipulate the ebb and flow of time to their advantage on the battlefield. With each strike, they leave a trail of temporal echoes and bend the fabric of reality. Their combat prowess and time-altering abilities make them a formidable force capable of turning the tides of battle. You are now doing that thing that me and Pat have talked about, where you're kind of just saying the same sentence in like different ways.
Yeah.
So you could probably cut the second half of this.
Each sentence is good, but you don't need all of them. Just pick basically one.
Yeah. As temporal fencers, their blades become an extension of their mastery of time, allowing them... Yeah, so you're already sort of saying... Yeah?
Cinder.
What?
No, sorry, finish your thought.
I was saying that this sort of just extends what we just said, which is like you're sort of saying the same thing. I feel like you should either be giving specific examples or branching out a little bit into like, you know, the vibe of them.
Yeah. All right. So here's my question.
Yeah.
It's an artificer.
Yeah.
This has. I'm glancing at titles, right? And this so far seems really cool, but it's just a third caster fighter, maybe theoretically a kind of ranger of some kind.
This is what I'm gonna hope. This is my hope, and this is entirely based on the fact that they mentioned Chronoblade in all caps. Now I haven't read ahead. Chat, here it is. If you here's again, chat. What I am hoping is that it is entirely built around you building a time machine sword.
I genuinely do not think that is the case.
Damn. That's what it should be.
I think it's about you cutting through time with your sword.
Yeah, but it should be because you built a time machine sword.
We'll
in the
see.
same way, that's what it should be. If that's not what it is, that's what it should be. In the same way, the armorer, they built armor. The bladesmith or the battlesmith or whatever, they built a dog. The arcane the crab tank built a crab tank or whatever. Okay.
We always be building crab tanks.
Shield, command, misty step, silence, haste, slow, Odalug's resilient sphere, compulsion, steal and strike, gas. Okay. So, gonna point out a couple things here. One, I get misty step, I get haste and slow. Don't give both haste and slow. They're too strong to give them both. I'm sorry. If you want to give them both, tie them into a subclass feature. Resilient sphere and compulsion are interesting. I don't know where compulsion fits in. Steal and strike makes sense. Not sure where gas fits in.
Commander Gesh.
Gesh? Is that how you pronounce this word?
Yeah, it's an Irish word.
I always pronounced it Gaius.
Yeah, it's Gesh.
Heidel. That's my Irish accent.
All right.
It's also
probably offensive to someone.
Well, have you heard my Jewish accent?
Is it very similar?
Heidel.
All right. Can't call yet on that one. I genuinely get Misty Step, and I get Haste and Slow, but to your point, they're too powerful together. And I get Steel Wind Strike. The rest of this spell list does not make any sense to me.
Yeah, all right, I agree. More timey-wimey. Third level, you use your knowledge of artificing to modify a melee weapon you're proficient with. The weapon becomes your Chronoblade. Okay, I mean, listen, that's Chronoblade.
Yeah, I mean, you do just build it.
Intelligence modifier. Okay, so you get to use intelligence instead of strength or dex, so it's the same as the battlesmith here, but a little bit more specific. I would go farther, and I would say this should be limited to one-handed. This should be limited to finesse weapons because you are a fencer.
Yes.
This should be a rapier, actually, is what it should be. It should be a rapier. You shouldn't have any other options. At third level, your connection to the flow of time enhances your Chronoblade. You gain the following features. When you hit a creature with your Chronoblade, you can momentarily rewind time. The target must make a con saving throw or take an additional 1d8 force damage, and its speed is halved until the start of your next turn. Time dilation. As a bonus action, you can create a 10-foot radius sphere centered on yourself. Creatures other than you within the sphere have their movement speed halved, and attacks made by creatures other than you have disadvantage. This effect requires concentration. Two things. One, you shouldn't have multiple features that are having movement, because those, the way that it's written, will stack, and that will be annoying to deal with and probably too powerful. Yep. Also, you shouldn't have your two base features do the exact same thing. This slows creatures, this slows creatures. This is a little extra damage.
Yeah.
But don't, you're making space for two distinct features here. Make two distinct features here.
Yeah, I think that's right.
In terms of what they actually do, the D8 extra force damage is fine. It's not really anything. I mean, I like this whole thing. I like this tied together. I would make this a once per turn feature. I wouldn't make it every attack. I also feel like I would just come up with something different for time dilation. For time dilation, I would go in the other direction. I would make you faster or something. I would make it like make one slow, one speed kind of thing,
Yeah.
That might help with that. That might help you feel like a little bit more flavorful. If you're going to give a 9th level feature, don't put it before 9th level.
Yeah. Don't do that.
We'll go back to it. Okay, so you get extra attack. And then at 9th level, you get Temporal Strike, which is once per turn when you hit a creature with your Chrono Blade, you can choose to channel temporal energy. This target takes an additional 1d8 force damage. How is that different than Temporal Echo?
It might have been accidentally left in.
This one automatically deals extra damage. This one is on the saving throw. I would just make this. Honestly, I would probably just make this is damage do more, or drop the saving throw and change the movement speed to 9th level.
I would just drop this dangling Temporal Strike.
Yeah, like, just get rid of it.
It just feels. I mean, it genuinely feels like you just accidentally left it in because it's covered. It's not really doing much. I don't really understand how extra force damage fits into timey-wimey stuff. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, if you want to submit Homebrew for next week, links in the description of this video. And if you feel inclined to become a member or a patron, you can submit for Thursday, but no pressure. Maybe some
Thursday
kind soul.
Just members and
maybe some kind soul will buy you a membership.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael said, I'm an actual fencer. A friend of mine specialized in double dagger. You can't even see how or when he hits. That's dope. That's not what's happening in this subclass, though. So.
I'm of two minds when I hear a comment like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be very honest. This is honest Cinder. Part of me is like, that's really cool. Part of me is like, that sounds kind of like when somebody says, and then I found $20. You know, it's like that's really cool, but also like, all right, maybe, you know, I'm gonna choose to believe you that in this circumstance.
Yeah, Michael said no, but you said you can't have a second weapon. No, we were just saying it needs to be finesse.
Yeah,
we were saying we don't think that that like a greatsword fits here or like a lance or something.
Yeah, and only one of your weapons should be the Chrono Blade. I don't think you should be able to double dagger Chrono Blades. This is an artificer. This is an artificer. So it's not. We're not trying to make it fit any fighting style. We're giving it a special fighting style, sort of like the Bard's Blade Singer, or not the Blades. The Bard's Blade
College of Swords.
College of Swords.
Honestly, hand to God, this kind of just feels like the College of Swords Bard so far. You're doing a little bit of extra damage.
It does.
And you've got a single option to slow people down.
It does feel.
Let's get done.
I would. Yeah. It does. It also. I will also say this, that I wonder. I feel like it could feel more artificery.
Yeah, I like the idea of an artificer that is a fencer, but like, I don't know. It's just not.
I want to feel like you have a machine you're building.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's why I don't like most artificers, is that they don't feel like they have a machine that they're building. And to me, that is what the 5e artificer is. Most people, I think, associate artificers with like the older artificers, which is like, I build things. But crafting sucks in 5e. In fact, for the artificer, there isn't crafting. It's just you get a magic item. What artificers in 5e get is a specific weird object they can build. And when you build an artificer around a specific weird object you can build, I feel like you're going in the right direction.
I mean, listen, I generally agree. I think that
you want it complex, but you don't want it complex. What are you talking about, JK? I want it simple. I just want it to be evocative.
Yeah, and this is mechanically, this is not doing time things, right? Like, very few of the spells are doing time things. Force damage is not time things. As written, the one time thing that it's doing is slowing speed by half. By 9th level.
Let's look at the other 9th level. We have more,
which is like the end of the game for most people.
Yeah, we at 9th level we get Duelist's Precision. We gain 2 benefits. 1, whenever you get a critical hit with your Chrono Blade, you can roll an additional weapon die for the attack.
Again, not timey.
Not timey, but also, and I would also say it's essentially the same as improved critical or brutal critical. And I feel like that's an opportunity where you could do something unique with it. Like, if you score a critical, why not banish them for a round as you knock them forward in time, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to argue with JK for a second. You want the effects to be simple, but you want them to make this complex invention that does weird stuff? Exactly, dude. That is game design. You're getting it. You should... Simple design that evokes complicated ideas. That's the point. That's the whole point. I don't know if you're asking me that question honestly, but you have stumbled upon the whole point. Okay. We're done arguing because
you good?
Well, I don't know if they were being sarcastic or not, but if they were genuinely asking, then it's not an argument. It was literally just JK stumbling upon one of the most important lessons you can learn about any game design.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Okay, let's look at Chrono Parry. When a creature misses you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to manipulate time in your favor. The attack appears to connect, but let me start that sentence over. I got confused. When a creature misses you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to manipulate time in your favor. The attack appears to connect, but you deftly phase out of existence for a split second, causing the attack to pass harmlessly through you. But it already is missing you, so it's not.
Keep reading.
Okay, that's confusing though, because it does make me seem like you intended it.
I think that's the point. I think you're pulling a Trixie thing. I think it's a Bardy.
No, I know, but I shouldn't be getting Trixied. The attacking creature must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the attacker is momentarily disoriented by temporal disruption, suffering disadvantage on its next attack roll or ability check before the end of its next turn. Okay. So pulling the flavor out, if a creature misses you with an attack, you can use your reaction to make them have disadvantage on the next attack roll or ability check.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like much for 9th level, does it?
I don't know. I don't think it's enough, no.
It is interesting in that with the flavor text, it's a little tiny. This could be an okay support if we were firing on all time cylinders elsewhere. But I think that we are now at the end of 9th level. And we do two things that are time-oriented. We slow movement by half, and when an attack misses, you can use your reaction to force them to make a wisdom save, and then if they fail the wisdom save, so if they fail an attack, fail a wisdom save, then they get disadvantage on one attack. Not a lot, right? Not really evoking, I think, what we needed to evoke, even if it is enough from a balance perspective.
Yeah. How should I start writing a homebrew of barbarian? I would look at all the non-homebrew barbarians as a play starter. Look at how powerful their features are, what sort of features they get at what levels. Try to find the patterns. I'll give you an example. All barbarians at 3rd level get a feature that is tied to when they rage. All barbarians at 6th level get a feature that is either defense or utility. If you want to give a barbarian spell-like abilities, 10th level is the move. 14th level almost exclusively is like a once-a-day big move or like a once-a-rage big move, depending on how big it is, or a feature that ties back into the 3rd level feature and increases it. You do those, you're golden. Let's look at 15th level.
Real quick, JK throughout, whenever you get hit, you can delay the damage for a certain number of turns.
That's an interesting idea.
Off-the-cuff example of a time thing. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. That's not specifically the right answer if that's not where you want to take this, but that kind of thing is what we need to be doing here that feels timey and distinct from the Divination Wizard, which is the one that deals with time.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting idea. That's hard to keep track of, but I've seen a couple different versions of time stuff that do delayed damage or delayed effects, and I have mixed feelings about them because I do think they fall into the trap of this is hard to keep track of in the midst of hectic combat, but I do think it's an interesting path.
If you limit what the player has to keep track of and make it very clear that it's the player that's keeping track of it, then it's not that bad. You can probably make something like that work.
Yeah. Jay, I don't think anyone has. Maybe I could. Maybe I should. Maybe I would.
Yeah, Cinder, we should probably do that. That feels.
What if maybe we'll do that? Maybe we'll do that, and I'll put it on the Patreon. And I'll be like, hey, guys.
Feels useful just
join the Patreon for a month and then leave.
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's look at Temporal Resilience. At 15th level, your mastery over time grants you enhanced resilience against temporal distortions. You gain the following. As a reaction, when you are hit by an attack, switch the language there. When you are hit by an attack, as a reaction. I don't know why, but that's what it needs to be. We need to see the cause before we see the effect. That's why. The answer that I just said. When you're hit by an attack or fail a saving throw, as a reaction, you can use your temporal manipulation to momentarily shift out of the current timeline. You can reroll the attack or the saving throw using the highest result. Once you use this feature, you have to finish a short or long rest before you do it again, so it's a reroll. Timeless Grace. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws and cannot be aged magically. Additionally, you no longer require sleep. Okay, yeah. My main feedback for this is going to be lean away from divination magic. This is all very reroll oriented, divination-y stuff. You should have a time sword. Lean into time sword. Chronoblade. Your Chronoblade should do something fucking cool here. Maybe the damage gets crazy. Maybe you can stab people into plane shifts. I don't know.
I mean, I think there is an element that we should acknowledge here, which is like you have picked a hard road to hoe here, right? Like this is not time. Time is a hard thing to design around in any game, especially in a game that exists only like verbally and in people's brains.
Mm-hmm.
It is tricky to get those things to feel evocative. And the Divination Wizard has covered a lot of that ground already. So if you do want to do this, you're gonna probably want to push into some weird and uncharted territory, figure out if it works, and then walk it back to a place that does. You're gonna want to do stuff like, I rip open a portal in time, sending somebody back to their own childhood, right? And then figure out what to do with that, like figure out how to make that fit in the bigger picture kind of as you go. So I think you gotta really push on this one, because it's feeling like, if I'm honest, kind of the worst of all worlds of the Divination Wizard, the Fighter, and the Artificer, right? It can't seem to pick a lane.
But man, I love the idea of a time sword so much.
It's a cool idea.
You got to get that time sword going, man. You got to time up that sword.
At 15th level, your sword should just age people.
Oh my god, yeah.
Why is that not what happens at 15th level?
Let's do the time sword again. You guys know that song? Anyway, thank you, Psycho Jenny.
Thank you, Psycho
Jenny. Kiss, kiss, say.
All right, Cinder.
I know you got to get out of here.
It's time for me to leave. Goodbye, chat.
All right.
Why?
Pat, I'll DM you, but I'm either going to be doing a dentist appointment tomorrow morning or Tuesday morning. Okay. If it's tomorrow morning, I'll probably, we can talk. I'll let you know, but we should probably move our meeting to the afternoon if it's going to be Monday morning, because I might be at the dentist.
Text me, man.
All right, I'll text you.
All right.
All right, buddy.
Bye,
have
everybody.
a good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good luck, No.
Oh my god, you fucking scumbag. I gotta do this. I gotta find your name. Alright, I found you. That wasn't so bad. This was intentionally sent because I made it before playing my first game of D&D, which also means it's my first, but also just a race, so I'm not attached to it. I'm gonna just say something. I'm just gonna throw something out there. I'm gonna throw something out there. You guys might think I'm crazy. I'm gonna read this. We're gonna read this. But I have a genuine question. Why are you sending me something if you don't care about that much? Because if you don't care about it that much, then who cares? I'm going to be very rude right now. Not to this creator. Not to, who is this? Not to you, no. Because this is not to you, but it's to people. I'm going to be very honest. I'm going to be 100% honest right now with you lovely audience members. I don't care about any of the stuff you're working on. I'm excited that you're working on stuff. And I'm excited that you're passionate about growing as writers. That's what I'm excited about. The stuff that you're actually writing, I rarely care about that much. I'm not that devoted to your product. I'm devoted to you. But that does create this weird situation where When you send me something that you don't care about that much, I really don't care about it. Because the thing that makes me care about your stuff is that you care about your stuff. The only reason I care about reading what you send me is because you have put in the time and the work, and you want it to be good, and you want to grow as a writer. And you're willing to put it in a vulnerable position. You're willing to put yourself in a vulnerable position to put it out there. But when you don't care about it, I really don't care about it. Because I barely care about it anyway. I'm proud if I feel like I've seen you grow, but I'm also just proud if you decide to send something because I think it's cool that you're writing. Anyway, note over. Crazy Moose, me putting out homebrew. This is my son. That's the kind of homebrew I want to see. So it's like an alternative fire genasi. Your dexterity, constitution, and charisma scores are increased by 2. So in D&D, you cannot give somebody a +6 starting stat. You can give them a +2 in something and a +1 in something else. Or +1 in 3 things. We have dark vision. We have resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and immunity to piercing damage, and vulnerable to fire and cold damage. This is a character that is going to be annoyingly overpowered in some situations, and it's also going to be annoyingly quick to squish in some situations. I would not give a character race vulnerability to something. I think that's dangerous territory. You basically put yourself in a situation where the dungeon master has to decide when they're going to be a dick because you have an immediate obvious weakness. I think it's very good for monsters to have immediate obvious weaknesses because the players should be feeling like they can take advantage of that, but you don't want the other situation. You don't really want... Oh, yeah, Link, sure. Sorry. You don't want the dungeon master to feel like, how do I take advantage of this situation? Because the dungeon master is the universe creator, as you have all seen from my YouTube video. Did you guys all watch my YouTube video? Self-promotion. Oh my god, look at this cool thumbnail. What could this video be? Oh, it looks so cool. Oh wow, it's got planets. Hey, did you guys see how fucking trippy and psychedelic the ending is? What? This is a YouTube video? Anyway, go check that out. Here, I'm gonna put link here. Go watch it after the stream. Send it to your friends. Go post it on Reddit where you think it'll get popularity. That's what I want. Okay. I wonder if that gets you banned from Reddit by saying that. Probably does. Reddit's stupid now. Okay. Anyway. Suffice to say, I don't think you should get better than barbarian damage resistance from your race. And I don't think... yeah, I do YouTube. I live on YouTube. Watches on slow? What does that mean? Mysterious. Giving some vulnerabilities is not going to balance out giving damage resistances that are stronger than a barbarian's. And then, you know, the weld cantrip, we're not going to... It sounds like it's a homebrew something. We're not going to worry about that. And then you get heat metal that's modified. How's it modified? You can only cast it on yourself. But you do not take damage, but it can harm others. So it's radically different than heat metal. So make a new feature, because it's not heat metal then. It's doing something totally different. And then you get another damage vulnerability, and you listed cold twice. You listed cold up here, and you listed it again down here. So I'm not going to say much more, because you said you didn't really care about it, and it's kind of busted. All right, here we go. I will say it's kind of fun. There is an element of fun when people say they don't care about it, because I can turn off teacher brain and I can just be like, all right, you know? Q, guys, write full fucking names. If this becomes a habit, all it's going to lead to is less people getting their stuff reviewed. You realize that, right? Q comes up 40 times. I got to do this. It's a funny joke until it adds up to your piece not getting looked at. This is my first homebrew ever There are a few things me and my friends were worried about, but we are unsure without playtesting it. Well, one of the most important things about being unsure without playtesting is to playtest, usually. Let's put it in the chat. I have no idea what it is. It's a full class. Oh, friendo, we're not going to look at a whole class. We don't. That's not how we do it in. That's not how we do here. So here's how this is going to work. In case you are unsure of how this works, I will look at the level 1 features and I will feedback them. And then I will look at the level 2 features and I will feedback them. And if by the time I get to level 2 it does not feel like a unique class that deserves existing, I shall suggest you make it a subclass. And hopefully we'll give you some thoughts. It is a D10 class. It's a zombie monarch, king of the zombies. Our saving throws are con and strength, which is the same as barbarian. I probably would pick different ones, so it's not exactly the same as barbarian. We get some skills. We get a fighting style and refuel at first level. Are any of these different, or are they just normal? So just normal fighting styles, and then we get something called refuel. At level 1, you can harness the energy out of those you slay, replenishing yourself. Upon killing a creature that is not a construct or undead, don't say may, say can. You can use your reaction to harness the energy of their soul, giving yourself temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your con modifier. They're lost on either a short or long rest. You can use this feature once per short rest, increasing to 2 at 5th level. This kind of just feels like a different version of Second Wind. This just feels like a different... I don't know. I would make something different here. Just feels like Second Wind. We're getting... This basically just feels like a fighter so far. We're getting just the regular fighting styles. We don't get any unique ones. And we get Second Wind, but it's temporary hit points instead of regular hit points. It's a little worse than Second Wind, actually, for a couple of reasons. Also, it's plus your con mod as opposed to your level. All right. At second level, you can trap the fleeting life force of those you vanquish before it disappears, repurposing the body into one of your undead militia. Upon killing a medium or small humanoid, you can choose to have them make a con saving throw. They shouldn't have to make the con saving throw if they're dead. I guess I see why you're doing it. They rise up as a zombie under your control. And on a success, nothing happens, and you cannot attempt this again on the same target until the start of your next turn. If you can try this every turn, then don't make it a saving throw. Just make it automatically work. Because they're just going to sit there whacking it until it does. You know? Hey, loading crew. You can control a number of these zombies equal to your proficiency bonus. We don't have stats for them. What are the stats for these zombies? Okay, so a couple thoughts here. 1, we should not feel exactly the same as a fighter at level 1. 2, this needs a good deal of limitations on it. It should, if you're going to make it a saving throw, then you shouldn't be able to target the same creature more than once. If they succeed, they should be immune to it. And you're going to need to give us stats for those zombies. Are they normal zombies? Are they like CR 1/4 zombies? That's going to be like medium. That's going to almost be a little bit too strong at second level and then terrible later. So I do think that already I'm feeling like you got some things you got to work on here. You haven't convinced me that this should exist yet. And you might be saying that's harsh, but if you choose to send me a class, the game becomes, does this merit existence? It doesn't become, how do I help? Maybe I can help. But if it doesn't merit existence, then I'm lost. I assume that the zombies use the generic zombie stat block. Yeah, I assume so too, but you got to be clear about that. It says it happens after killing a creature, but what do you use if you do it on the next turn? Yeah, I don't know. Description is a little off. It sounds like you could capture their souls in a box. Yeah, you have to grab their attention by level 2, for sure. I mean, being able to kill creatures and bring them back from the dead is unique, but it's a little too strong for it to be level 2, I think. That's just my opinion. You could maybe twist it around so your level 1 feature was that you had a zombie. And the thing is, though, if you're going to be building a class around having pets, you need those pets to have their own unique stat block. That's just the way the game is written at this point. And you didn't include that. So we're just using the zombie stat block, so that's not the move. Also, if you're going to use art, don't use the stock art. This is the picture that comes up if you just click add picture in GM Binder or Homebrewery. I wouldn't just click the stock art. You shouldn't use may, because may has to do with the possibility of a thing happening in a more flux way than can. So, like, whenever you describe a class ability, you are describing a player's ability to do a thing. You're not describing their permission to do a thing or their decision to do a thing. May comes up very rarely. I don't really have much more to say. I think that if you want to make a zombie summoning fighter, you need to decide how they're going to be a unique fighter, first and foremost. Because if they're not going to be a unique fighter, that should just be a fighter subclass. And you need to decide what's more important. Am I a martial character first? Or am I a zombie master first? And build it in that direction. Another Q. This time it's quest. Last time it was Q. This time it's quest. Cowboy Paladin. Yeehaw. All right, let's go. I like a good paladin. I like a good cowboy. Let's see what we're working with. Third level, we get Hunter's Mark, Ensnaring Strike. Oh, let's look at the oath first. Justice, duty, by any means necessary. Law. Those who do wrong must be delivered their comeuppance by any means necessary. Duty, be responsible for your actions and their consequences. Protect those entrusted to your care, and obey those who would have just authority over you. By any means necessary. My qualms can't get in the way of exterminating my foes. Law. The law is paramount. It is the mortar that holds the stone of civilization together and must be respected. It's a little samey as a lot of other paladin subclasses, but I think that's probably fine. Honestly, if I were you, I would make it I would use more words like comeuppance. Okay, we get Hunter's Mark, Ensnaring Strike, Find Traps, Pass Without a Trace, Flame Arrows, Conjure Barrage, Freedom of Movement, Grasping Vine, Conjure Volley, Steal and Strike. So I see we're going to get some Archer stuff, which is an interesting... All right, let's just see how this plays out. I'm very curious to see what this is going to be. I think this spell list works pretty well. Pass Without a Trace feels a little bit out of left field. So does Freedom of Movement, but everything else kind of doesn't. So does Steal and Strike, actually. Taught for Justice. When you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in firearms and land vehicles. Additionally, you can choose to switch out your current fighting style for archery or close quarters shooter fighter style. You can also apply Divine Smite as well as other smites to your ranged attacks. So, I have made a subclass like this before. I have seen other subclasses like this before. The Ranged Paladin. The Paladin that smites at range. We've all wanted one. Now we're getting another one. And isn't that exciting? There is one little thing, though. A little thing that you need to account for. Smiting is balanced, quote unquote, by its limit of range. The reason why smiting is balanced is because you have to be within 5 feet of the target. Or 10 feet of the melee reach of the target. So as soon as you're putting it on range, you're making it a shit ton stronger. There are ways to accommodate for that, but you need to accommodate for that. The easiest way to accommodate for that is to say that when you smite with a ranged weapon, it uses D4s instead of D8s. That's probably the easiest way. D6s could also work, but I would go down to D4s because it's quite strong. Are smites really that broken when you can do it from a distance? From an absurd distance, sure, but short, medium range? Well, Prince Quincy, how are you accounting for one but not the other? They're all the same. Are you suggesting that we say you can smite at creatures within a limited range? That could be another option. But I would say let it stay long range and then just lower the dice. Quick draw. Let's look at the channel divinities. D6 should be fine. Rogues have D6 in ranged and sneak attack. It's a little... Smite functions a little differently than sneak attack. I would not compare them one-to-one. You can very quickly roll a lot more dice for smite than you can with sneak attack. Sneak attack, you can do very little to change the amount of dice you're rolling. In fact, you're just stuck to the number that you have. For example, a 3rd level rogue deals 2d6 sneak attack damage. A 3rd level paladin can smite for potentially 4d8 smite damage. You think you have to declare it before the attack roll? I don't know. I don't know about that. I think the crit fishing is not the big deal. I think it's just the damage is just a little too high. I would just lower the damage. Also, let's be real. If you're gonna be like a gunslinger, you're gonna want to be crit fishing to get like the dead eye shot, you know? Quick draw. As a bonus action, the number of attacks on your turn equals the amount of ammo currently loaded in your weapon, so long as you are holding a ranged weapon. If you are using a ranged weapon that does not have a loading property, your number of attacks stays the same. Additionally, you do not need to make attack rolls against any creature in your normal range. They automatically hit. Chat, what do I need to... Okay. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm just going to say this. A channel divinity that lets you automatically hit with an amount of hits equal to the ammunition in your weapon is too strong. Do I need to explain that? Let me give you an example. There is another paladin called the Conquest Paladin. It's a pretty good paladin. They have a channel divinity that allows them to add plus 10 to 1 melee attack. It's not even an automatic hit. It's just a plus 10. This is automatically hitting, and what happens if my gun... what if I get a gun with 9 bullets? That means I get to do 9 free shots? I'm better than a fighter? At 20th level fighter? I don't know. Not the move. A 20th level fighter gets 8 shots. At their best. Big, yeah, minigun, big yikes, yeah. So this is just much too strong. I think you could do something like this where you could be like, I would make quick draw. This is what I would do. If I was going to do quick draw, I'd do something like this. As a reaction, when you roll initiative, you can use a channel divinity to make 1 free attack at the start of the initiative and to add your charisma modifier to your initiative for that combat. Something like that. I think that's a good quick draw. As an action, you point at an enemy creature. You can see the enemy is marked by your channel divinity for 24 hours. During this time, you gain an additional 1d6 to your ranged attack rolls on this enemy, and the same value is added to your damage rolls each turn. You cannot be given disadvantage on your attack rolls ability. Okay, yes. This is my friend. We're just getting too strong. This shouldn't last 24 hours. Also, your normal attacks within range against the enemy. Your normal attack range with the ranged weapons against this enemy is sight. And your divine awareness of this present. Okay. This is just Hunter's Mark on steroids times 1,000. Your channel divinity shouldn't be that much stronger than like a 2nd level spell. Yeah, you can also get your channel divinity back on short rests, so you could just have like a lot of guys in your sights. Yeah, this is just much too strong. If you're trying to figure out how to balance a feature, look at the ones that already exist. So let me just give you an example. What does this do? Well, for one, you get a plus d6 to your attack and damage rolls to a creature for 24 hours. That's very strong. That's too strong on its own. Secondly, you cannot have disadvantage on your attack rolls or ability checks or saving throws against that creature. That's kind of fine if it wasn't for 24 hours. Your range is sight. That honestly would potentially be fine if it was for like one attack. So yeah, like all of these are too strong, even individually. If it was any one of these features individually, it would still need to be toned down. Aura of Happy Trails. At 7th level, you are riding a mount. While you are riding a mount, you and any friendly creature within 90 feet of you gains no negative effects while traveling at fast pace. That's kind of a whatever. I would lower 90 feet is too big. You're just being overly generous here. Make it 30. If you and 2 or more other creatures within the radius of riding a mount, you gain additional movement speed. You have advantage on any checks or saving throws against difficult terrain. And you gain the benefit of traveling at slow pace, even while normal pace. People don't really use travel speed stuff anymore, but that's kind of... I feel like you got to tone this down a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, the travel speed thing is kind of interesting. People don't use that much, though, but... no penalty for attacks at long range for a minute. That could work for the Channel Divinity. I don't know, man. This feels... I feel like you could use something more action oriented here. Like this feels like it could be, I don't know. I'm just not super excited by this feature. I feel like it's like, I don't even know how to judge if it's busted or not, because I just don't use this in my game. I don't know how much. Do you guys use travel speeds like this in your game? Like would this come up? I genuinely don't know. Advantage on rolls against difficult terrain would definitely come up in my game, but like, I don't know. I'm not doing like, I don't know. I don't know what the benefits of traveling at a slow pace are, for example. I scarcely use travel speed, only if for some reason we have to do a forced march on time crunch. Only if it's a time crunch. I try not to ignore it when it comes to considering random encounters. If it did come up, it would be specifically to make use of that feature to give some limelight. Okay, that's fair. If somebody did pick this, you'd probably try to make it work in it. This is very... It is basically a ranger feature. It is basically the favored terrain feature. Very similar. Let's look at 15th level. At 15th level, when a creature makes an opportunity attack against a creature that is hostile to you or your allies, you can use your reaction to make a ranged weapon attack against that creature. Do you mean if a hostile creature makes an attack against one of your allies? Because that would be intervention. This is like you like hammering home. Like, this is like, oh, you hit that bad guy, now I'm gonna hit them too. This is less intervening and more like piling on. You can use your reaction to make a ranged weapon attack against the creature. I would not limit it to range, so long as it is within your normal attack range. Additionally, if the enemy makes a ranged attack against you, you can use your reaction to make a ranged attack against that enemy. Honestly, this should not be an all-the-time feature. This is what I would do. I would probably make it just this second feature. Or I would say this. I would do this. If a creature within 60 feet of you, if a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you makes a ranged attack, you can use your reaction to make a ranged attack against that creature. And then I would say you can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier per long rest. Something like that. And then at 20th level, we get Yeehaw! For the next 10 minutes, so you get an action and you get something for 10 minutes. Man, you love just making the number higher. I know my first piece of feedback is going to be that this should be for 1 minute. The only time Paladin avatars last for more than a minute is if they're kind of weak, and there's no way you made this weak based on what I've seen so far. For the next 10 minutes, all of your ranged attacks have unlimited ammunition and don't need to reload. So here's a question. If your attacks have unlimited ammunition and don't need to reload, what happens when you use quick draw and you can make an amount of attacks equal to your ammo? Does that mean that you can just make infinite attacks? Because the way that that's written, you pop your Channel Divinity, you pop your avatar, you use Channel Divinity, and literally everything dies because you have infinite attacks. When you deal damage to a creature and reduce them to a number of HP equal to or less than half, then twice your paladin level, they're instantly killed. Again, no, just cut that. Like, man, I mean, honestly, there might be a way that you could keep something like this, but there's just too much other shit going on. Like, if you wanted to make it a Deadeye feature, great, do a Deadeye feature, but you can't fit a Deadeye feature into, like, you being a space machine gun. You can use a bonus action to cause a number of creatures of your choice within 60 feet radius have disadvantage on all attacks. No, man. Just cut. What? 60-foot radius? Everyone has disadvantage on attacks, and you give your allies attacks advantage? All of these things are too strong. All of these things are too strong. You gain 1 for use of Channel Divinity for the duration. Okay, so what would we actually do here? How would we actually make a Yeehaw master move? Okay, so here's what I would do. I would probably make it so keep the 1 free Channel Divinity. I think that's fine. You could also go something like make it last a minute. Okay, and I would say this. You know, when your ranged attacks, you know, you can either attack with advantage, or you get when you get a bonus action free ranged attack. If you make 2 on your turn, if you use your action to make attack, you can use your bonus action to make a 3rd. And then, you know, something like if you hit a creature that has, I would say, 20 or less hit points, you could kill it instantly, or 25 or less hit points, you could kill it instantly. Something like that. Make it last a minute. But right now, this is just bonkers too strong in 30 directions. So tone that shit down, Quest. Tone it down. By the way, think about the base chassis this has been placed on. It's a Fret Paladin. Yeah, that's true. I think Precision Shot would be cool for this subclass. You could choose between hands or legs. Oh yeah, it would sort of be like a Battle Master maneuver. Oh man, we don't have any more regular milk. We just got the fancy milk. Fancy milk says it's edgy. Sorry. All right. I'm always curious what that means. Hey, Name, what's up? Name, you missed like 3 or 4 subclasses that were unintentionally very similar in vibe, that were all sort of related to like noise and movement and like sight and sound and movement. And you missed a couple things that were a little bit too strong, and a couple things that were the first background we looked at in a while. That was pretty cool. College of Gore. Did I post it in the chat? I don't know. All right, there's it again. You're on emergency backup supply? What does that mean? Your power out? Yeah, edge warning. I love a good edge warning. I like College of Gore though. That's a fun name. Once I'm a member, how do I submit stuff for that stream? If you are a member, you will see so if you're a member, there's a community tab and there's a member tab. And the member tab has links for the member streams. It's basically a submission link, but it'll have a different date and it will say member stream on it. And for those streams, if you want, you can actually come online and talk to me. But I will say that means you're coming online and talking to me, which means that you want me to vocally give you feedback in your ear. So if you start to get like defensive or treat that feedback in a way that I find unhelpful, because you're not really here to defend, you're here to listen and talk, it will become uncomfortable if that happens, which is fine. I'm okay with it becoming uncomfortable, but there you go. What if I'm a patron member? Do I get it all? Yes. Patrons and members get the only difference between being a patron and a member is that members don't get ads on videos, I don't think, or maybe they can skip them faster, and patrons get access to my older homebrew. But I'm not really making any new homebrew right now, so I don't know if that feels like a benefit or not. Oh, John became very cool. Josh became very cool. Excuse me. I apologize. Purchased members, not gifted members. Gifted members still get ads. Got you. Okay. So if you get your own membership, you don't get an ad. But if you got gifted one, you get an ad. Well, if you got gifted one, you still also get access to the homebrew Thursday night streams, though, which is cool. But I will also just reiterate that nothing is guaranteed. We do a wheel on Sunday night and a wheel on Thursday night. So if you become a member, There's still a chance your piece is not going to get looked at on Thursday. I will say that on Thursdays, I do sometimes get through all of them, but I don't always. I get through all of them a lot more than I do on Sundays. Okay, I'm sorry. We're ranting about bullshit. Let's read this. Edgy warning. College of Gore. Bards in the College of Gore detest all living things and use the same lifeblood that flows from them to empower themselves. Josh, did I say thank you for becoming a member? I don't know. Anyway, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate that. They sing songs of hatred and anger to strike fear into their enemies and search the world for a fitting opponent for themselves. These bards are pure incarnations of rage and know no bounds when it comes to violence. I want to push back against... I don't know if College of Gore is... I feel like this is... The way the flavor text almost makes me feel like this is College of Anger, not College of Gore. But we'll see. Bonus proficiencies. When you join this college at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with shields, martial weapons, and I would list the intimidation skill. Clarify that's a skill. I know you know it is, but just write that. If you're already proficient, you get another one, okay? Should you worry about flavor text? I will say this. If you don't want to write flavor text, write a sentence of flavor text that describes the vibe you want it to be. That's all you need for flavor text. For example, if this guy didn't want to write flavor text, they could say, the College of Gore bards are bards designed to be violent and martial and edgy. And that could be all they write if they want. Something is good, though. It's good to put a little bit, even if it's not what you plan on it being at the end, but it's what you want the reader to know, because the reader is going to need a little bit of an anchor point to know what your goal is, and that flavor text helps with that goal. Okay, so we get shields, we get martial weapons, and we get intimidation. What else do we get? Blades of Gore. At 3rd level, you learn to turn the blood of... Yeah, no problem, buddy. At 3rd level, you learn to turn the blood of your enemies against them and use it to invigorate yourself by transforming it into a demon... wait, I want to read this a second. I want to talk about flavor text for another second here. We're gonna get back to Blades of Gore. So the thing about flavor text is that you should think about flavor text like it is the trailer for the piece. So if you write flavor text, the goal of your flavor text should be to make someone excited to read the mechanics. So if I could give you any advice on flavor text, it should be short, it should be to the point, and it should be detailed and evocative, but it should be short. If you are writing me 3 paragraphs of flavor text, I guarantee you I'm going to be bored. Guaranteed. Because I'm just trying to read enough flavor text to understand. And I'm not talking about for me personally. I'm talking about like anybody. They're trying to read enough flavor text to understand what they're about to enter into. And if you write it well, then they are going to go into your homebrew with a little bit of an understanding of where you're going, which makes it easier to take them on that ride, which makes them more open to the ideas that you're sharing, which makes them like your writing better, even if it's not that good. As opposed to if your flavor text doesn't match the tone of your piece, or is poorly written, or is confusing, it creates a situation where the person is like less interested to read your piece. Okay, ran over. Blades of Gore. Also at 3rd level, you learn to turn the blood of your enemies against them and use it to invigorate yourself by transforming it into demonic weapons. When you make an attack, you can roll a bardic inspiration die and add the number to your attack's damage roll. In addition, you gain temporary hit points equal to the damage dealt with that bardic inspiration die. This feels very simple. Almost too simple. Like, you're just dealing a little bit of damage and getting temp HP. I'm not sure why we're getting temp HP. I would encourage you to look to something like the Bard of Swords, the College of Swords Bard, to sort of see how they handle martial bards, and I think that will help. Because they get weapons and stuff, but they get, like, alternative options. And And it's like, it's just one thing. It's not that evocative. So here's the thing, JK. Simple is good, but simple alone is bad. Remember what we said. We want simple mechanics that evoke interesting ideas. We want high evocative, low complexity. This is low complexity, low evocative. It's not 2 thumbs down. It's not 2, it's just low. So a good example of this could be this is the same problem that the Valor Bard has. Isn't this similar to the Demon Warlock but stronger? Not really. Not really, because you're expending a bardic. I mean, it's similar in that you're dealing damage and getting temp HP, but with the Blades of Gore, you can do it whenever you want. With the Warlock, it happens when you drop a creature, and then with the Blades of Gore, you're limited by your bardic inspiration. With the Warlock, it works infinitely. So it's a little different. I don't buy. I feel like you give this whole big thing about striking fear and all this stuff, but violence, but what do we actually get here? We get a little bit more damage and temporary hit points. Why are we getting temporary hit points? I don't think that fits. Maybe I would lean into the fear and the brutality and the gruesomeness, right? Maybe you do bleed damage. Maybe you mutilate them. Maybe you blind them or something. Maybe you give them the fear condition. I don't know, something that evokes the edgy. You can't threaten me with edge and then not give me edge. That's not fair. At 6th level, when you bring a creature's hit points to 0, you gain advantage on your next attack. If you are gonna make a martial bard, you got to give them extra attack. This guy's gonna suck. They're not gonna make attacks if they're not getting extra attack. You got to give them extra attack. You could give it to them the way that the Sword Bard gets it or the Valor Bard gets it. You could do it a little differently, but you got to give them some form of extra attack here. I guess a Gore Bard body horror art. It's not my thing, but temporary hit points are not body horror. That's just temporary hit points. Let's look at 14th level. What about utilizing your fallen opponents as raw materials for weapons? But the weapons are always identified. Yeah, sure. There you go. That's fucking edgy. Perfect. Black Ichor. At 14th level, you have learned how to strengthen the blood you wield by infusing it with demonic ichor. When you use your Blades of Gore feature, you can double the damage from the Bardic Inspiration die. In addition, you gain a +1 AC for the turn. You can use this feature an amount of times equal to half your proficiency bonus. This is pretty lackluster. I mean, you're basically building off of you're essentially doubling the damage output of Blades of Gore and getting a little AC, but I don't feel like that's interesting enough for a 14th level feature. This feels like a very, I don't know, it's very, there's not enough excitement going on here. I think you got to tune it up. I'm not a big fan of, if you want to do something with the die increasing, fine, but we need more. We need more than just the numbers go up. The numbers go up is not cool enough. It's just not. Anybody can make the numbers go up. Writing the numbers go up don't take much work, which means it's not that special. You want to make your piece unique in a way that somebody's like, oh, I didn't think of that. And if what you do is make the numbers go up, then nobody's going to think that. I was expecting this to be super overpowered, but sound cool. Instead, it's not insane, but feels like it's missing a soul. Yeah. I think it's underpowered, and I also think that it needs more evocative. I like the idea of a Gore Bard. I think you need to get more into what does that mean? How is the violence tied to them as an artist? Are they making human sculptures? What are they doing? Where does the artistry come in? Because if the artistry doesn't come in, why is this a bard? Demon Ichor has an abyss thing? Where? I don't see any hidden part. It's called Black Ichor, not Demon Ichor. Demon Ichor is an Abyss thing. It doesn't mean anything. This is flavor text. If they wanted this to mean something, they need to write out the mechanics. Don't assume people know shit. They won't. All right. Interesting idea, Fancy Milk. You did not need to give us any warning. That was not that edgy. If you felt like that was edgy, I gotta be honest, man. You are, you're not that far. You're not that close to the edge, bud. You're not that close to the edge. I would say that was more middly. Yours is super edgy? All right, we'll see. Elanet. Classic Elanet. Let's see what we're working on. Throwback piece over a mount ago. Let's see what you think this time. Over a month ago, maybe? Way of the Static Charge. Holy shit, we just live in fucking lightning land this week. Way of the Static Charge. There you go, folks. Let's poke it in here. Elanet, you're here. What's up? Woe to those who bring metal to a lightning battle. That's a great opening sentence. Monks of the Way of Static Charge train themselves to become the perfect conductors. They gather the energy generated from friction and redirect it into their foes. As long as they have feet to run with, these monks are armed with terrible weapon. Very nice. Nice flavor text. You don't need to put this little apostrophe when you put the number. At first level, you mean third level. This is third level. At third level, once per turn, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend a key point to apply all of the following effects that you qualify for to the attack. Huh. Based on your movement this turn. All right, you need to clean that sentence up. Let's fix that. At third level, once per turn, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend one key point to apply the following effects. Period. The amount, these effects are determined by the movement speed the amount of movement you have, the amount of distance you have moved this turn. That's how you write that. And then with static shock, you write 20 feet. With voltage, you write 30 next to it. You don't make them hunt for it. Electrostatic, you write 60. And then you put that they can stack. Okay, so if you move at least 20 feet, the target can't take reactions until the start of the next turn. If you move at least 30 feet, they can't take reactions, and they take 1d4 lightning damage. If you move at least 60 feet, they can't take reactions, they take 1d4 lightning damage, they take 1d8 lightning damage, and they take 1d8 lightning damage the first time it willingly moves 5 or more feet before the end of its next turn. I feel like what you're trying to do here is incentivize not using Flurry of Blows and using Step of the Wind. But Step of the Wind requires a good deal of key energy anyway. I would tie these to Step of the Wind. Unless that's not your intention. Like, when you use Step of the Wind, this happens. If you're not intending to tie it to Step of the Wind, I would probably tie it to Flurry of Blows. I don't think it should cost its own key point. I think that's gonna get annoying, or not annoying, but like, I would encourage tying it to its own to your monk features that use key points. The other thing is that I am not a big fan of this level doing lightning damage and then this level just doing lightning damage again in a different way. I would strongly encourage you to come up with a third alternative feature that is not lightning damage. I also think that your intention is moving in a straight line. Oh, I mean, okay. Well, regardless of the move in the straight line thing, that's fine. I meant like this would fit well if you like tied it with like this mechanically fits nicely with Step of the Wind. Is what I mean, or Flurry of Blows or whatever. I'd come up with another feature though for this electrostatic discharge. I don't know. It's not that strong, right? Doesn't this feel kind of weak? I feel like if you tied static shock to patient defense and electrostatic to step of the wind, it'd be more interesting. I like that idea. Tying the different ones to different monk features would be really cool. But that does pull it pretty far away from their goal here, which is they are trying to make a zip monk. A monk that is just zipping around. I think if you want to make a monk that's zipping around, you need to incentivize that more, because these are not strong enough to merit a key point and all of your movement in one direction, or most of your movement in one direction. I like the idea of tying them to monk features in general, but I understand that if that's not your goal. Either way, I think this needs a little bit more at third level, and I think that this needs to be different. Unstable voltage. By 6th level, you learn how to use conductivity of metal to your advantage. When you hit a metal object or a creature in contact with one using Flurry of Blows, you can expend 2 key points and inflict statically heated to the object. I don't know what that means. We'll see. At the start of a creature's turn who is holding or wearing a statically heated object, they must make a con saving throw against your key save DC. On a failure, they drop the object they're holding. Otherwise, they have disadvantage on attack rolls until the start of your next turn. Statically heated ends on an object. At the end of your turn, if you do not hit the object or creature in contact with... This is not... What? So it's like heat metal, but it doesn't do damage. And it doesn't require concentration. And it ends if you do not hit the object or creature in contact with it using at least one attack. It would be easier for the monk to grab Shocking Grasp at 3rd level and do more than the 3rd feature. That's true. That's what I mean. That's like a big cost. Man. I get what you're doing here. I just don't think that copying heat metal is the move. I think copying heat metal in the concept of it is something that reacts with metal is good, but I would encourage you to make it do something different than the spell heat metal. I feel like you could come up with something more interesting here. They talk about building up static charge. I know more resources are messy sometimes, but what if it was a resource alongside key, 2 charge points and 2 key points cost something? I would not do it that way. What I would do is something where it's like you could build up charges, where it's like, you know, like if you hit a creature after you use this feature, they gain the static condition, and the static condition could trigger other features that you have. So the idea could be that you build up static in them so that you could do other things. I could think that could work. This feels like a lot of work in the writing to get across the idea that you can use 2 key points to cast heat metal, but it doesn't do damage and doesn't require concentration. Because that's what it is. I don't think this downside is... I get why downside is here, but I don't think it's good enough to justify that downside. I would probably just scrap this one and try to come up with something new here. Lean into the static, lean into the speed. Let's look at 11th level. Perfect Conductor. At 11th level, you understand how to extract momentum from electrical charges. When using release static, I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the 1st level feature. You can now apply the following effect. If you move at least 80 feet towards a creature, each other hostile creature within 10 feet of the target must make a dex save against your key. On a failed save, they take 1d10 lightning damage and are pushed back. This is really cool. This should be this. Move this down here, and then you're gravy. Maybe drop the pushback to 5 feet. This is really cool. This should be this. I like this feature. I like this feature a lot. I think that you are being too harsh with how far they need to go in straight lines. I would probably cut all of these down. This feature is only once per turn. Because it's based to this, which is only once per round, I believe. Once per turn, yeah. That could be cool. Debuff. Oh, what if static charge worked like Battle Master superiority die, but you get dice for moving in combat? I feel like you're dancing with stuff. You're making like that seems like a fun mechanical concept in theory and not a fun thing to keep track of in the game. I kind of feel like movement not causing Thunderstep by 6th level is a missed opportunity. I would. Are we missing a? I mean, 11th level would be. I would probably give you access to Thunderstep at 11th level. That's what I would probably do. Maybe give you Thunderstep and then allow you to like use some element of key to have it count for movement, so you could string it to this stuff. What about this? What if you learn Thunderstep at 11th level, and you could cast it with, I don't know, 3 key points or whatever, but you could spend 4 key points to cast it as a bonus action. So you could bonus action Thunderstep, count that movement, and then punch somebody with one of these things. That'd be cool. Lightning form. Once again, your super meter from last week. Yeah, very similar to the super meter. Can definitely see they've put some thought into it. Needs some polish, but it's a vibe. It's a good vibe. I just think it needs a little bit of tightening. And I think that you're being not generous enough with the movement distances here. Lightning form. At 17th level, as an action, you can expend 4 key points to turn your body into lightning. Until the end of this turn, you can enter and move through the space of other creatures and objects. On your movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. The first time you enter a space of another creature, they must make a dex saving throw or take 3d8 plus your monk level lightning damage. I would not do plus your monk level. I would just make the dice higher. You just do more dice. On a failed save and is pulled at least 15 feet. Is pulled 15 feet towards the last creature that failed. Or half as much damage on a success. Oh, that's kind of fun. I like that. The pull towards the last creature that failed is cool. At the end of your turn, each creature that failed takes 1d6 lightning damage for each other creature within 5 feet of it whose space you entered. I would drop this. This just gets too complicated. I'm not even sure what we're trying to visualize here. I would cut this last part. Up these dice. I would probably make it for free once per day. And then I would make it cost 5 key points, and I would make it a fly speed. You can fly. I don't think this is a running thing. I think you can move through the air vertically too. Yeah, those are my thoughts on that one. I think it's pretty neat. I like the idea. I hope you keep working on it. Thank you, Elanette, for sharing. I think the last bit is what is for each total person who fails. Oh, no. I understand what it was mechanically. I just felt like it was unnecessary. I felt like it would be one of those things where it's like, this is not worth the extra work at the table. You're very welcome. Thank you for sharing. That one has a really good vibe to it. Very strong. Strong vibe. Aton. Just a little monster I've been working on. I like it a lot. I hope you do too. Feel free to skip ahead to the flavor text and stat block. Thank you for all your amazing work, and I'm sorry if I'm not on stream. Oh, you are too kind, buddy. Too kind. Good night, Gwendy. Okay, we are going to skip ahead to the flavor text. I will check out your goals if they become relevant. If they don't, then we don't need to worry about it. Flavor text. In years gone, when the gods roamed the land, holy shrines were often protected by tutelars, stony guardians of the relics within. They were benevolent creatures, slow to anger and never seeking to kill, but they kept their oath to guard their post. You change from the passive past to the active past, and it gets confusing. I would say, but keeping their oath. Over centuries or millennia, they kept true to their divine charge through storms and sunshine alike. This is a redundant sentence. We get that from that. Time itself has taken its toll on body and mind, eroding the sight from their eyes and the words from their mouths and wits. From their mouths and wits? This makes it seem like the words are being pulled from their wits. I would just say drop this. The features on the still stone are now all but lost. Their winged body shedding dust and sandstone chips with every season. All right, this is cool. I like this. And all is erased from memory, but the duty to the guard feign against intruders. Okay, I think feign is probably not the right word here, but maybe it is. If I want to submit a few magic items, would I need to submit them separately, or could I throw them into the same dock? If you submit more than... You'll have to submit them... You only get one submission a week, so you'd have to put them in the same dock. But if they are medium to long, I'm only going to look at one. So if they... Like, the last... Usually I'll look at a couple if they are, like, pretty short. But if they are... Either if they're long, I'll probably look at one, or if the first one I look at requires a lot of work, I'll probably just talk about that one. I also would strongly recommend you say very specifically which one you want me to look at the most. And that will be the one I look at first. Because if you don't say which one you want me to look at the most, I'm going to look at the first one you post. Okay, so these guys are CR0. They're just a little guy. Medium, they're not that little. 12 armor, 5 hit points. Bless stats. A lot of damage resistances for a CR0 creature. A lot of immunities. I'm going to be honest. I think these damage resistances and immunities bust this guy above CR0. False appearance. Heavy. They have advantage on effects against effects that would move them against their will. Wing dust. The tutelar beats its flaked wings, spreading magical dust in a 10-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a DC 11 con save. On a failure, they take 1 poison damage and are poisoned until the start of its next turn. If it's already poisoned this way and fails the saving throw, it is petrified while poisoned. Okay, I really like this a lot. This is definitely a higher than CR0 creature because it's doing some things here that are worth noting. One, it has a lot of resistances and immunities. 2, its attack can petrify. Now, it doesn't actually do any damage ever, but I feel like this should probably be at least the CR 1/8. You think CR 1/2 based on what you see? It could be, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of resistances. I think that the other option here would be to significantly make it have 1 hit point, make it littler. There's other things you could do to weaken it more, but in its current state, it's definitely higher than a CR0. The petrify is only for one round. That cracks you up. I guess that's true because it's only petrified while it's poisoned. But it could hit a bunch of creatures. It's a 10-foot cone. Hit at least 2 creatures. It's a fun little guy, though. I like it. I like it. It's a fun little guy. It doesn't do damage? No, it doesn't do any damage. I have no problems with that. I think that it's good to make sure your monsters have a standard attack if you are trying to build them in any way as a standard monster. So, like, if you're trying to make it a boss-type monster or any sort of, like, fighting monster. But I think if you have a very unusual idea that is very specific to a specific encounter or a specific setting or just a clear vision of a moment you want to evoke in-game, because that's really what monsters are. They are encounters. Monsters are activities. So if you have very specific activity that will benefit from a monster not having an attack, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it does. It deals 1 damage. I see. It deals 1 damage. It does deal damage, but it doesn't have any basic attacks. No. The way that it's written, it can just do this. This is its action. If it had some recharge feature, it would say recharge here, And if it was only once per short or long rest or once per day, it would also say that here. But because it's just listed as the action, this is its base attack. He can't kill you, but he's annoying. I mean, 1 poison damage could definitely kill you. You know, if you're at 1 hit point, that's all it takes. I really like the idea, though. It's a fun little guy. A little stone, a little, like, ancient, decrepit stone monster that floats around and turns other things to stone haphazardly. The Tutelar. Very cool. Thank you, Aton. I like that one. If you were going to change anything about it, I would lean into its ancient magical nature, and I would maybe give it blind sight out to a limited range, but then give it a detect magic feature that was bigger than that range, so that it can be drawn to magical stuff. So maybe, like, if they live in the wreckage of, like, an ancient, you know, temple in the jungle or whatever, like, just as, like, the creatures of the area, when your party goes and they have their magical weapons, they start to, like, see these creatures, like, slowly get drawn towards them, you know? That would be cool. It would probably be both cute and then scary. I'm not gonna go super late tonight. I don't know if you guys heard when I was talking to Patrick earlier. I'm having some tooth issues, believe it or not. So I have a little bit of mouth pain, which is no fun. But part of that means that I am just a little grumpier and don't want to talk all night. But also, I am going to try to go to the dentist quite early tomorrow morning. They don't open till Monday, so basically I got to wake up at like 6 tomorrow and then call them at 6 when they open and see if I can get an appointment that day. I'm a Moron is next. I swear to God, I didn't know about one D&D cunning strike. I still don't, so that's fine. I made this rogue before then. Anyway, some campaign-specific rogue subclass. This is the stand-in for Hemomancers in my campaign setting, Empyrean. Though this can be flavored as any medically expert rogue. Yes, I know Empyrean is a monster in D&D. I live with that fact every day. All right, there you go. I need some opinions on the affliction. I need opinions on if the afflictions are all right for their given level. You're only going to 2:30 tonight? No. I wish. I wish. This is the rogue, the anatomist. It's okay. I don't have great teeth. I do what I can to take care of them. I brush and I have a water pick and I do the floss. I do everything. I have a very good teeth brushing routine. I brush my teeth like 5 times a day. But I just don't have great teeth. So bad shit happens to them. The problem is that it's just like a pain in the wallet. Okay. The anatomist rogue who specializes in medicine, the study of the body and striking foes, is a rogue who specializes in medicine, the study of the body, put a comma after body, and striking foes with deadly precision. Some are doctors and surgeons who have. When I say you need to just stop, you need to just dive right in. This is what I mean. Notice how they didn't say most rogues do. You know, some rogues live in the shadows, others live in the streets. This rogue lives in the medical center. They didn't do that. They just dived right in, which is what we want. 5 times might be too much. 5 times for what? No, I'm very gentle. I'm a gentle man. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not over brushing. Calm down. I use sensitive toothpaste. I have a soft bristle toothbrush. I know what I'm doing. I'm playing the game. I'm playing the long game. Because I lost a lot of the short game. Unless you count being short, in which case I won the short game. I lost my train of thought. In Empyrean, okay. We're not going to read the Empyrean. Let's keep going. Some are doctors, surgeons who have turned their study of medicine into weapons, either to defend themselves or adopt for war, or cunning assassins who analyze opponents to strike their weak points. In Empyrean, there is a Matosian founder called Order Crimson who utilized the study of blood magic. There is no one set class for the Order Crimson, but many members take up the mantle of anatomist. Okay, let's dive into the meat, shall we? You feel like this dentist thing is a scam? Buddy, don't think that for too long. It gets more expensive the more you think it. Okay, proficiency bonus. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the medicine skill, in medicine, and either herbalism or poisoner's kit, if you don't already have it. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any you make with either of those. Cool. Oh, that's fun. Okay, why are we getting this big list? At 3rd level, you learn to strike certain weak points in creatures to deliver crippling afflictions, whether it be aided through magic, poisons, or precision. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack and trigger your sneak attack on your turn, you can administer an affliction onto your target described under your affliction table. As you gain levels in this class, you gain access to more afflictions that you can deploy on your target. You can only administer 1 affliction per turn. You can administer any number of your afflictions a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I would just say you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses on a long rest. Do they list how long they last? I guess we'll see. So you can do prone, which knocks them prone. You can do cripple, which is the target only deals half damage with its weapon attacks until the end of your next turn. Siphon. This is so much more powerful than this. If you're going to put a saving throw behind this, put a saving throw behind this too. In fact, I would argue that probably all of these deserve a saving throw if they're going to be medium strong. Siphon. You use Grim Magic to siphon away the target's life force. If the target is neither a construct nor undead, you can use a bonus action to cause you or your ally you can see within 30 feet to regain a number of hit points equal to twice your proficiency bonus. Okay. Not really sure how that's an affliction. I don't know if I would call that an affliction. I feel like it's weird that that's in here. Stagger. The target must make a Constitution saving throw on a failed save until the end of your next turn. The target can't take reactions. Moreover, on its next turn, it must get closer. It must choose whether it gets a move, action, bonus action. It only gets one of these. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about these yet, because we're going to have to look at them in the context of the rest of the class. These get stronger, and the resource behind them gets higher, which means that the rest of these features should probably not be that intense. Yeah, Siphon feels way too magic. That's what I mean. It's like it feels out of pocket. Then we get blinding creatures, and then we get poisoning creatures. Why is this one 13th? This is so much weaker than some of these other ones. Your damage, you deal extra damage, or the target has to make a save or become paralyzed. You have to say how long. Any condition you give, you have to give a length of that condition. I would probably make it like a round. I'm gonna be honest here. These do not really fit the flavor that you have presented, in my opinion. The only one that kind of does is cripple. It sort of feels like these don't feel like a I don't know. These don't feel like a body knowledge monk. I don't know. Maybe it's because they're sort of staggered, or this is what I genuinely think. I genuinely think that the way to make this work, if you want it to work, is there needs to be more uniformity between them in terms of how they function. I think all of them should require a saving throw, and I think all of them should like give a condition. I'm not sure why you tiered them in the way that you have. I don't understand. All right, let's keep going. Let's see what else we get. You learn to administer first aid. The reason why I say I don't know if you need to tier them is because like this, in my opinion, it's a lot stronger than this. You know? I would also argue that this is a lot stronger than this. It's for 1 minute, bad page break. Oh, I see. Okay, I mean, I guess that's okay. It's level 17, so it doesn't matter as much. I don't think this is accomplishing your goal in the way that you've structured it. I don't. And I'm wondering if you structured it this way because you want to give multiple tiers options. Like, the way that I would do this if I were you is I would probably give you a resource pool at 3rd level. And then your 3rd level feature would you get these unique things, and I would put them in 3rd level. And then when we got to 9th level, I would put these in the 9th level pool. And then I would put these in the 13th. Like, I don't understand why this is I know this is pedantic, but I genuinely don't understand why this is a column like this. I think you should change it. I don't agree with that. In addition, at 3rd level, you learn to administer... Is this also 3rd level? I'm assuming it is because it doesn't say. You learn to administer first aid onto your allies, whether it be minor, magic, or medicine. As an action, you can expend the use of your analytical studies to touch an ally or yourself and recover a number of d6s equal to your proficiency bonus worth of hit points. You can't heal the same target again until you finish a short or long rest. So, like, this... Yeah, man. Drop this fucking table. It's fucking you up. Because this should just, like... It should be, like, at 3rd level, you get analytical... Whatever. You get, like, 4 analytical... anatomical dice. You can expend them in the following ways. When you make a sneak attack, you can expend an anatomical dice to prone or cripple. As an action, you can expend an analytical dice to heal. That, you know, make it simpler, man. It'll be so much better. I don't think it is stronger if it's just on their next attack, but all attacks for the round is pretty good. I don't know what that's in reference to. Probably something I said a while ago. At 13th level, you can use a bonus action to magically learn whether a creature has any damage immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities, and if it is immune to any conditions. If the creature is hidden from divination magic, you can sense that it has no damage, immunities, resistances, blah blah blah. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Again, this should just be tied into your anatomical. Just make your anatomical bullshit a resource, and this should just use that resource. Boop. Or if you don't want it to use the resource because it is pretty dang strong, this should be a once per long rest feature or a once per short rest feature, or maybe an intelligence bonus per long rest feature. A deadly precision. You learn to peer into a creature's biology and strike with the fatal accuracy. When you hit a creature with an attack and trigger a sneak attack, you can cause the resulting attack to be a critical hit. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Man, I disagree with the free long crit. You should know this, buddy. I'm a moron. You're one of my mods. You live here. You know how I feel about free crits. They're stupid. I don't like it. Change it. Come up with something different. You already did. This is the 17th level feature. Just put it up here. I think the idea is interesting. I don't like the structure at all. I think the structure needs a lot of work. And I think that you are making this thing too strong because of how you're structuring it, because of how you're splitting it up. Tone it back. Get rid of this table. Think about it. Look at it in the same way that, like, the Psy Knight or the what's another character that gets these sorts of things, or the Psy Rogue or whatever, one of the psychic characters. This is how they get features. Yeah, it's a lot like the assassin feature. It's a lot like a handful of other features. I just am not a fan. I'm not a fan of the auto crit features. I feel like it comes back down to, I've said it like 4 times this stream. Numbers go up is not exciting to me. Numbers going up is good. You want numbers to go up, but numbers go up is not an exciting feature. You want a feature to be to feel like something, you know? Something more than just numbers anyway. I like the idea. I think it needs some work. Thank you. I'm a moron. Well, Crafter, to be fair, Crafter, features are improvements a lot of the time. In fact, if you look at the rogues, for example, there's a couple rogues that 17th level feature is just your sneak attack does more damage. So technically it's okay. I just think it's boring to do that. But I also think that it's more okay to be like your sneak attack does an extra 3d6 damage, then you can auto proc a sneak attack. I don't like auto procking a sneak attack. Not sneak attack, excuse me. Critical hit. Next we have Zephyr Streamblade. Hey Cinder. I'd be delighted to share a video about yourself. I'm not sure if we're going to watch this. Give me 1 second. Yeah, we're not going to click that. Good try, buddy. We don't get a lot of those. We don't get a lot of the trolls. I could I'll probably ban that person. We have Ytterbium. It was not Rickroll. It was like a video of a guy watching anime, and you couldn't really see what he was watching. It was just like really flashing of pictures, and he was screaming really loudly. It was kind of stupid. Oh shit! Wait! I lost it. There we go. Hello, Cinder. I made a class based around the manipulation of the soul. This was, in fact, the first ever homebrew I made, and originally started off as a fighter subclass, although it has gone through a few dozen iterations since then. All right, I'm curious. I'm always very hesitant when I get a class because I think they are the hardest thing to make, and I rarely see ones that are good. And when somebody says it's their first homebrew, my thought is, I wonder why it's their first one. You know the rules of looking at classes. We look at the first few features and nothing else. We don't worry about it. Okay, it's a Soul Knight. At first level, it's a half caster, so it's like a paladin, ranger, artificer. They get cantrips, but at third level, which is interesting. They don't get any spell casting till third level. That is different than the other rangers and artificers, and everyone else gets casting at second level. So they have soul infusion and projection at first level, and then second level they have soul collection. Let's take a look. There are D10, everything but heavy armor, wisdom, and dex. These are the two strongest saving throws in the game. Don't give them both of them. Pick one. Give them dex and then give them charisma or some bullshit. But you generally speaking, you don't give a class the two strongest saving throws in the game. Your wisdom caster at first level. Oh man, why are these tables so long? Okay, let's see. At first, what do I need to know? We have two soul infusions at first level. Okay. At first level, you gain the ability to duplicate a part of your soul and infuse it into a weapon as a bonus action. An infused weapon deals an additional 1d6 psychic or necrotic damage, you decide, and becomes magical. The damage increases by 1d6 when you reach 5th level, 11th level up, so it increases sort of like a cantrip. You can't infuse a weapon twice. The duplicate soul used for the infusion is unstable. As such, the infusion loses its effect after 24 hours. If a creature other than you uses the infused weapon, they have to make a wisdom save for each attack. On a failed save, it deals no extra damage. That's kind of fun. Alternatively, you can create a weapon made of the duplicate souls called a soul projection, which costs 2 soul infusions. In this case, the duplicate soul takes the shape of a weapon of your choice and can be held in one hand. That can be held in one hand. It deals 1d6 psychic damage and 1d6 necrotic damage on a hit. Regardless of your, it should take on the shape of a does that mean you could? So does it have to be a one-handed weapon? Like, could I use a long sword and then wield it two-handed? I guess it doesn't matter because it's doing a shit ton of damage. Regardless of your choice, you are proficient with it. The damage for each type increases by 1d6. Okay, so this thing is really strong. So basically, at first level, it hits like a greatsword, and then by 5th level, it hits like 2 greatswords. I probably would not have the damage scale this intensely. Do we get a second attack at 5th level? We do not. Interesting. All right. I mean, getting a magical weapon as your main attack thing is kind of neat. I like that idea conceptually. Let's see what the other thing we get is soul collection. At 2nd level, you collect souls of creatures that die within 10 feet of you. The creature has to have an intelligence score of 5 or higher for the soul to be usable. The maximum number of souls you can collect is equal to your soul knight level plus your wisdom modifier. You can use collected souls to perform a soul infusion, but not a soul projection. You're losing me when you say this. Use bold. I think part of it is that these are the same feature. I would split these up because they should be separate because they are separate. Also, just to reiterate, this grows too strong, I think. The soul infusions are what do they do? You can use a collected soul to perform a soul infusion, but not a soul projection. Again, that's confusing. The soul infusion made with this methods work identically to soul infusions performed by using your own soul. I don't know what that means. But only deal additional 1d6 psychic damage or necrotic, regardless of your soul knight. Again, I don't know what your what is going on? So you can so you can have what is happening? So you have 2 soul infusions. You're limited to 2 soul infusions. But if you collect a soul, you can use it to make an extra soul infusion, and it's a limited soul infusion. Don't do that. If you're gonna start, if the first thing you're gonna give us is a limited use feature that does 2 very specific things, the second feature shouldn't be the way to increase that. I think that these should do something different. I see that you say an alternatively thing down here. Maybe lean into this. Well, it's not getting any extra attacks. It only has 1 attack, right? You're saying that I can be a 19th level fighter and a 20th level soul knight? I have no idea, man. Oh, that's true. They don't, these damages upscale like cantrips, meaning that if you're a level 1 soul knight and a level 19 fighter, you still can have this. Yes. That's a great point. These need to grow with your level of soul knight, not your general level. That is a good point. Oh, fuck. Did I fuck it up? Okay, fix it. Great point. Yeah, these should scale based on your level in this class. Okay. Instead, you can perform this type of soul infusion twice on a weapon. The extra soul infusions increase by 1 when you reach 5th level 3. I don't know what's happening here. I don't even know what we're talking about. Chat, what do you mean? What extra soul infusions? What the fuck are we talking about? Don't soul infusions just make weapons that do more damage? So why are we listing... are you just listing how the soul infusions grow? You're not. So don't have a soul infusions table and then have a separate section of soul infusions that grow. Like, that's confusing. And if these are not soul infusions and they have their own thing, don't give them a name that's soul infusion. That's confusing. So decide how soul infusions grow and make it that. Don't do this thing where they grow and then there's a secret extra way. There's another way they grow. That's just confusing. I don't understand what the mechanical benefit of that is. That's going to be interesting. I feel like you're just making complications to make complications. Let's see what else we can do with soul infusions, but then we're going to be done, I think. I missed the part. You missed something? And doesn't it last for 24 hours or make other stuff you can do without souls? I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest. I'm getting a little lost in the weeds here. You can also use a collected soul to heal yourself or other creatures. You can increase strength or dex of yourself or another creature. or you can increase the speed of yourself or another creature. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say two things. One, you are partially figuring out how to do layout, which is very good, because if you're going to write a class, especially if you're going to write a class that's doing pretty unique things, the biggest hurdle that you're going to have is clarity. Secondly, and you probably can tell that I bumped into some of those issues on stream, like already multiple times. There's a lot of things where it's like, why are we stacking these? What's going on? Why? Like, it's just confusing. And part of that is your formatting, but part of that is also that you're doing this thing where you're giving us a resource list and then immediately giving us something else that implies that that initial resource list is not actually the resource list. It's the resource list plus this other thing. What are you talking about, max of 30? I don't know. Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is just overpowered. The other thing that I was going to say is it's doing too much. You heal better. You heal as well as a healer. You can be stronger. Not only can you be stronger and more dexterous, you can make yourself stronger or your allies stronger and more dexterous than any martial classes, dex or strength based. And you can also just make yourself or allies faster than any other. It's just, you're going in too many directions, I think. Be careful not to make this a mystic where it's just a little bit better than everyone at everything. So one of the things that's really important to think about when you're making a class is what mechanically makes it unique enough that it should be its own class. That's really important. But then the other thing that's really important is how does it mesh with the other classes, because it doesn't exist in a vacuum. This Soul Knight needs to fit perfectly well into a party of any combination of other classes in such a way that it feels like it's bringing something unique to the table, but not stepping on the toes of any of the other classes. That is very hard to do. That is why classes are so hard to make. Things to think about. In its current state, this can out damage single strike with a. It can single strike out damage with a soul it's better at single strike damage than a rogue. It's stronger and quicker than any martial class, and it heals as well as any healer. So it's just doing too much. So what is my specific party role is definitely something people should be asking themselves, not how can I make this replace more party members? Yeah, exactly. I think it said something saving roll or the weapon infuse fades, not 100% though. Yeah, if other people use the weapons, they have to make a saving throw or it fades, which I think is a neat mechanic, but I don't think that fixes it from being busted. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I'm not totally on board yet. I encourage you to. I would say, if anything, you need to figure out how to write these mechanics more. If you can't figure out how to write these shorter, you need to figure out how to format this so it feels like it's written shorter. And I also think you should share it with other people if you haven't yet, because kind of, I bet that if you start sharing this for feedback, you would have gotten a lot of the feedback that I just gave a while ago. Can definitely see how much thought you've thought about it, and it's a fun idea. Another one I hope we get to see a revision of. Yeah, too. I like the idea of summoning a super powerful magical weapon that's like your spirit weapon quite a bit. And creating a class that is around single hits, not getting extra attack, I think is hard to do. It can work really well. I think the biggest issue is that you were just putting, I don't know, I was getting lost in the weeds of you have these magic weapons that are called infusions, but then you have these other soul infusions that you get from killing things, and they can count for other infusions, and then they can also just do other stuff. It was becoming too much too quickly. Basscat. Wait, Basscat sent me a crate. Okay, so Basscat. Guys, I'm going to tell you, we're going to tell a story. So Basscat sent me a deranged message in the Discord that basically said that they basically said a couple things. The first thing that it said was that they wanted me to look at a different version of this because they used They used AI art. They used AI to generate the text. And they said that they were using AI to generate the text because it could do much more than they could, much faster, etc. So I've decided something. I don't need to be kind about any of this text. Now, they asked me to look at their own piece. They asked me to look at the earlier version of it, but I don't have access to the earlier version of it. So this is the only version we have. Chat, you can look at it too if you want to. Now, you will notice immediately that there is quite a lot of flavor text. In fact, as I'm scrolling, I bet you're wondering where the piece starts. And I was wondering it too at this point. Because it just keeps going up, and then we get to the features. So, here's what I'm going to say. A lot of flavor text, this is a comical amount of flavor text, is not good. Quality and quantity are not the same thing. And this piece is a perfect example of why you should not rely on AI to write your pieces, because it makes fucking bland stuff. It's repetitive. It is comprehensible but not evocative, and it is so fucking long-winded. Now, I'm positive that I did a little bit of reading because I was curious about this when they said that it was an AI thing. So I did skim it a little bit, and I'll show you a couple examples of what I'm talking about here. So also, another weird thing is that we have some features, and then we have more flavor text, and then we have more features. But like, this is a perfect example of some AI flavor text right here. Your primal nature and unique adaptations have shaped your character in distinctive ways. Your strength score increases by 2, reflecting the raw power and muscle mass that set you apart from others. Additionally, your constitution score increases by 1, representing the resilience and durability that enable you to endure the harshest environments. There is nothing unique about those sentences. There is literally nothing unique about them. Any person could write those sentences about anything in D&D. You don't even know how to play D&D to write those sentences. I had an English teacher once who said something to me, and it was profoundly impactful. And what he said was that the best writing is writing that only you could do. Mostly in that class, we mostly wrote essays. So it was a lot of learning rhetoric, a lot of learning how to get your idea across very quickly, how not to waste words. Occasionally, we wrote fiction. Very rarely. Because it was mostly very, like, let's just learn the skill. And he was way less intense with how he created fiction. But this is what he said about the fiction. He said, when you write a piece of fiction, if I feel like I could have written it, then it's not good. If you want to write a story about your trip to Poland or your trip to your time in the Arctic, it needs to feel like I couldn't have done research and pretended that I was there and written it, because you actually went there. You need to figure out how to write in that way. No one is going to read this flavor text. It helps nothing. In fact, it ruins the chances of people reading your flavor text. I would also argue that as I'm scrolling through it now, I just see weird stuff that doesn't fit the way flavor text is written. When you chose to use AI to write your piece, you chose to basically paint your house like shit. And put so many layers of paint on that people can't see where the windows or the doors are. Don't use AI to write your shit. It is going to fuck your shit. If you want to use AI, you can use it to get some ideas. That can be fine. Hey, I need 10 adjectives that sound like farting. But as soon as you're trusting it to write your mechanics or write your language, you're going to sound bad. It's going to sound bad. It's going to sound like AI wrote it, or it's going to sound like somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about wrote it. Neither one is good. But most importantly, you are not going to get better as a writer. I don't know how old you are. I don't know anything about you. But I know that if you care about writing, if you actually care about writing, then you should care about growing as a writer. That doesn't mean you need to grow as a writer in my eyes. That doesn't mean you need to prove anything to anyone. You don't need to prove anything to anyone at all. But why wouldn't you want to get better at the thing that you want to be good at? And if you're going to be using AI to write a book and a half that genuinely is badly written, you might as well write it yourself and let it be badly written and experience that. And if you're like, I don't have time, I just don't have the time. Well, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but you don't, I mean, I just not even hate to break it to you. I'm happy to break it to you. You don't need the time because you don't need 6 pages of flavor text. 3 paragraphs is a lot. If you do 3 paragraphs, I think you're pushing it. And I guarantee you, if you do 3 paragraphs and you write it in your own words, I'm still going to find about a paragraph worth of stuff that doesn't need to be there. So, for folks that are at home, that are watching the stream right now, I've linked it in the chat, but I'll link it again. If you want a good example of why you shouldn't rely on AI to write your stuff, this piece is a perfect example of that. Now, separately, I shouldn't have to hunt for your features. So I'm confused because I see we have features here, but then I see we have features here, and then I see we have features here, and I don't know which are which. I don't know, are these all features? Are some of these subclass features? So if you're going to be making a list, you put all of the features in the same place. And if there are sub-races tied to them, or if they're different races, then they all should have their own names, their own titles, etc. No one is going to be able to read this document. What did Crispy say? Things like give me 10 ideas for this feature and build off suggestions. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. The thing that you have to keep in mind at the end of the day is AI is not smart yet. That's not true. It's not smart in the way that you are smart. It's differently smart. It's not actually answering any questions you ask it. It is using highly complicated algorithms to make predictions about what the next word should be. But it has zero comprehension of any individual thought that it's putting out. It's just systems bouncing back, but at highly complex levels. So it can work really well for like organization or like anything that it can copy word for word. Like if you're like, hey, can you show me how to format a resume? You know, stuff that it can just like blah, blah, blah. But if you're trying to create something new, it's very hard to make ChatGPT actually create something new. It's very hard. You can make it can create something that might give the illusion of being new, but it's very rarely making something that's genuinely new and quality. AI, GPT-4 is actually a lot better than the old ones. They're using predictive algorithms, but giving it features that feel a lot more comprehensive. I'm not saying it's not good. Listen, it's impressively powerful. I'm just saying that in that tiny bubble of creation that the human artist sometimes sits in, whether you are a game designer or a music maker or whatever, the most important part is that creation that is coming out of your fucking brain. Because your brain can genuinely create new things. So you should lean into using it. That's all. That's what I'm... Listen. Anyway. We can look at some of these features too, but I needed to rant about that for a couple of minutes. I hope you guys are okay with that. I will also say that I really don't want to be sent AI stuff. Do not send me AI-made stuff. There's no point in giving feedback to something that you didn't write. The only point in giving... It comes down to what I said a little while ago. I'm not reading this stuff because I want to read it. I'm reading this stuff because I want to create a space for people to grow as writers. And I want to be a little entertaining while I do it. So if you're not writing it, there's no benefit to me reviewing it. Because you're not growing. Me pointing out the mistakes that the computer... I should just talk to the computer in that case, you know? Yeah, AI generations are very. I think they are lifeless. I agree. I think you can use some trickery and manipulation and stuff, but at the end of the day, if you're going to be using AI, if you as the artist don't have a strong hand in like altering it afterwards or as a part of it, it's very obvious. You spot it a mile away. I was looking at a Kickstarter recently, and I was scrolling through it, and I was like, oh, that's AI art. That's AI art. That's AI art. And it just puts you off. If you want to put in AI level effort, talk to Cinder about it. Make it those times when there's a hotline and you could just talk. Yeah, exactly. And now I will say I have seen people in our Discord, in my community, that have written code that are essentially like little AI algorithms that help them write things or change things. And I'm not saying don't experiment with that sort of stuff, but you have to be the first and last gate, you know? Like, I genuinely don't... I would be shocked. I would be utterly shocked if the person who wrote this sat down and read through this document and then edited it after ChatGPT wrote it for them. You know? I just don't see that coming. I just wouldn't buy that. Cinder is an English teacher who tricked us into writing assignment and made us enjoy it. Yeah, man. That's the whole fucking point, dude. I'm better than your English teacher. Your English teacher fucking sucks. Your English teacher doesn't know shit. They're just trying to get you set up for college or what, essays? No, man. That's not going to help you write. You know what's going to help you write? Writing something that you're pumped on, that if you don't write with perfect clarity, no one's going to want to read it. The best fire to get someone to write is the fire of shame or the fire of wasted time. I have at least one hand. I'll tell you what, if you really, because man, when you learn how to write for like an essay for school, the question that you ask, and it's not a dumb question, it's actually a really smart question, is what's the point? Like, why am I learning to write this? When am I ever going to need to figure out how to analyze a book in life? You know? And you could argue that it has lots of larger benefits, and it does. Like, it makes your brain work. You learn how to be analytical. You learn how to express yourself. In theory, you learn how to have a point and express it clearly. But when your goal is something that you're actually excited about, when your goal is something that you genuinely care about, whether it's, making music, writing theater, or in our situation, making D&D mechanics, when you're writing something that you actually care about, it changes the way you put work in, at least a little bit. And then take that to the next level. When you then take that work and share it with other people, whether that's a writer's community, whether that's here in our community, whether that's on this stream, you are basically deciding to be vulnerable. Because people are going to point out the stuff that's not working. And you are going to have a moment as a person. If you haven't had something reviewed here yet, you haven't had it with me yet, but you may have had it. And if you have something, if you're one of the people that has been reviewed here, you know exactly what this is. There was at least one moment where I was looking at the first thing that I read of yours, and I was harsher than you expected I was going to be. I was not excited about something you were excited about. I didn't understand something that you thought was really clear. I told you to just completely drop a feature that you might have spent hours working on. And it stung. And you had a choice to make in that moment. And that choice was, I don't care what this guy says. He's stupid. I'm not listening to him. Or, I care about some of what this guy says. I'm going to listen to some, and some of it's stupid. Or it was, I just wanted you to look at this. I didn't want to get feedback. And any of those feelings that you feel inside are very natural feelings. The question is, how do you act on them? But if you are one of the people that gets feedback and it stings a little bit, that's a very normal feeling. And it takes a while of getting feedback for it not to sting a little bit. It still stings a little bit when I get feedback. It's just a part of the game. But we have to learn to do is we have to learn to disassociate from the work a little bit. Because the thing that is hard to remember is that every single time someone points out something that they don't like about your piece, or something that confuses them about your piece, they actually are putting energy into trying to help you. It might not feel like they are, but they are. Now, a good feedbacker, somebody who actually... The difference between good feedback and bad feedback is how helpful it is. It doesn't need to be right to be helpful. It can be very wrong and be helpful. But the way to write feedback to make it unhelpful is to be like, this doesn't work. That's bad feedback. Good feedback is, I don't think this works because, and then you explain why you think it doesn't work. That's good feedback. Bad feedback is, I don't think this should do this. I think it should do something totally different. That's bad feedback. Good feedback is, I don't think this works in the way that it's written. I'm going to try to understand what you want it to be and suggest something else that might fit that vibe. And that's kind of the difference between a positive feedback experience and a negative one at the end of the day. Anyway, that was a rant. Jeez Louise. I love a good rant. Let's scroll for 30 minutes while we go find what this race does. Okay. So we get proficiency in a skill of your choice. I would not do this. I would pick a skill. This is sort of similar to the same thing that I said to Gwendy. Was it Gwendy? Gwendy's background, where you picked a weapon of your choice. There should be specifics here. Just make it a thing. Expertise in athletics. Giving a race expertise can be a little bit much. Primal nature, and then you have disadvantage on charisma-based stuff. And then you get more ability score increases. I'm sort of confused by that. And then you get big boy carrying capacity. There's a word for this. There's like this has a name. I forget what it's called, but it's like you can carry stuff big. And then you get these things that are clearly there solely because you wanted to play a Berserker Barbarian and not have exhaustion, which is that you are immune to exhaustion. I disagree with getting immune to exhaustion. I linked it a couple times. I'll link it again. Powerful build. Thank you. It stung, so you joined my Patreon. I'm an okay teacher. I'm a good teacher because I'm doing it 100% on my terms. If I had to come into a classroom every single day and work with any kids that were in front of me and deal with their parents and deal with the administration and deal with how fucked up our education system is, I think I would not be a good teacher. I have the luxury of doing this from the comfort of my eldritch tomb. I can be very mean to you guys. I can ban you guys. I have a lot of power here that a teacher doesn't have. So it makes it easier for me. So I would not compare myself to your teacher. Your teachers work very hard. Okay. Mitigated metabolism with needs with the Dungeon Master's approval. What does this actually do? I don't want to have to read this far to understand what's going on. In survivable environments, while resources are abundant, what does this do? You can sustain yourself with only half the amount of usual food or water intake. All right, that's fine. It's crucial to acknowledge that while you're avoiding... I can't... Are these all features? It's hard for me to tell what features are and what's not features. It looks like this is just copy-pasted this, right? Why is this just copy-pasted? All right, I think we're done looking at this piece. That was a rabbit hole. I don't want to look at it anymore. I'm done. It's my show. I get to decide when I'm done. My feedback is don't use AI art and make it clearer, please. I'm sorry I didn't give you more feedback. I got distracted by the chaos. To be fair, the earlier version is far more coherent with a lot of traits repeat. How did you see the earlier version? Can you see the... Wait, you can see the earlier version? Because I couldn't see it. Where are you seeing the earlier version? I was looking for it initially. Oh, there's an earlier link. Oh, I'm so dumb. All right. All right, well, I spent enough time on this thing. I don't think I want to spend that much more time on it. I mean, there's still a lot of fucking words here. I don't know. I mean, you told me that the point of this was to build a berserker barbarian character so they didn't have to deal with exhaustion. I feel like the solution there is not to do that. I feel like the solution is just to decide that your berserker barbarian doesn't need to deal with exhaustion and have that be okay. Reaver might be watching us over breakfast. Hey, Cinder, the goal of this piece is to provide a gunslinging artificer subclass for settings that don't contain guns. With the tools to play in a world that isn't any gunpowder or magic guns. I love that. I fucking hate gunpowder. I don't like artificers. It's like, you have a gun and here's all this fucking supplies. Make it interesting and unique, please. And the GM would get cranky if you mass produce them instead. Okay. They then play up a magical gunsman by using the gun to shoot magical spells. Okay, please. Okay, listen. You're. If this is a cool gun artificer, I'll be excited. If it's an artificer that doesn't feel like a cool gun artificer, I'm gonna just. An arquebusier is one of the earliest types of Western firearms used. Seemed appropriate. It sounds fancy. All right. I'm sorry for making you pronounce it. It's okay. I just tried. I did what I could. It's all we can ever do. Oh, nice art. Really nice art. I mean, that's a cool piece of art. The question is, does it follow through? Arquebus. It's called the Arquebus. Caster from Outlaw Star. I always felt like a good way to do casters from Outlaw Stars was Warlocks. And flavor Eldritch Blast as a pistol. And then other spells as special bullets. I felt like that was always my first thought with how to do those guys. And I know a lot of you guys are thinking, wait a minute, that's an anime. How do you know about it? It's because other people told me about it. I haven't seen it. If you guys ever make references to animes that I have seen, I'll be really excited. But so far, you just make references to animes I haven't seen. And I'm not talking about in life. I'm talking about in your homebrew. I would love to see homebrew from a show or movie or something that I've seen, but you all just keep doing fucking One Piece. Okay. The somebody told me how to pronounce it. What did you say? The Arquebus. The Arquebus Arcane. It's specialized, blah, 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 blah. Guns have a habit of popping up everywhere, and Arquebus is the artificer who forges ahead, developing a unique firearm from contemporary magical components and imbuing their ammunition with magic in lieu of a reliance on gunpowder. Starting at 3rd level, you get some spells. Why do we get sleep? Thunderwave, Shatter, Silence, Fireball, Sleet Storm. Okay, so I think what's happening here is all of these are spells that seem like you're like area of effect, like you shoot into an area. That's my guess here. I feel like sleep is not the move, though. I feel like if you're going for something that's like you're shooting like a scatter shot of a big plume, I feel like Fairy Fire does a much better job of feeling like you're shooting like a ball of dust than sleep does. So I would put that, make that Fairy Fire. The rest kind of fit. They're a little bit, it's a little one. Ice Storm and Sleet Storm are kind of boring spells in my opinion. You guys might disagree with me, chat. I don't know how you feel about that. Silence makes no sense. Again, I think it's the idea that they're shooting like a magical bullet that casts the spell. So the spells that they picked are spells that have a range and then radius area of effect to try to create that illusion of you are like putting it on a bullet and shooting it. That's what my thought process is. Hey Reaver, what's up, Cowboy Bebop? I was just talking about you. Wouldn't it be so chat? Wouldn't it be so mean if we just pretended that we just finished looking at it, and then he would go back and start looking at it again, and he would see that we didn't actually talk about anything yet, and he'd be so upset. That would be mean. We're not going to do that. Reaver, you know I wouldn't hurt you like that, buddy boy. All right. So we just talked about the spells. People disagreed with some of the spells. I think what I said was my idea was I think you want these to be like you launch them and they burst. So there you go. Reaver's worked so hard on this. All right. Well, let's see. I've talked about this before, and it's a painful truth of creating. Spending a lot of time on something and working really hard on it have almost nothing to do with it being successful or not a lot of the time. Sometimes the best idea comes out in like 2 seconds. Now, I will say that consistently working hard on things for a while will make it so you will consistently make better stuff because you will improve. But like, the best artists can draw a picture way faster, like, than mediocre artists, and it will look much better. It's because they spent that time in it. The spells will make sense when we get there. All right. Well, like I said, I explained my prediction of why the spells are the way they are. I'm not going to repeat myself. Reaver, you'll go watch it later. Gunsmith Arsenal. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in gunsmithing tools and proficiency in firearms if you do not already have them. You can use your intelligence modifier. Cool. Additionally, you can use your magical tinkering feature to enchant sling bullets to function as firearm ammunition. Okay, so this is I would go broader than this. I would just let you do it to any little metal object, ball bearings, whatever. You can have up to 20 enchanted bullets at once. Once fired, they are no longer enchanted. Why did you list weapons? Do we get a weapon? Is Magnum Opus a weapon that we get, and are these the stats for it? Let's just read Magnum Opus first. Oh, we're getting 3 3rd-level features. That's a lot. At 3rd level, you complete your most treasured weapon, your Magnum Opus. A special firearm of your devising. Its base stats follow those of one of your gunsmith's arsenal. Okay, so that's going to be these. So you either get a pistol, which is a D8 with decent range, or a long arm. I love that you use long arm and not rifle. It's a great flavor thing there. And it's like a heavy crossbow, basically. Okay. The firearm counts as a spell focus for you, and the loading and aiming of the weapon counts as somatic components for spell casting while holding it. What is? Do you mean? Don't answer me. Think about it in your head and just figure it out. Do you mean that loading it counts as performing the somatic components of a spell, or do you mean that the gun counts as those components? I'm not sure exactly what you mean here. I think that's what you mean. I think that like you don't need somatic components to the spell if you load and aim it. I think that's what you mean. I might play around with that language a little bit just to clarify it, but I don't know if you need that. I'm being nitpicky here because I'm excited. Assembling it requires 1 hour as part of a short rest and incorporates one of the following items: a staff, wand, rod, or crossbow. Oh, that's clever. I like that. If the item you incorporate into this firearm is magical, you retain access to the benefits it confers. I like that. Your firearm counts as magical if the item does. I think you could probably figure out how to tie that into that. You know, this should either be its own sentence or just tie it in here. And bonuses to attack or damage that the item would give you are now conferred to attack and damage made with your Magnum Opus instead. That makes sense. You can only maintain 1 Magnum Opus at a time. If you hike another, the former ceases to function. Okay. You might want to put a rule in here that only you can wield it also. Might want to specify for spells that have components that cost gold that you can't substitute that. That's such a cool item. That's such a cool idea, man. It doesn't affect verbal components, so silence still works. Hey, Darksteel, what's up? It has been a while. I feel like Magnum Opus and Gunsmith's Arsenal should just be the same feature. They are the same feature. I think you split them up because this was too long. But I also feel like it feels like they are not this different features. Like, I feel like the only part that should be different, like here's what I would do. I would be like, at 3rd level, you can make a Magnum Opus. And then it gets all of these features. And then I would bullet point. I would bullet point that you can use intelligence. I would bullet point that you could make sling bullets. I would bullet point this. I would bullet point this. But just bullet point all this shit. But put it all in one feature. And then you could put this in there too. Spell shot. At 3rd level, you can infuse a shot you make with your Magnum Opus with a spell to be fired at your foes. When you cast a leveled spell of up to 5th level that has 1 target or targets an area, you can choose to perform a ranged attack with your Magnum Opus against the target as part of the same action, regardless of the spell's normal range. If the ranged attack successfully hits the target, the spell is cast on the target after the damage is dealt. If the spell affects an area, the area effect is centered on that target. If this infused shot misses, the spell is not cast and the spell slot is wasted. Does the spell but they still have to make their saving throw, right? This shouldn't bypass saving throws, but it's a cool idea. So basically what we're getting at third level with this is we're getting the ability to cast spells at the range of 30 feet or 120 feet or 150 feet and 600 feet that normally wouldn't have those ranges. That's the first thing that we're getting. The second thing that we're getting is we're getting a decently powerful magical weapon-esque attack that uses intelligence. That's a pretty solid start, I think, actually. I guess the only question that I really have here, I have two questions. One is, does this also affect cantrips? Because that's important. And then the other thing is, like, do these weapons do enough to, like, are they cool enough on their own? Here's what I'm going to say. Leveled spell? Okay, cool. Leveled spell. Okay. Because if you can't use these with cantrips, I guess they're probably cool enough. The only thing that I would point out is, like, I'm wondering if there's something else that could go in here. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Let's move on to 5th level. Part of me is a little bit bummed that they kind of just feel like regular weapons that just happen to use your intelligence and deal magic damage. Like, I kind of wish that they had more weirdness to them, but I accept that they don't. At 5th level, you learn an additional artificer cantrip that deals damage. You can now use spell shot with cantrips. If the cantrip normally uses an attack roll, it hits if the ranged attack hits. Okay, that's cool. That's very strong. So long as we never can do that more than once per turn and we never get an extra attack, I think that that's okay. This power is going to get stronger than extra attack eventually, but we're little limited because we were only getting the one shot at it. But by the time you're level 11 or 12, this will be significantly more powerful than second attack, because cantrips continue to grow. At 5th level, it is roughly the equivalent, yes. But by the time you're at 11th level or 17th level or whatever, it is no longer equivalent. Which is worth thinking about. It doesn't work with extra attack. We don't get extra attack with this artificer, so it doesn't matter. At 9th level, your spell shot using cantrips become more powerful, dealing an additional 1d8 damage. I would completely change. I disagree with this feature. Whole hog. By the fact that you are tying your cantrips into it means that they already grow. You don't need to grow it again on top of it. Give us something new. Give us something cool. Give us something neat. Give us some other unique things we can do with our guns that are not related to spell slots here. Or some other cool way that grows. Yeah, cantrips already get boosted. Yeah, something else. Give us something else here. Ultimate ratio. Basically, everything ties into the spell shot mechanic. There should be a little bit more variety to the features. I mean, they could all tie into the thing, but this, I mean, maybe Magnum Arcana is like, you get some other weird thing you can do instead of a cantrip. I don't know. It's not for me to say. It's for you to decide. Ultimate ratio. Ultima ratio. At 15th level, you can cast a spell using your spell slot from the following list, as if it is an 8th level spell slot. Disintegrate, Change Lightning, Feeble Mind, or Delayed Fire Blast. If the attack misses, this ability is wasted. You can use this once and regain it when you finish a long rest. So once a day, you get one of these. I don't know, man. This like it works, but it doesn't feel cool. Okay, let me rephrase that. It does feel cool, but here's what you do: drop Feeble Mind, drop Delayed Fire Blast. It should be Disintegrate or Chain Lightning. It shouldn't be both. I also feel like Chain Lightning feels. I guess Chain Lightning is like a target and then it expands. It doesn't do a line initially, I don't think. But Feeble Mind is not the move. Delayed Fire Blast is not the move. Disintegrate and Chain Lightning are fine. I'm going to suggest something here. Try to do this without copying spells. Try to just make a new feature. That's my challenge to you. I'm not going to look at the additional magic items. I apologize. Pretty cool. I think overall it's pretty solid. I think that I see so many artificers. Y'all make so many fucking artificers. And a lot of them, I think, really miss the mark on what an artificer is supposed to be. And I think this one hits that mark pretty nicely, which is like you have a cool thing that you can build and use in a unique way that improves you. I want to feel more like a gunslinger a little bit, I guess, or more like I want to feel more like my gun can do cool stuff. I think what I don't like is that the only cool thing your gun does is spells. I wish it had like special shots it could do. That's the only reason why I think that. I sent an email homebrew once before I knew this was a thing. I do not definitely did not review that. Sorry, Halftime Hero. I wish the gun was more of a gun and less of a mechanism purely for casting spells. Like, not at earlier levels, but at least at higher levels. I feel like 9th level is a place that you could fit that in really nicely. And 15th, actually. But also, anywhere. Anyway, thank you for sharing. It's a fun piece. My favorite Unearthed Arcana Artificer was the Thunder Cannon guy. I really liked the Thunder Cannon guy. Folks, just a reminder, if you want to submit homebrew for next week, links in the bio. Also, so is the thing that you can click if you want to become a member. No pressure. Wizard subclass. Many moons ago, you reviewed this subclass, and now it's almost unrecognizable from its original iteration. Interesting. Still working out the overbalance. Thanks. No problem. This one is by Fract. The Battle Mage Wizard. Also, just a reminder, next week, I'm going to be streaming on Monday, not Tuesday. I'm going to put a schedule out probably tomorrow. I'm going to not stream as much this week as I did last week, but I am still going to do I think we're going to do a couple call-in shows because those are really fun. They might be daytime. We'll see. You're waiting to submit in case this week's submission doesn't get reviewed. All right, that's legit. That's legit. Battle Mage. I mean, yeah, no one should rush to submit. The thing that pisses me off, something that genuinely annoys me, and somebody says like, "Hey, I kind of half threw this together." It's like, I don't want to see something you half threw together. I don't care. Your ideas aren't good. And I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just the truth. No one writes good ideas. What's good is that you are trying to write good ideas, that you may one day make a good idea. But you should go into everything being like, I have to earn this. If I see something half baked, I can feel like it's half baked, and I don't care. I don't want to spend time on something half baked. It's not baked. Okay. Battle Mage Wizard. Battle mages study the technique specializing in close range spellcasting. They typically fight in an unhinged manner, casting spells like Fireball at their feet. So this is essentially, there is a War Mage, there is a Blade Singer, and now there is the Battle Mage. And it seems like the main thing the Battle Mage is going to focus on from the flavor text is that they are a little bit more chaotic and that they're more close range. Starting at 2nd level, you can bolster your defense in order to get up close. You can cast Mage Armor on yourself without expending a spell slot. Once you do this feat, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. So you get once a day Mage Armor for free. Also, starting at 2nd level, you get Sculpted Destruction. You've learned how to be more of a threat to others rather than yourself. You gain the following benefits. You automatically succeed on saving throws against your own spells. You gain a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls against creatures within 15 feet of you. This is fine. This is not fine. Stop. I don't. Spell. Here's the problem. Spells are not the same as weapon attacks. So if you want to try to figure out how to translate a fighting style into something that works with spells, you need to reorient your head a little bit. The way to make a fighting style, because that's what this is essentially the archery fighting style, but short range. The way to make a fighting style work as a spell feature is to limit it to cantrips. So if you say you get a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls against creatures within 15 feet of you that are cantrips, then I think it's fine. But as soon as you start making it leveled spells, it is not a fair comparison to fighting styles. So I would drop this feature and come up with something new, or I would limit it to cantrips. Maybe no disadvantage for ranged attacks at melee range also. Does that count for spells too? I guess it might. Yeah, I would add that too. That makes sense. The other thing that I would probably say is maybe you make saving throws, or maybe you're resistant to damage from your own spells too. Maybe you'll get that later, but I feel like that would make sense here also. Yeah, okay, so if that's true, then I would limit this to cantrips and make it so ranged spells aren't, ranged attack spells aren't made at disadvantage. Morbidly stoic. Starting at 6th level, your body has developed magical calluses due to frequent abuse. You gain the following benefits. Damage you take from your own spells is reduced by an amount equal to your wizard level. Oh, okay, so you're sort of doing that already. Your hit point, and then you get more hit points. Okay, this is solid. I feel like you could also make this resistance to damage from your own spells, and that might be fine. Now that I think about it, this might actually be fine if it's only spells with attack rolls. There might be some spells that it makes it busted with, but that's going to be you to figure out. If you could figure out a way to limit this to spells that basically just deal damage and are single attack spells, then I think that might be okay, but I'm not sure if that's possible. While we're looking at edge cases, cannot be put to sleep by your own spells, could be added to the sculptor. That's true, it could. Yeah, I think this is fine. It's a little, it's not that exciting is the only thing, as I would say. It's like, it works, but I don't know how, I want it to be a little bit more exciting. But maybe that's just me being whiny. Maybe I'm being whiny at you, and I apologize. Both of these features essentially do the same thing, make you a little bit more survivable. So part of me wants to encourage you to figure out making one of them feel like it's doing something kind of unique, or something that's not quite exactly that, but maybe it's fine. Is autosaving your own spells stronger than reducing the damage? Well, you're getting... it's different. I mean, it depends on what the spells are. But autosaving against your own spells essentially means you take half damage on your spells. You're always... Like, if you're in a fireball, you're still taking half damage. So it stacks with that. So far, it seems like getting close, but where's the chaos? Well, one thing to keep in mind is that this is a wizard subclass. So the chaos is assumed from the spells you pick. Like most of the power of a wizard comes from their spells. So you're not going to see a lot of features that are doing anything too hectic here. You're going to see features that change the way you interact with your spells for the most part. That's mostly how wizards work. They usually will get a couple unique features, but like they aren't going to get anything that does big explosions. That's what spells are for. Let's look at 10th level. Starting at 10th level, the magic that fuels your cantrips reflect your unhinged technique. When you target a creature within 15 feet of you with a cantrip, you can target one additional creature within 15 feet. This is also... Ooh, this is at 10th level? I would put this farther back, dude. This is really strong. A cantrip... Two cantrips per action is not nothing. I would push this back. I feel like this is not a 10th level feature. Maybe I'm over worrying here. You're still pretty squishy regardless. I don't think you have enough defensive options to enable getting up close. I mean, you got some. You're starting. Mage armor does not a frontliner make. That's a good point. Extra attack with cantrips. Yeah, I feel like this could be your capstone feature. I wouldn't make this your 10th level. At 14th level, your explosion. I mean, maybe it's fine. I don't know. It feels like a lot though. At 14th level, your explosions are a form of art. When you cast Fireball, don't build a thing based on Fireball if you don't give us Fireball. Because this is when you cast Fireball centered on yourself. What if you never learn the spell Fireball? Then you can't use this feature? When you cast the spell Fireball centered on yourself, you can double the spell's radius. The spell deals double damage to objects and structures cast in this way. Alternatively, your DM may allow you to cast a different spell with this feature. Spells that affect radius and have a duration of instantaneous, such as Shatter or Sunburst, are suitable alternatives to this feature. I feel like that's fine. I get that. I think that a once per day doubling the radius of an instantaneous explosion spell is cool. I like that. I think that that's cool. Honestly, I feel like this could be the I feel like you could maybe switch these two. I don't know. Chad is saying that this feels like it's not strong enough for being an up close character, and I think that they want it to still be kind of swingy. Like, you can't ever really not be that swingy. I mean, I guess. Like, Mage Armor helps a bit, but it's like the Blade Singer gets a lot higher defense. That's true. Feels like that's why you would pick the class and should be made weaker and brought forward. I just don't want to wait till 14th for the main jam. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there is an element of, like, you don't want to wait till 14th level to be this guy. You know, you want to feel like you're this guy pretty early and you just become bigger this guy. Hi, Moron. I reviewed a piece of yours earlier tonight. I think I yelled at you at one point because you did something that I feel like you should know better than. Oh, I know what you did. You gave something an auto crit. You gave your rogue an auto crit as its capstone, which I was like, don't do that. Shield is a pretty strong spell. That's true. Yeah, I like the idea quite a bit. I do think that the main feedback that I'm seeing from chat and that I kind of agree with is that I wish we could figure out a way to get closer to this idea before 14th level. And a lot of these things feel like they are built around making you like a martial mage, where you're like punching with spells. But I feel like people were like, everyone, based on the way that this is worded, it's like you should be a fucking madman. You shouldn't be somebody that's just good at fighting. And we don't want to wait till this high level to be the madman. It's a neat idea, though. Maybe give armor also, so you can hang on the front line and not get turned into paste. Well, they get mage armor, which is essentially armor. And that doesn't stack. Yeah, War Mage 2. It's not exactly War Mage 2. It's a little different. I mean, that is not a bad. It's not that far off. The concept is great. I agree. I love the concept as well. And I think most of the features work pretty fine. I just think that there's a couple things where I feel like you could fill it out. So, like, these features kind of do the same thing. You could cut one of these. I don't fully agree with this existing at all. Yeah, there's a couple things that you could twist around a little bit. All right. Thank you for sharing, Fract. Yeah, the art was very good. Very evocative. Hollow. I wonder if Hollow's still in chat. I saw them earlier tonight. Hey, Cinder. A mechanics deep dive this time, please. Oh, I'm so bad at those. Okay. I reformatted and reworded most of the Soul Fist Monk using the advice you gave last stream. Hopefully it makes sense to people besides me now. I also added the flavor text and images you asked for. If the document is a bit too long now, I'd like you to look at the Soul Hands and Soul Burst. If it's a subclass? Is it a subclass? Holy shit. A monk subclass should not be 2 full pages. It is too long. Why is it two separate subclasses? Why is this an 11th level feature and this is 17th level feature? And then you have more 6th level features. And then more 17th level features. What happened? Something got mixed up. Something got mixed up. What did you say in the thing? All right, I'll look at Soul Hand and Soul Burst because I'm not really sure what's going on with the other ones. Page 2 is like maneuvers. My guess is that I'm going to say, before I look at this, that this is doing too many things if it requires 2 pages of stuff. Very rarely does a subclass, especially a monk subclass, require 2 pages. Some require a bit more, but often they don't. Okay. Soul Fist Monk. Stepping to the side as his opponent rushes past. Magic hands appear around him, shielding him from his opponent's back. Who is he? Don't just say him. We don't know who that is. I literally have no idea what the person looks like that you're visualizing. The haggard monk. The angry old man. Whatever. They can't just be he. Let's dive into the features. Soul Hands. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your bonus action to summon 2 hands in unoccupied spaces that you can see within 15 feet of you. The Soul Hands stay until destroyed or until you use a bonus action to dismiss them. You gain 1 additional Soul Hand at 5th level, then another at 11th, and another at 17th. So you're eventually going to have 5 of these things. The Soul Hands can pass through other creatures, but not objects. Why did you switch into bullet points here? If you're going to switch into bullet points, you need to explain why. You can use the Soul Hands to do the following things. You gotta do something like there needs to be translation words here. You can use your action to let each Soul Hand take the use. You can use an action to let your Soul Hands. You can use an action to let each Soul Hand. Buddy, you gotta fix your wording, man. You can use your action to have each Soul Hand take the use an object action or make an unarmed strike at a creature within 5 feet of you. Or each 5 feet of the hand. Your Soul Hands use your Wisdom modifier for attack and damage rolls. So I'm going to tell you something right now. This is already broken again, dude. You can't just casually... This means that I'm getting 3 attacks with an action at 5th level every time I make an attack. Yeah, I forgot to link it. I'm sorry. Listen, the last time I looked at this, I talked about the Soul Knight. The Soul Knight doesn't give you special attacks through the hands. Through the Soul Knight, or the Echo Knight, you're still using your attacks. This is just giving you extra attacks. So no, this doesn't work. The way that you could say this is when you take the attack action on your turn, you can instead make one of those attacks through the hands. When you do so, you use Wisdom for attack and damage rolls. You could do that, but this doesn't work. Immediately already, this is still broken. You can use a bonus action to move each of the hands up to 30 feet. They also need to probably not go that far away from you. I would not let them be more than 30 feet away from you. Your Soul Hands cannot carry more than 20 pounds at a time. As long as ever more than 30 feet away from you, it's destroyed. Okay, cool. These Soul Hands have an armor class of 10, plus your Wisdom modifier, plus your proficiency bonus, and have immunity to all conditions. If a hand is hit by an attack, it is destroyed. It cannot be resummoned for a minute. Okay, that's fine. I think you went a little high with the... you're trying to push the AC. That's fine. I accept it. Anytime all of your Soul Hands are destroyed, you fall unconscious until the end of your next turn. Nah, I would just cut that, honestly. I feel like that doesn't balance out the extra attacks. It's just as annoying. Your physical force is drained by these hands due to them being part of your soul. While any hands exist, any attacks you make not through the Soul Hands add no modifier to the damage unless the modifier is negative. You don't generally have negative damage modifiers in D&D, but also... I don't love features that, like, sort of try to force you not to do a thing. Yeah, this is very much like the Astral Soul Monk, but a lot better. So... I think that you gotta... I would completely drop these last 2 features, and I would not let this feature function in the same way that it is here. And then I would ask you a question. What makes this different than the Echo Knight? What makes this different than the Echo Knight plus a little bit of the Astral Soul Monk? Astral Self Monk. Here's what this has. This has the range of the Sun Soul Monk. It has the wisdom modifiers to attacks of the Astral Self Monk. And it has the, if you fix it in the way that I just suggested, where you're not getting these extra attacks, it functionally does the same thing as the Echo Knight. I don't feel like that is particularly interesting. What is unique that this is doing? In its current iteration, this doesn't have any unique properties. It would be interesting to have a monk who has a feature that makes spiritual weapon and mage hand. I mean, that's essentially what this is. I just feel like if you're trying to figure out how to make an Echo Knight on the monk, I don't feel like that's worth your time. Or at least you have to do a better job of it than this, because in its current state, this is doing the most boring parts of the Echo Knight mixed with a useful but most boring part of an Astral Soul, Astral Self, and then you're kind of making the Sun Soul Monk obsolete. So I think what you need to decide is, so for example, the Echo Knight, what does the Echo Knight do? The Echo Knight can summon its little guy. It can make attacks through those guys. A limited number of times per day, it can make an extra attack through those guys, but it can also teleport between the guy and itself. That's very useful. This is not getting that. What this gets instead of being able to teleport is that the hands can interact with objects. And I would also argue using a single action to get multiple object interactions is also kind of busted. I disagree with that. I don't see why the hands have to be so complicated. Just make them mage hands that can attack. What's with the AC and the destruction mechanics? I think that's because I encouraged them to look at the Echo Knight the last time, because they had different mechanics for it. The hands used to have hit points and stuff like that. And I think that they can be destroyed because they wanted to create some sort of downside. And if they're essentially mage hand and they can't be destroyed, then they don't really have that downside. That's my guess. But I don't think it's working in its current state. I think this still needs... I honestly think you need to go back to the drawing board straight up. Because this isn't adding something unique. It's pulling unique things from a handful of stuff together, but not in a way that it feels like it's creating something new. Let's look at the 6th level feature. Starting at 6th level, your soul hands can deal force or bludgeoning damage, your choice, when you make unarmed strikes. In addition, your soul hands can now use soul burst ability on page 2 instead of making an unarmed strike. Man, why do I need to go to fucking page 2? If I need to go to page 2, if you need to put a note saying you can use a feature that's not on this page, probably means you're fucked up. Starting at 6th level, you gain the ability to channel 3 ki through your hands. You can use the soul burst ability once on each of your turns. I don't even know what soul burst is. Is this soul burst? Why is this a bullet point? What is happening here? A soul hand can't use a soul burst. What is a soul burst ability? A hand is destroyed while using a soul burst ability. What is a soul burst ability? Are these soul burst abilities? Oh my god. Buddy, you're just giving this thing way too many features. You can't do this. If you want to do this, this thing can have one hand. You can't... I'm not even going to read these. I'm genuinely skipping them. This is too much. This is too strong. This is too strong, friendo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a very good example of you don't know how to kill your babies. You need to cut some shit out of this. It's bloated. This is not going to work. I don't care how much you want everything to be a part of it. It doesn't matter. If you overflow your popcorn bag so much that the whole bag spills on the ground, wouldn't you rather just have a reasonably filled popcorn bag? Kill your babies is a writing term. So basically, the idea, when I say you have to kill your babies, what that means is your writing is precious to you. It's your work. It's something you really care about. You've spent a lot of time. I'm sorry, I forget that not everybody speaks the same nonsense that I speak. Your writing is precious to you. And when you get feedback a lot of the time, you're going to find a feature or two or a sentence or two that you love. And you're like, I need this in here. And every other person in the room is going to be like, that sucks. And that's a situation where you're like, I love this baby, but I have to kill it because this sentence sucks, because 10 people just told me it sucks. That's one way that kill your babies is the thing. The other thing is, I have this amazing sentence. I have this amazing 6th level feature. But I also have this other amazing sentence, or this other amazing 16th level feature, or 6th level feature. And I love them both so much. So I'm going to try to put both in. That's a bad idea. That's another situation where you have to kill one of your babies, because you're going to ruin them both. Cinder, if you have any ideas how to shorten this, they would be appreciated. Sure, here's an idea. At 6th level, once per turn, you can spend a key point to destroy one of your hands and create one of the following effects in a 5-foot area around it. And then you list a bullet point of these features. Something like that. That's how you would write that shortly. These all do 2 powerful things. I can tell just by the way that they're written. I'm not going to read them all. I apologize that I'm not going to read them all. I'm not going to read any of them even, because I genuinely think you need to just redesign this thing. The way to make this work is you say, as a bonus action on your turn or whatever, you can destroy one of the hands. All creatures within 5 feet of it have to make a dex saving throw or be affected by something, etc. These are like, why are we casting Magic Missile? What does that have anything to do with the flavor of this subclass? You're just making it do too many things, buddy. Let's look at 11th level. At 11th level, the maximum range of your hands becomes 30 feet, and the range was already 30 feet. And their weight limit becomes 30 pounds. That's a non-feature. You now have no limit to the amount of Soul Burst abilities you can use per turn. I think that the Soul Burst needs to be tied to the action economy. So I would come up with a brand new 11th level feature. This is kind of a non-feature. 17th level. Beginning at 17th level, you can teleport to a soul hand of your choice as an action. Again, Echo Knights already get that, man. We need new things. We need something unique. The range of your soul hands now increases to 40 feet. You can now use Avatar Soul Hand. Again, why are we doing this? Why are you making a whole fucking extra page for feature? It's just like not a good idea. Beginning at 17th level, you can spend 8 key points to use the action to summon 6 soul hands and 2 Big B's hands. No, stop. Just stop. Simplify. Why are we summoning 6 more hands and 2 more? Like, that's so much fucking shit to keep track of on the map. I feel like the much simpler move here is to start with Big B's hand, the spell, and then build up to that. Like, build the subclass around that. It's just too many hands. They're not doing enough interesting, unique things. The only unique things they are doing is, like, fucking bloated and complicated and doesn't have a vibe because it's going in 6 different directions. Yeah, I don't know how much you changed on this based on the last time I looked at it. I feel like the most important... I feel like it still needs a lot of change. This is one of those examples of, like, I'm not convinced that this merits existence because I don't know what this is doing that's unique. That doesn't feel like it's just a better version of the Astral Self, a better version of the Sun Soul Monk, and a better version of the Echo Knight. Like, it just feels, it's just not, I don't know. I think I keep working on it if you want to. It's a fun idea. It's a very evocative idea. But I think you need to basically go back to the drawing board, if I was you. If I were you, I would put this away for a while. Maybe like a week or 2. I wouldn't even think about it. And then I would be like, I'm going to start from square one, and I'm not going to use anything. I'm not going to use anything the Astral Self Monk gets. I'm not going to use anything that the Echo Knight gets. I'm not going to use anything that the Sun Soul Monk gets. That's going to be hard to do, but I would try that. Apologize for ripping that one apart, Hollow, but I had a lot of feelings. You evoked many feelings in me. I felt like, you know what it is? I felt like if I was to just give you feedback in a way of like ways that you can improve it, I don't feel like the end goal in the way that it was written would be worth it. I feel like it's better to adjust your path so that you can find a safe harbor. Because I think if you continue down that road, it'll be messy. Oh, Death. Shit. Death's pretty cool. I'm new to Homebrew. This is my first piece. Cool. And it's based off of Eldrazi from Magic the Gathering. I have no idea what that is. To sum up, Eldrazi, they are extraplanar beings that travel to dead or dying planes of existence, destroy everything, and then rebuild it. Oh, it's going to be really strong, isn't it? It's going to be CR30. Why is everyone's first monster always CR30? Oh, it's not. It's a subclass. Oh, excuse me. I apologize. The way you described it, I thought it was going to be a monster. All right, there you go. I did not expect a subclass. I was expecting a monster. All right, let's take a look. Oh, we got... Okay, I don't really know anything about what these are, so we're just going to... So here's what we're going to treat this the same way that I treated the other homebrew. Whenever you guys make homebrew that's a reference to something that I don't know what it is, it's got to stand on its own 2 feet. I don't need to understand it. I'll give you an example. The Warden Barbarian that we looked at earlier today, I didn't understand any of the references. I thought it worked great. So that can... I don't need the flavor to understand. I don't need to buy all the flavor to make it work. Yeah, it's a wizard. Only wizards and druids get second level features, I think, right? Does anyone else get a second level feature? Okay. Eldrazi Arbiter. Starting at second level, you gain dark vision to a range of 60 feet if you don't already have it. Furthermore, you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. You choose when you get this feature. Oh, you choose between them. Secondly, choose I would put the choice first. Choose either strength or choose either charmed or frightened. You have advantage on saving throws against that. Nobody, guys, it looks like editing is on, so just don't fucking tech stuff. The other thing is, most of the time at second level, wizards get a feature that ties into their ability to interact with magic or copy spells or interact with spells. I'm not seeing that here yet, but I would maybe change it to do that. At second level, your training in the Art of Annihilation extends beyond spells. You gain proficiency in light armor and martial weapons. Additionally, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity for attack and damage rolls when wielding a weapon you are proficient with. This does not feel... There's not enough magic here. I'm going to just be straight up. There's not enough magic stuff here. Both of these feel like ribbon features, almost. The only reason why this isn't a ribbon feature is because you're getting to use your intelligence for attack and damage rolls with weapons you're proficient with. But, like, you're a wizard. You're not proficient with any good weapons. You're proficient with, like, staffs and daggers. And, like, that's it. These both feel like ribbon features. I think I would probably... Again, I don't know what the vibe of this is supposed to be, so we're going to continue checking it out. But I would probably drop this feature and come up with something else new. Just because this one feels more in line with, like, being, like, an Eldritch... Enforcer. This feels like a war mage, which I don't think fits the vibe. I would drop it probably. But yeah, honestly, man, I think you need a radically different second level feature. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to feel like at second level, because these are both kind of bland. This is just like, yo, you get armor and weapons, and this is like, oh, you get advantage on some saving throws and dark vision. All right, let's look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you can cast a spell. When you cast a spell that deals damage, the residual energy continues to resonate, lingering in the area. At the start of your next turn, you can spend a bonus action if you do. What? Just say you can start... on your next turn, as a bonus action, you can do something. Starting the next turn, you can spend a bonus action. If you do, creatures of your choice within the spell's area of effect must make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC. What's the area... What's the area of the spell? What are you talking about? So if I shoot a fireball, then on the next turn I can use my bonus action to make everybody in the area where that fireball was make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, they take a quarter. Don't divide by a quarter. If you're going to make people do math in D&D, divide by 2 and don't do anything else. On a failed save, they take a quarter of the spell damage rounded down as force damage. On a successful save, they take no damage. The lingering effect does not apply to spells that already have a lingering effect. This ability can only be used on AoE spells and counts as a spell for the sake of magic resistance. How would I write this if I was going to use this, if I was going to rewrite this? I would probably say something like... This is what I would probably say. On your turn, I would probably say... How would you fucking word this? As a bonus action, you can target an area that was affected by one of your spells on your last turn. That you can see. Creatures within that area have to make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they take blah 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 damage. This only applies to spells that do not have lingering effects, and can only be used on area of effect spells. Something like that. That's an annoying feature, man. That's going to be a hard feature to keep track of. That's going to be a tedious feature to keep track of. Also, don't do this. This is absurd. Dividing by quarter. I know the 6th level feature is confusing and I don't know how to word it, but it does a quarter of the damage. I understand that. Don't do the quarter of the damage. Drop that. Whatever I just said, because I don't remember, I would word it like that. But I'm going to reiterate that I think that you probably are going to want to... I don't know. I don't like features that require you to keep track of a lot of stuff that is tedious to keep track of. And I feel like this could very easily be a thing that's tedious to keep track of. I would make it flat wisdom plus a wizard level plus intelligence modifier. I wouldn't make it wizard level plus intelligence modifier because you can do this every turn and it's just a bonus action. There's no limit to this. So I'd probably just make it your intelligence modifier. Because you can do this every turn. Just submitted my first homebrew. Cool. You could scale the damage with spell level. If you want a doubling effect, why not give a resource to use on casting the spell that can cause a weak duplicate? My point is intelligence isn't as strong as you think. I wasn't saying... I don't know what you're talking about, Trads. I mean, you sound like you were arguing with someone else about something in this chat. I think because it's resourceless, you can't make the damage that high. It's a neat idea. I think in its current state, I don't love it, but I think it's a neat idea. It also, like, there's no part of the problem is there's no I'm feeling zero continuity right now. So, like, one of the things that you might want to do is think about what an Eldrazi Arbiter is and try to boil it down to its simplest components. Don't think about it like, oh, they did this one cool really thing, I'm going to put this in. Oh, they did this one really cool thing, I'm going to put this in. Try to boil it down even further than that to, like, how do I just make the vibe of them work? And then build features around that. Because right now, these features feel totally disconnected. Like, if you were to show me this feature and this feature in isolation, I would never guess that they were part of the same subclass. Let's look at the 10th level feature. There's not... Do you see what I mean, though? Whether there's not a lot of continuity? Like if the only continuity is the flavor of this thing that you're basing it off of, and I need to know what that thing is to see that continuity, I feel like that's a problem. At 10th level, your spells become even more potent, bypassing your enemy's defenses. When you deal damage with a spell, you ignore any damage resistances and immunities are treated as resistances. You can use this... This should require something in the action economy. And then this should be a period. And then you say, once you use this feature, or say, you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. If a spell requires concentration, this ability effect lasts until you lose concentration. Additionally, you automatically succeed on saving throws of spells that you cast damage to yourself. You always ignore. I would probably drop this last feature. This is really strong. This is very strong. This is overkill. I would drop this last feature. Eldritch Empowerment. At 14th level, your connection to the Eldrazi deepens, causing your mind to become an unstoppable force of arcane power. Your intelligence score increases by 4 to a maximum of 24. Oh, interesting. Now, this is, I think, a little bit too much to get at 14th level. This would be great as a 20th level feature. Maybe even a 17th level feature. But it's just too strong to get at 14th level. If this was the only thing you got at 14th level, let me give you an example of how much too strong it is. If this was the only feature you got at 14th level, it would be too strong a feature. You have advantage on all intelligence and ability checks. Once per long rest, when you cast a 6th level spell or lower, you can choose to amplify its power. The spell's damage is maximized. Treating the damage as if you rolled their maximum die. Once you use this ability, you take damage equal to 6dx, where x is double the spell level. You only take this damage if you weren't damaged by the spell you cast. Why everybody's got to make their shit stronger? Why are you putting this fucking little tag at the end? This is already crazy strong. Maximizing spell damage once per day is very strong. Even if you're dealing damage to yourself, it's very strong. Drop this. The only thing that I don't love about this is that I feel like this... I think you intended that to scale, to tie with this, and I don't think that that's good. Not because it's bad to have features tie into each other, but this is kind of busted, this feature. Yeah, don't do the X thing. Also, I agree with that. Yeah, it should just be a number of... It should be like a... It should be more static than that. You don't want people to... We're not trying to make people do math. I like this feature a lot more than I like this feature. So I would probably say come up with a new 14th level feature, full cloth. And honestly, probably not to come... I think as much as this feature is probably the trixiest, I actually think it's the most unique and most interesting. Everything else feels kind of not particularly flavorful, just powerful in ways that I don't see how they're building up to something. So I'm not sure what the right move is here because I don't know anything about the Eldrazi, but I still don't know anything about the Eldrazi after finishing it. So I think that the journey that you should go on from here is probably to figure out how to more specifically clarify their vibes in this thing, and not have that just be you are wizard but better. Your wizard but better is not the move. What makes them distinct? This is distinct. But everything else is kind of like, wizard but better. And I feel like that's not the move. Noble effort. It's always really hard to... It's very hard to it's very hard to make a piece that is tied to something out from fiction, especially if the thing it's tied from is very strong. The more powerful the entity from fiction is that you are trying to fit into D&D, the harder it's going to be to do that. Also, the more, the more things that they can do, like because you just can't tie it all in. So that might be a part of what's making it tricky, is that these are like supposed to be the super powerful thing. Like, I bet this would be a lot easier for you to build as a monster than it would be as a playable character, because it still can't be stronger than any other wizard. But it is a noble pursuit. And thank you very much for sharing. This was from Death to God. Thank you, Death to God. I appreciate you sharing. Yeah, the features in the table... Moron, the features in the table weren't bad. It was just like, I just felt like you were just I was ranting about tables a lot last stream because I saw a couple classes that were like grammatically not ready because they'd have tables. So maybe tables were on the brain. All right, next is Quispy. Here again with the homebrew sub races for my custom world. Why do I feel the need to sing what you wrote? I'm going to, though. Here again with the homebrew sub-races of my custom world. You've already read the first two, the halfling and the dwarf. But I have changed a couple of their features. I've also added 2 new subclasses. What the fuck do you want me to read? You just listed a bunch of things. I would prefer you read the 2 new ones first. All right, I'm going to read the new subraces. I hope you mean subraces and not subclasses. I think that's what you mean. I like a good subclass, but I'm not reading 2 right now. There it is in the chat. I wouldn't call it roasting. I would call it pointing out things that I took umbrage with to try to encourage focusing the idea. Okay, so what did we look at before? We looked at the... I forget what I looked at. You gotta remind me. I looked at the tiefling, not the tiefling, the halfling and the dwarf, I think. Halfling and dwarf. Okay, yeah, I'm right. See, I sometimes remember stuff. All right, so we're skipping the halfling and the dwarf. We're gonna go right to the tiefling. So for folks that don't know, these are sub-races. So this is the bloodline of the giant. Supposedly descending from the slumbering behemoth, these tieflings exhibit the physical characteristics of giants. They're very resilient. So the thing about tiefling subraces is they basically are really similarly structured. They got like a couple spells and like maybe 1 feature and like that's it. So let's see what we're getting here. Flavor text looks good. Sorry, I'm skimming the flavor text because I don't want to read the whole thing out loud right now. My mouth is hurting. I'm tired. My mouth is hurting because I need to go to the dentist, which I'm doing tomorrow, hopefully. Knock on tabletop. Okay, let's see what it does. We get Constitution bonus +1. We get resistance, and then we get mage armor. So when you say you cast mage armor as a 2nd level spell, mage armor can't be upcast. So that doesn't do anything, just so you know. Enlarge reduce. Okay, I mean, resistance enlarge reduce is great. I would come up with this another middle spell here. Something, you know, if you're trying to make it a 2nd level spell, or just make it a 1st level spell. I'm not sure. That's a holdover from copy pasting. That's funny. And then you have powerful build. Cool. I like that. I think that's solid. I like it. The only thing I genuinely am not sure on is mage armor, and I'm wondering if there's a 2nd level spell that you could cast that would, or a 1st or 2nd level spell that would sort of represent strength. What about this? Like, what if you could cast is enhance ability a 2nd level spell? I think it is. Right? Isn't it? Yeah, what if you could cast enhance ability but could only use bear's endurance or bull's strength? Limit its use. I think that could work. Armor of Agathis, but fire instead of cold. Another tiefling subrace gets Armor of Agathis, though, so it's like very similar. Let's look at the Olnarian elf. The elves of Olnar exhibit traits reflective of their frosty environments. Ooh, ice elves. Living so far from the sun has caused many of the elves to fear it, coming out only at night, so they're like icy drow elves. Their skin ranges from pale snowy white to icy blue. Okay, let's see what we're getting here. We got intelligence. We got born for the cold. We have resistance to cold damage. Additionally, you do not suffer the negative effects of traveling in the cold. Do you lose resistance to fire, or do you still have resistance to fire from the base tiefling? Comfortable in the darkness. Your extensive time spent in the dark has made it so when not in direct sunlight, you have advantage. When not in direct sunlight, you have advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects you can see. The only thing that I'll say is, I don't know if I feel this one. Okay, and I feel like getting another damage resistance is potentially stronger than getting some spells and cantrips. I'm not sure. Mixed feelings on that. I think that one thing that you should keep in mind if you're going to be doing... Oh, wait, ignore me. I was thinking in tiefling still. Let me pull that back for a second. I was thinking in tiefling still. This is an elf. This is an elf. This is an elf. Hi, I see that. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I'm distracted. Let me reevaluate this from the perspective of an elf. You ready? I think it's pretty solid. I think it's pretty solid. I think it works for an elf. I still feel like I wonder if there's a better mechanic for showing that you're chill in the darkness than advantage on deck saves in the darkness. I'm not sure if that's the move or not. But overall, I think it's pretty solid, actually. I get this feature. Okay, let me say this. I understand the vibe that you're going for here, and I think the vibe is on point. You like the darkness things on elves? Okay, then maybe. I think the problem is I just don't like that it's dangerous sense. I don't like that it's the barbarian second level feature dangerous sense. Because if you're going to be this elf and be a barbarian, I don't know. I just don't love that it's dangerous sense. The thing is, I like barbarians too much. So whenever I see something do something that a barbarian does, I'm like, hey, that's a barbarian thing. No. Don't give them a sunlight sensitivity. This is the move. Like, the idea of this is great. You're not giving them a weakness for being in the sun. You're giving them a strength for being in the dark. That is perfect. I'm just not sure what the move is. I don't know if stealth is the move either. I mean, it could work. But it's not about them being stealthy. It's about them being quick. What about this? What if they get what if they can add? What if there's some sort of bonus? What if they can roll? What if they have like what if they get some advantage on initiative? What if they can add their you're increasing their intelligence score. So what if they can add their intelligence to their initiative rolls if they're in the darkness? I don't know. +1 on all saving throws? No, that's just upping the numbers, guys. You can't just up the numbers big. Quispy, you don't need to listen to me there. I think that this works fine. Me not liking that it's the same thing as Dangerous Sense is just a me thing, I think. I wouldn't do advantage on initiative because I think that's a little too... I don't know. But I like the idea. I think advantage could work. I think that a bonus could work. You know what you could do is if you wanted to make it like... This is what you could do. You could make it a once-a-day feature, and you could make it your proficiency bonus. Or make it like a twice-a-day feature. Twice per long rest when you roll initiative, you can add your proficiency bonus to your initiative if you are in darkness. That way you don't need to care about what stat it's a part of. I just wouldn't make it all the time that. That would be a lot if it was all the time that. That's funny. You can go back and watch it later. Tell me he'll tell me when his ad's over. I don't got more stuff to say, Quispy. Some people like copy pasting abilities. Some people don't. I personally think it's fine if you can make it different enough from the original. I think copy pasting to get the language right is fine. I don't like copy pasting abilities in general. You just went back and watched it on 2 speed? That's funny. Yeah, man. I stay awake forever. Never go to sleep. Never go to sleep. Guys, am I closer to the camera than I normally am? I feel like I am. I feel like my head's bigger than it normally is. I feel like I'm normally like back here. But I'm like really far away when I'm back. Like I'm like my desk is like... Maybe I just live closer to the camera now. What do you guys, is my head too big when is this too much? The camera didn't like that. Fix yourself. There we go. Oh, I see. I zoomed. Okay, there we go. Because I'm normally smaller. I'm normally like this. I made my camera bigger by accident. I didn't even do that on purpose. This is what I normally look like. Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? You know? Darkness. Darkness. Whew. All right, guys. I think that's going to have to be it for tonight. It's 1 o'clock. Normally I'd go for another hour or so, but I got to be up early tomorrow, and I'm drained. Ugh. Thank you guys for being on stream. Thank you guys for everyone who submitted pieces. Let's give a big round of applause for everyone who submitted pieces. If your piece got picked, thank you for letting me roast you. If your piece did not get picked, I'm sorry, but I hope you submit more in the future. I appreciate you being brave and bold enough to submit in the first place. It's not a small feat submitting homebrew. It's a scary thing, and I don't want you to. I in no way want to diminish that just because I didn't get to read it. Please submit in the future if you have more things you want to share. The submission link for next week is downstairs. Check out my Discord or my YouTube community tabs if you want to see what my schedule for this week is going to be. I'll post it probably tomorrow in the Discord and similarly on the community tab. If you want to throw me some bones, feel free. If you want to gift some memberships, feel free, but please feel no pressure. Links to joining or the Patreon are both down there below also. Today was fun. There were some really nice pieces that we looked at tonight. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. And I'm sorry that I have to end a little early tonight. I wish I didn't. But, you know, we must take care of our health, I suppose. As much as we don't want to. You know? Anyway, I love you guys. Have a good night. See ya.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms.